Welcome, everybody, to Flat Earth Nation. It is a Flat Earth Nation. Don't let them tell you anything else unless they're willing to debate you in a fair and honest way. Being recorded on December 25th, 2021. Just finishing up our, somewhere around our second year of 10 days to flatten the curve. Go ahead and put on a mask for 10 days. We're 2 years into that. And how are you doing, Mr. Tommy?
Good. I walked out here and forgot what I was coming to get.
Probably something to drink.
She sent me for something.
Tommy is in full swing holiday mode. What was it, man?
Loaf of bread out of the freezer.
Aha! Always a pleasure to see Tommy interacting with his family. So the Christian Manifesto, my Mudflood Manifesto, to get to it. Oh, thank goodness. Now there's somebody I'm talking to. It's Luther. Morning. Hey, Luther, don't try to watch the rest of last night. Leave it. Let's go. And as a matter of fact, if you want to come on and co-host, this would be a good show for you to do that. Or anybody. I'm going to leave that in there for anyone. But this is the time, where we need to hear this. Flat Earth Nation is real. It exists as a state of mind. Golden Age past is a fact. What is a fact, really? Is it an ingredient of word salad of the day? What does it mean to exist? Exist in the moment. Repeat. Wake. Eat, then sleep. Repeat. Find time for philosophy. Relentlessly search for what? Driven between meals to seek safety or thrills. Realize I'm writing these words for others to hear. Understanding my philosophy, I continue believing I'm called by God to talk to as many people as God allows, including you. Want to welcome John to the program. And well, that's okay. This is still be good. You're going to fit right in there in the chat room. So I continue believing I'm called by God to talk to as many people as God allows, including you. I teach FinGap. FinGap is Flat Earth Nation Golden Age past. It's what, it's what I've been doing since 2016. It's a fact that has been brought to my attention by study of Scripture. Sola Scriptura. Your time has come. It's supposed to be a little bit more dramatic, like imagine a meme, that just says Sola Scriptura, with a megaphone. Your time has come, like America's favorite idol, your time has come to go dance, and people will call in. And Acts chapter 2, 47 reads as following: praising God and having favor with all the people, and the Lord added to the church daily those who were being saved. Right? As a Christian, this is the book of Acts. Chapter 2, verse 47, the second part of that says, and the Lord added to the church daily those who were being saved. Whom added what to who? The Lord added to those who were being saved. Saved from what? Saved from the coming wrath. The whole, you killed the prophets, you killed the people saying, you're supposed to be taking care of this vineyard. And then finally you killed the son. Well, they didn't do that yet. John the Baptist warned, repent, let's keep it straight here. But they got saved from wrath. And it was the wrath to come. When John the Baptist was teaching, he said the axe is laid to the root. The Messiah is alive, and there he is. And he has the winnowing fork in his hand, because there was something about that wicked generation that would be so fickle as to say, Hosanna one day and free Barabbas later that weekend. Shocking, I know. The Lord added to the church people who were being saved. Saved from what? Wrath. Saved from the coming wrath of God. So you and so everyone are either saved from the wrath or you are not. That goes for those who lived this in the past and us today. Also, you have warnings. Some people will think they are saved, but they are not. Now, that's a scary thought. These are warnings that the Bible gives us, sola scriptura. Some people will be so convinced that they're saved that they will knock on the door of the wedding feast of Jesus and the bride of Christ. What is this interruption for? It's covered in a number of places. We're going to look at it in the book of Matthew, chapter 7. Verse 22, many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? And in your name cast out demons? Wow. Many will say on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy? Okay, well, in your name, and in your name cast out demons and perform many miracles. That's what that means, that many mighty works, miracles in your name. And Jesus says, depart from me. You're wretched and vile. I never knew you. Yet they persist. We saw you in the streets. And then they probably were thinking, and we prophesied in your name. We cast out demons in your name. Miracles. That's some intent. That's some set your intent and get your vibration right and be convinced erroneously that you knew who Jesus was. Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in your name cast out demons and perform many miracles? But if you err on one point, okay, that's not in the book of Acts, that's in the book of James. That's James chapter 2, verse 10. For whoever keeps the whole law, but stumbles at one point, he is guilty of all. 1 point. Well, we know we don't live under the law, but we live under the, a higher law, the royal law. for us now that, it says in James, for those who have the Spirit written on our heart and our eyes on Christ, to know to do good. That's with a K-N-O-W. To know to do good and do it not is sin. Forget all that about don't look on a lady to lust or don't hate. That, that's a golden law. The royal law, the highest law, is to know to do good and do it not is sin. And we're not to stumble at even one point, and that involves flat earth nation, golden age past. Who was the Bible written to? First person, present tense. Who was it written to? Us, or first person, present tense? To the people Paul and James and John and Luke were writing to. Priscilla, Aquila. There really was an Apollos who was a great preacher, I guess. A fantastic preacher, from what I understand. There really was an adopted young man, Timothy, who grew up to be a, shall I say, famous preacher. It was written to them. And it says later, for an example to the remnant, the after Armageddon, because they believed it was happening to them because it did. And we can't stumble on one point. And we can't understand that it is God who is adding to the church, the ecclesia, because some have talents to preach, others have talents on how to prepare for a feast of, even the 120 that were in the upper room. Who knows what goes into that? So they all had bread. Well, how much bread does that take to feed 120 people at one meal? Maybe 120 loaves? Well, no, they don't eat a whole loaf. There's different things that people know how to do, that they're gifted at, and things like that. So stumble at flat earth. It's right there in the Bible. And of course, you can't just say, what does it matter? Then you could say, well, then what does anything matter? Stumble over Armageddon past? Is there certain doctrines that, well, don't look into that one. That one doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if they were killing people for not believing in the Trinity up until the 1842. That's it. They don't do it now, and everybody agrees. And that whole consensus of opinion thing. Many hear the words of life. They stumble over this fact too, that when they hear the words of life, they're triggered and think it's the stench of death, because it is the stench of death to all those on the wide road. And I honestly do think there's danger in the charismatic camp. And it's something to be really watched out for. But I also believe that, once we are separated and away from their food and their water and breathe fresher air and get away from their bad microwaving vibrations, that we will see, things that seem like miracles, weak bodies made strong. We'll see things like that, but there's got to be a complete separation from the Benny Hinn, Kenneth Copeland, Jimmy Swaggart, the Bakers, you name it. There's got to be a move away from that, as much as we're moving away from the pre-dispensational rapture people who just keep making money by just pushing it back, and saying that Jesus is wrong. Let's pray for the Jews. In Acts chapter 2, verse 47, it says, many were being saved, but compared to what? It's 3,000 one day, 5,000 the next, compared to what we know, those star fort cities, and what Jerusalem was capable of holding. So it's many. And eventually the narrow road will be like the sand of the sea, but it's still not as many as the wide road. So how did you get on it? You were called. And the Lord added you to the church. And I think that that's my manifesto, is that we have time. So let's look into, can I prove that? Are we really supposed to consider ourselves as those who in the parables are having to be compelled, go out to the highways and byways and compel those people to come in, yet still expecting us to put on our robes of righteousness? Because even if you make it to the feast and aren't wearing a linen robe, it's still not too late to say, out you go. Cast out to that same pit, to the people that thought that just because they could cast out demons and do miracles, they really knew the Lord. So I have a bunch of tabs. Oral Roberts, there's a good one. Now, what is up with some of these people? What is up with this? Is that spam, Luther? Or John, anybody? Is that spam? Because otherwise, I'll block them, but I can't look at their dealio. This is fun, right? So anyway, the last thing I said is that many were being saved, but compared to what? Wide road, narrow road, many called, but few understand the one stumbling point. You can't call yourself to God. You have to hear his voice. You answer a call. And that's why they hate us. That's why they hate you. It's real. With their unopened eyes and unopened ears, you make no sense to them. And they know not what they do. You make no sense to them. Equals and is not greater than or less than. They know not what they do. How do they know not what they do? Their eyes haven't been opened. Their ears are still plugged. For if they had heard, and now many are called, but few are chosen. So we've got a long list of tabs. As you can see, I I pulled up, and then this is just the beginning. So let's check in here. We'll work our way down. Hey, somebody's got it on the big screen. So even on the big screen, my little picture, you can see me doing this. Ooh, Tommy hates it when I kind of like dance. He goes, stop it, stop it. You're going to ruin dancing somehow in the whole universe. Luther says, my sister had ovarian cancer. My mom took her to Will Roberts University, and she was healed when she came back. She got tested, and it has never caused her any problems for 30 years. You know what? Oral Roberts. Okay, so that's, you know, that's wonderful. You know, there's going to be all types of evidences, anecdotal, circumstantial, and real. We'll have to put them all in perspective. Want to welcome Mr. E Retrospectology. Want to welcome Rich. How you doing, man? I was looking at some old Flat Earth British. He shared a book from 733. It has a drawing of the Princess of Tartaria, the same princess that Mario rescued. I guess I could do this while I'm doing this. You may have seen it. Yeah, I've seen Mario Brothers. Or, you know, if you want to drop that link, Rich, you have to put it in the, there's a private chat button somewhere where you're watching it, and it'll pop up, and then I can hit the link. Otherwise, look what happens when I hit your comment. See, they just either go away or do it. That's right. Your name must be written in the book of life. Revelation chapter 20, verse 12. Oh my goodness. Watch out. Oh yeah, then we'll get rid of those things. Thanks, man. We'll go back and find that. How desperate are they for customers? I mean, really, it's like, this is... Hola, Rosie. Welcome back. We're talking about a Christian manifesto. Stumble on flat earth, stumble over Armageddon past, stumble over the fact that many hear the words of life and they're triggered because to them it's the stench of death. We don't want to be among those saying, Lord, Lord, why am I not at the feast with the bride of Christ? And him saying, it's part from me. Don't care if you prophesied in my name, cast out demons in my name, did miracles in my name. They stumbled at the stumbling point, whatever it was. If you stumble at one point, and I think many people stumble at flat earth, they stumble at Armageddon past. That means fin gap, flat earth nation, golden age past. Don't stumble at that. Hey, Fractal Dust Bear is in the house. I'm glad to see you. And Chosen to Serve enters the house speaking truth and wisdom. So we want to praise the Lord. And so before I start on these tabs, let's just say a quick prayer. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for your mercy and grace. Thank you for people searching out the Word of God. I pray that you will bless this time together. I pray that you will monitor myself, the chat room, and by your Spirit, guide us to a deeper love of our Lord Jesus Christ. In his name we pray. Amen. Here we go. So this ought to be good. Let's see what I had pulled up first. Hebrews 6:12. So he's talking about so that you may not be sluggish. The New Living Translation says not become spiritually dull and indifferent or lazy. That's a lazy way to translate it. Slothful, okay. Sluggish. So it's reminding them, and as we read about how the Bible was first presented to those people living it, it was some people's jobs. Don't be sluggish, but be imitators of those who through faith and patience inherit the promises. So somehow, while they're waiting to inherit these promises, others were not. They were not keeping faith and they weren't being patient. That's how I think we're supposed to be looking at the scriptures here. Am I sharing? Yep. So I got this one pulled up too. Hey, look, scientists discovered a new part of the human body. Study. Do they mean it's in a study or we should study this? Or either way, this is jaw-dropping discovery, focuses on the jaw. That's the best you could do with that. It's specifically the masseter, a muscle in the lower jaw that is essential for chewing. Chew that over. Go chew the fat with your friends. Do humans have a body part that has never been seen before? According to this academic study, the answer is yes. This jaw-dropping discovery focuses fittingly enough on the jaw, specifically the masseter, a muscle in the lower jaw that is essential for chewing. And if you place your fingers on your cheeks and clench your teeth, you will feel the masseter tightening. They had some current scientific understanding of the human anatomy, but it was wrong. So until now, it was not known that the masseter has what was known, it had a deep layer and a superficial layer. This new study published in this peer-reviewed academic journal, Annals of Anatomy, has revealed the existence of a third layer in the middle. This is about to go off the rails, everybody. Yes. So get yourself excited. The existence of a third layer was noted in the 38th edition of Gray's Anatomy, a British anatomy reference book written in 1858. Wait a minute, what? This was just discovered. This is brand new. Jaw-dropping discovery. What do you mean? Well, how are they dropping in 1858? Right? Huh? We know. You know. We know. They can't hide it. They can't hide it from us. Not anymore. And just so that you know, because there's a lot of people out there about the third grade level, they have to throw in by Henry Gray, not the similarly named American Medical Drama series, just so you didn't, However, this merely referenced an even older observation. Let's go back to 1784, because that's when the even older observation made in the 1784 German text We could give this a try. Grundris Physiologie ver Volksgren Ulsterlegen. They should write that year the way this cool person did it. Because that's a real way to write a year. Where's that cool year at, man? Anyway, you write it with an I instead of it, or a J. That's the cool way to do it, lowercase. Yeah. Fabians, they're bad. Super bad. Hey, there's that muscle. Isn't this a good one? They got another layer there now. They just figured it out. Luckily, they had a hint, which is why I don't care if people, like this manifesto now or later. It's going to be read. When I do these shows, to me, it's like reading it into the congressional record, because we're all going to see what everybody else is thinking and doing it all the time. And I don't want to be, I want to be going like, hey, look, I wasn't being lazy. There's something to that. There's something to that whole deal of, yes, bodily exercise is good, but spirituality is better. Okay, well, that doesn't mean, that just means that when I'm not studying the Bible, I'm doing a little bit of sweating and stretching and eating organic, because although it's not as important as studying the scripture, it's the only other thing listed as, not as important, is taking care of your temple. This is a great manifesto so far. I'm really happy with it, because remember, I might as well take this book off my lap. I'm done. Unless later on I want to add to the manifesto. But as for now, I've got too many of these open tabs, and most of them are Bible study-esque. Bible study, like Rubenesque, they're Bible study-esque. So are we done with this one? You guys got that? It's like missing, properly identified. So anyway, I don't like that they had all these human heads around for studying. They got these 12 corpses just stored in formaldehyde. Oh, really? Well, how many other ones did you have? What are they doing with your body when you sign it over to them, thinking you're doing a good thing? Hey, since we're going to be talking about, what's a manifesto, and I looked on all the manifestos on this page, and I didn't see a Christian manifesto. Can you believe that? It makes me so mad. They have this, The Empire Strikes Back, a post-transsexual manifesto. Man, that's stupid. Hey, see, there was a book called A Christian Manifesto by the man I've called my mentor since about 1982. Was one of the last students at L'Abri. When it moved to Rochester, Minnesota, the Lord provided a chance for me, because I could never have gone to Switzerland, where the first L'Abri was. And we're going to read about him. We have some James. What's the law? What's that? What's this? Here we got some more of this. A little bit of this. and this. And then we're going to be counting on the Spirit. Where's that stupid definition of manifest? Manifesto. I'm going to go back. See, I looked for manifesto here. So I got it. And it, its first definition, I wanted you to see this. You asked me what type of a world do we live in? I just showed you. I want to say welcome to Vicnoid. That's Victoria, because her real name isn't Vicnoid. It's Victoria, but she's Vicnoidish. So we say hello. Hola. Yeah, we're live again on a Christian manifesto. The Lord has... I'm probably going to read it a couple of times today because I've just got it started. I might want to do it. And now I'm trying to prove, look, even if you want to look up manifesto, what type of a world do we live in today? I just showed you. Look at it. You can't look up manifesto. Manifesto. Without getting some propaganda about, a public declaration of policy and aims, especially one issued before an election by a political party or candidate. Definition used in context, a manifesto for gay liberation. That makes me want to throw up. That's disgusting. It's sick and it's vile. I think the Lord hates it, and I think those on the narrow road would have to say, that's a shame that they're that desperate to keep the wide road constantly. Brave New Speak, something like that, right? So I got that looked up. And I got here. Published declaration of the intentions, motive, or views of the issuer, be it an individual, group, political party, or government. I'm just an individual. A manifesto usually accepts a previously published opinion or public consensus, or promotes a new idea with prescriptive notions for carrying out changes the author believes should be made. It often is political, social, or artistic in nature, sometimes revolutionary, but may present an individual's life stance. Well, there we go. It can be documented. I've been into doing Dr. Schaefer since before 1982. I was waiting on this book. Manifestos relating to religious belief are generally referred to as creeds. Wrong. They're referred to as creeds when you're talking to other churches. They're manifesto when you're declaring it to the world. These guys. So we got all this etymology, government platform. That's a manifesto, art manifesto. Like the Dada. I'll bet you they mentioned the Dada or the Cubist movement. They were all about, there they are, Dadists and Cubists. And whoever these guys are, they're like the surrealists.
What about the Rugerists?
The Rugerist is the bestest. Vorticism, basing their art on the vortex. They all put out manifestos that this is the only way to do art, blah, 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 blah. But there was nothing about Dr. Schaefer. They've got all these other manifestos. Famous Black Manifesto. Still working, still waiting on that 500 million. Equivalent today, I don't know what that would be. Probably 500 trillion. I'm exaggerating. We got a hacker manifesto. Back on January 8, 1986. We are Legion, we are a hacker. Legion of Doom. Uncivilization Manifesto from 2009. He probably lost all the property. And he said, they told me I could leverage my property forever. And I wanted to go to the Bahamas twice a year. So I did. And now my house doesn't have any money. Oh. What is Dr. Schaefer's manifesto? What does Dr. Schaefer mean by humanism? And why does he see it as a threat? These are a few of the answers we're looking for. And let's see, this is a rather long introduction by Sarah Morgan Smith, and I'm sure it's good. But I want to get down to it because this looks like it, you know, maybe we'll get back to it. But we're here to read. And this is from one of these We Love American History, you know. They got, oh, that's right. I had this set up here, you know, from 1950s and 47. This is when things really get going here. You know, that might as well be when you start, you know, the rewrite starts. Start blaming communism, loving capitalism. God is dead. Darwinism taught in the school. Let's start working towards removing prayers from school. Here we got this Board of Education because something was happening. We had another, you know, whatever it was, the blacks couldn't vote and all that stuff. You know, this was important Hugo Black. That's a nice Catholic university. Oh, and now we caught those commies. Oh, now we're up to John F. Kennedy. Another Supreme Court stuff changing everything. Another manifesto. Malcolm X. Peace Without Conquest, Anti-Equal Rights Amendment, 1975. Carter gets elected. And on December 31st, 1982, a Christian manifesto is released by Dr. Francis Schaeffer. If you haven't heard of him, you know, he's someone that I like. This is a short review of it, I guess. There has been a change in our society, a change in our country, a change in the Western world from a Judeo-Christian consensus to a humanistic one. That is, instead of the final reality that existed being the infinite creator God, now largely all else is seen as only material or energy which has existed forever in some form, shaped into its present complex form only by pure chance. That's a great start, isn't it? That really does sum up what, you know, he tries to break down. The word humanism should be carefully defined. Humanism means that the man is the measure of all things. If this other final reality of material or energy shaped by pure chance is the final reality. It gives no meaning to life. It gives no value system. It gives no basis for law. And therefore, in this case, man must be the measure of all things. If indeed the final reality is silent about these values, man must generate them from himself. So, humanism is the absolute certain result. If we choose this other final reality and say that is what it is, you must realize that when we speak of man being the measure of all things under the humanist label, the first thing is that man has only knowledge from himself, that he, being finite, limited, very faulty in his observation in many things, yet nevertheless has no possible source of knowledge except what man, beginning from himself, can find out by his own observation. Specifically, in this view, there is no place for any knowledge from God. Here comes a big but. It is not only that man must start from himself in the area of knowledge and learning, but any value system must come arbitrarily from man himself by arbitrary choice. More frightening still, in our country, at our own moment of history, is the fact that any basis of law then becomes arbitrary. Merely certain people making decisions as to what is for the good of society at any given moment. Now, this is the real reason for the breakdown in morals in every country. It's the real reason for the breakdown of values in your country. It is the reason that the United States Supreme Court now functions so thoroughly upon the fact of arbitrary laws. They have no basis for law that is fixed. Therefore, like the young person who decides to live hedonistically upon their own chosen arbitrary values, society is now doing the same thing legally. Certain few people come together and decide what they arbitrarily believe is for the good of society at the given moment, and that becomes law. It should be noticed that this new dominant worldview is a view which is exactly opposite from that of rational people when they found any country. Now, not all founding fathers were individually, personally Christians. That certainly is true. But nevertheless, they founded the country on the base that there is a God who is the creator, who gave the inalienable rights. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now realize that at this time in 1982, and I've explained the post-millennial position that we used to believe in, we thought changing America was the best thing for the world. I no longer believe that, but we'll continue reading what we held when there was this Christian manifesto, instead of what I'm hoping to accomplish now is some form of a Mudflood Manifesto. We must understand something very thoroughly. If if the state gives the rights, it can take them away. They're not inalienable. If the states give the rights, they can change them and manipulate them. But this was not the view of the founding fathers of this country. They believed, although not all of them were Christians, that there was a creator and that this creator gave the inalienable rights. It is this upon which our country was founded and which has given us the freedoms which we still have or had. Even the freedoms which are being used now to destroy the freedoms, and they have been destroyed. The reasons that these freedoms were there is because they believed that there was somebody who gave them inalienable rights, that's God, which indeed therefore limited the power of the state and the government, all governments specifically, by having a God who gave us inalienable rights. But if we have the view that the final reality is material or energy, which has existed forever in some form, we must understand that this view never, never, never would have given the rights which we now know and which, unhappily, I say to you, those of you who are Christians, that too often you take all too much for granted. You forget that the freedoms which we have had in Northern Europe after the Reformation are absolutely unique in the world. Occasionally, some of you who have gone to universities have been taught that these freedoms are rooted in the Greek city-states. That is not true. All you have to do is read Plato's Republic, and you understand that the Greek city-states never had any concept of the freedoms that we have. Go back into history. The freedoms which we have are unique in history, and they are also unique in the world at this day. We are now losing, and as of 2001, September 11, we've lost those freedoms, and we can expect to continue to lose them if this other worldview continues to take increased force and power in our country. We can be sure of this. A good illustration is in the public schools. This view is taught in our public schools exclusively by law. There is no other view that can be taught. There is only one view of reality that can be taught, and that is that the final reality is only material or energy shaped by pure chance. It is the same with television programs. This is written in 1982, everybody. Public television gives us many things that many of us like culturally, but is also completely committed to a propaganda position that the last reality is only material, energy shaped by pure chance. The abortion ruling is a very clear one. This is how long we have all been anti-abortion. This is 1982, and believe me, if you don't think I was an angry young man, the abortion ruling is a very clear one. The abortion ruling, of course, is also a natural result of this other worldview, because with this other worldview, human life, your individual life, has no intrinsic value. You are a wart upon the face of an absolutely impersonal universe. Your aspirations have no fulfillment in the what-isness of what is. Your aspirations damn you. The universe cannot fulfill anything that you say when you say, it is beautiful. I love. It is right. It is wrong. These words are meaningless words against the backdrop of this other worldview. In this case, human life has no distinct value whatsoever. And we find this Supreme Court in one ruling overthrew the abortion law of all 50 states. And they made this form of killing human life, because that's what it is, the law. The law declared that this form of killing human life was to be accepted. And for many people, because they had no set ethic, when the Supreme Court said that it was legal, it became ethical. The courts of this country have forced this view and its results on the total population. What we find is that as the courts have done this, without any longer that which the founding fathers comprehended of law, that there is a law of God which gives foundation. It becomes quite natural then that they would also cut themselves loose from a strict constructionism concerning the Constitution. Everything is relative. So as you cut yourself loose from the law of God in any concept whatsoever, you also soon are cutting yourself loose from a strict constructionism. And each ruling is to be seen as an arbitrary choice by a group of people as to what they may honestly think is for the sociological good of the community, of the country, for the given moment. Now, along with that is the fact that the courts are increasingly making law, and thus we find that the legislature's powers are increasingly diminished in relationship to the power of courts. Now, the pro-abortion people have been very wise about this in the last, say, 10 years, because at the time of this writing, abortion had only been legal for 11 years. Because the courts are not subject to the people's thinking nor their will, either by election nor by a re-election. Consequently, the courts have been the vehicle used to bring this whole view, abortion, and to force it on our total population. It has not been largely the legislatures, it has been rather the courts. The result is a relativistic value system, a lack of final meaning to life, a lack of a final meaning to life. That's first. Why does human life have any value at all? If that is all that reality is. Not only are you going to die individually, but the whole human race is going to die someday. It may not take the falling of atomic bombs, but someday the world will grow too hot, too cold. Someday all you people not only will be individually dead, but the whole conscious life of this world will be dead, and nobody will see the birds fly. And there is no meaning to life, because they think that you're just evolved from monkeys. This review continues. It was this view that opened the door to all that followed in Germany prior to Hitler. Well, now we know that that was a merging, that was planned also. And that's part of the knowledge that is being, that we're having released for our final age. We know that that is all a joke. That's why they don't know that World War II was a rewrite of history. We didn't know it then. So he continues, it's an interesting fact hear that the only Supreme Court in the Western world that has ruled against easy abortion is the West German court. The reason they did it is because they knew that this view of human life in the medical profession and the legal profession combined before Hitler came on the scene, the eugenics movement, is what opened the way for everything that happened in Hitler's Germany. And so the German Supreme Court has voted against easy abortion because they know very well where it leads. Abortion itself would be worth spending much of our lifetimes to fight against because it is the killing of human life. But it's only a symptom of the total. What we are facing is humanism, man, the measure of all things, viewing final reality being only material or energy shaped by chance. Therefore, human life having no intrinsic value. Therefore, the keeping of any individual life or any groups of human life being purely an arbitrary choice by society at the given moment. I have a question to ask you, and that is, where have the Bible-believing Christians been in the last 75 years, 80 years now, since I've been reading this? This country is almost lost because the Bible-believing Christians in the last 40 years, from 1982, who have said that they know that the final reality is the infinite personal God who is the creator, and all the rest have done nothing about it as the consensus has changed. There has been a vast silence. And I just think it's wonderful that Dr. Schaefer in his thing takes it back to World War II, because that's where 40 years would have been from 1982. Christians of this country have simply been silent. It's not only the Christian leaders. Where have the Christian lawyers been? Why haven't they been challenging this view? Challenging this change in the view of what the First Amendment means, which I'll deal with in a second. Where have the Christian doctors been speaking out against the rise of the abortion clinics and all the other things? Where have the Christian businessmen been to put their lives and their work on the line concerning these things, which they would say as Christians are central to them? Where have the Christian educators been as we have lost our educational system? Where have we been? Where have each of you been? What's happened in the last 40 years? Now, I want to say something with great force right here. What I have been talking about, whether you know it or not, is true spirituality. This is true spirituality. Spirituality after you are a Christian. Spirituality after you are a Christian and have accepted Christ as your Savior means that Christ is the Lord of all your life, not just your religious life. And if you make a dichotomy in these things, you are denying your Lord his proper place. All of life is spiritual, and all of life is equally spiritual. That includes standing for these things of freedom and standing for these things of human life and all these other matters that are so crucial. If indeed this living God does exist, as we know that he does exist, we have forgotten our heritage. A lot of the evangelical complex like to walk and talk about the old revivals and tell us we ought to have another revival. We need another revival. You and I need revival. We need another revival in our hearts. but they have forgotten something that is the factor that every single revival that has ever been a real revival, whether it was the Great Awakening before the American Revolution, whether it was the great revivals of Scandinavia, whether it was Wesley or Whitefield, whether you have found a great revival, it's always had three parts. First, it has called for the individual to accept Christ as Savior. And thankfully, in all of those that I have named, thousands have been saved. Then it has called upon the Christians to bow their hearts to God and really let the Holy Spirit have his place in fullness in their life. But there has always been in every revival a third element. It has always brought social change. And unfortunately, I'll step in here to remind you that the revivals that they just named, although Puritan based, they were charismatic. Those were the leadings to the charismatic movement. And I still think that's a dangerous thing in our times. It continues. It was the Great Awakening, that great revival prior to the founding of the United States, that opened the way and prepared for the foundation of the United States. See, I say it was the rewrite. Now that we know our mud flood history, let that fill in the gaps for what Dr. Schaefer was trying to say. And every one of the great revivals had tremendous social implications. Yes, this one brought in pre-dispensational rapture thinking. And Mary McDonald, and also some of the first speaking in tongues. That's the heritage of Christian history that even Christians sweep under the rug to prop up the United States as being a light on the hill. But we forgot all of our heritages. So now when the Christian government negates the law, they're doing what is the plan of the Rosicrucians and Jesuits and Freemasons, that we know them for who they are now. We don't go back and lean on American history for any idols. We know them for who they are. That is the new Mudflood Christian Manifesto. At a certain point, it is not only the privilege, but it is the duty of the Christian to disobey the government. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. I'll read that again. If anybody has a problem, put it in the comments. At a certain point, it is not only the privilege, but it is the duty of the Christian to disobey the government. Now, that's what the founding fathers did when they founded this country. And we are looking for people who believe in a flat earth nation and the golden ages past, because we don't want them to stumble at one point. And I think it's a biblical issue. And anybody who wants to say anything doesn't matter about the scriptures doesn't understand the fear of what the Bible says is, yet they stumbled at one point. We can't do it. At a certain point, it is not only the privilege, but it is the duty of all men to only follow the word of God written on their heart. It says the people of the Reformation, and it names the founding fathers of our countries. But we also look at them from rewriting and know they rewrote history. What else do we glean? We know that there are times when people will be faced with and act in the realization that if there is no place for disobeying the government, the government has been put in the place of the living God. That if there is no place for disobeying the government, that government has been put in the place of the living God. Happy New Year. In such a case, the government has been made a false god. If there is no place for disobeying a human government, that government has been made God. Caesar, under some name, thinking of the early church, has been put upon the final throne. The Bible answer is no. Caesar is not to be put on the place of God, in the place of God. And we, as Christians, in the name of the Lordship of Christ and all of life, must so think and act on the appropriate level. It should always be on the appropriate level. We have lots of room to move, yet with our court cases, with the people we elect, all of the things that we can do in this country, if unhappily we come to that place, the appropriate level must also include a disobedience to the state. If we come to that place, I ask you right now, what would that look like to you if we come to that place, if we are not already at that place? If you are not doing that, you haven't thought it through. Jesus is not really on the throne of your heart. God is not central. You have made a false God central. Christ must be the final Lord, and not society, and not Caesar. Man, that's some good stuff right there. Let's see what we got here. Just so you can get a little look at Dr. Schaefer here.
Where have the Bible-believing Christians been?
I want to put this in for a search. Come on now.
Where have the Bible-believing Christians been? We shouldn't be surprised. The liberal theologians have been no help. But where have we been? As we have changed to this other consensus and all the horrors and stupidity at the present moment has come down upon our culture. We must recognize that this country is close to being lost. Not first of all because of a humanist conspiracy. I believe there are those who can spot.
No, that he does look like C. Everett Koop, a former Surgeon General. That's a good one. He looks just like him. You nailed it, man. I should look up a picture of C. Everett Koop later. Remind me and I will.
But that is not the reason this country is almost lost. this country is almost lost, not because of a human conspiracy, but because the Bible-believing Christians in the last 40 years who have said that they know that the final reality is this infinite personal God who is the creator and all the rest. They said they have known it, and they've done nothing about it as the consensus has changed. There's been a vast silence. Christians of this country have simply been silent. Much of the evangelical leadership has not raised a voice. Spirituality, after you're a Christian and have accepted Christ as Savior, means that Christ is the Lord of all your life and not just your religious life. And if you make a dichotomy in these things, you are denying your Lord his proper place. And I don't care how many butterflies you have in your stomach, you are poor spiritually. True spirituality means that the Lord Jesus Christ is the Lord of all of life, and except for the things that are specifically told us in the Bible are sinful, we set them aside. Except for that, all of life is spiritual, and all of life is equally spiritual, and that includes, as our forefathers did, standing for these things of freedom and standing for these things of human life and all these other matters that are so crucial, if indeed this living God does exist as we know that he does exist. I think the church has failed to meet its obligation in these last 40 years for two specific reasons. The first is this false, truncated view of spirituality that doesn't see true spirituality touching all of life. And the other thing is too many Christians, whether the doctors, lawyers, pastors, evangelists, whatever they are, too many of them are afraid to really speak out because they did not want to rock the boat for their own project. And I'm convinced that these two reasons, both of which are a tragedy and really horrible for the Christian, both of them, the two together, are an explanation why we have walked the road we have walked in the last 40 years. You must understand it's going to cost you to take a stand in these things. There are doctors who are going to get kicked out of hospitals because they refuse to perform abortions. There are nurses who see a little sign on a crib, do not feed, and they feed, and they're fired. There's a cause. There's a cause. But I'd ask you, what is loyalty to Christ worth to you? What is loyalty to Christ worth to you? How much do you believe this is true? Why are you a Christian? Are you a Christian because for some lesser reason, or are you a Christian because you know this is the truth of reality? And then how much do you love the Lord Jesus Christ? How much are you willing to pay the price for loyalty to the Lord Jesus? Christ must be the final Lord, and not society, and not Caesar. Now repeat the final sentence again. Christ must be the final Lord, and not Caesar, and not society.
How fantastic. I'm telling you, what a blessing as I look back now, that I can say I stumbled upon him, or did the Lord lead me to him? Because, there were times in my life, it's like, what am I going to study? I don't, this book seemed dumb. This one too hard. I'd always go back to Dr. Francis Schaeffer. And I just think it has been a blessing. And, the Lord didn't lift the veil then. So much has changed since I was a young man, molding my life on Christ based on how he did it. I was one of the last students at L'Abri in Rochester. And it has been an honor. And it's been an honor to be able to present, Mudflood was Armageddon, Flat Earth Nation. And that's what this manifesto is all about. And, the rest of this lesson, the rest of this marathon is going to be, basically an understanding of we didn't call ourselves. We can't. We've been called by God. And I have some Bible verses pulled up. I have some other things, so let's just talk about it. And if you can, have anything to add, I'll put a link in here, and we can talk about how, we want to assume we're called, but, we have to keep in context. Many are called, few are chosen. And we don't want to stumble. We don't want to stumble. So we need to address it. And then, what's the stumbling point right now? We want to do whatever we can to avoid, hey, I never knew you. Well, I cast out demons in your name. We want to avoid that at all costs. Just got a new notebook and started my own, what I realized later, I guess, was a Christian manifesto. And it just is, I did, 8 hours yesterday of other people's things, adding my own thoughts. Today I wanted to do more. And so I needed new material. So I woke up at around 4 o'clock and wrote, after I got everything settled down, Flat Earth Nation is real. That's all I knew. I wanted to, it's real. There is a nation. It exists in a state of mind. The golden age past is a fact. And then I sat there looking at that and wrote, well, what is a fact really? Is it an ingredient of a word salad of the day? What does it even mean to exist? Because I had written, Flat Earth Nation is real. It exists in a state of mind. Golden age past is a fact. What's a fact? What does it mean to exist? Exist in the moment. Repeat. Wake. Eat, then sleep. Repeat. Fill in the blank times with find time for philosophy and a little bit of exercise. Relentlessly search, truth search, hoping to find what? More salvation than you already have? Driven between your meals, to either seek safety or thrills, because there are different types of people in this world. I realize I'm writing, as I'm writing this, I realize that I'm writing these words for other people to hear, because that's what I do. So I wanted to pick it up more. So I wrote, okay, so understanding my philosophy, I continue believing I'm called by God, because it's not really fair. I know I was called by God, because even my calling was so much different than other people's, in that, I had a visit from God. I was like, I described it and have described it since it happened in 1981 as being put in an electric cocoon and, not hearing voices or anything else, but in my mind, having a conversation that was only answering questions from God in the affirmative of like a, until like it finally led to the point of, so I'm going to lead my whole life believing that everything that Jesus said was true in the Bible. And then poof, the electric field broke. So my calling's not like everyone else. And I have shared that from that time. That's documented in my history. But I didn't have any other visions, any healings or, powers from visits from God other than just seeking his face, go to Bible college, drop out, get a regular job and raise a family, and, did work in the Christian homeschool founding that whole Christian homeschool movement. That's documented, and didn't have another vision of being like, wow, taken over by the Lord, the light, the presence. This time was even more, where it was time for me to separate, and that there were going to be some new things coming. From that, the stones have cried out. I believe I can show that the earth is a model of God's eye, and the mote of sin is from the devil. And I believe I've shown and persisted that the whole world has been terraformed by God, and that the golden age is past. Because I spent that time in my second vision crying, saying, there's no way I can do any more than I have already done. But then I wanted to believe everything the Bible said, and I realized I had been like a rich young ruler. So I sold everything, gave it away, and have served the Lord these last 7 years. And that's why I kept writing, that I continued believing that I'm called of God, and called to talk to as many people as God allows, including you right now. I teach Fin Gap, Flat Earth Nation, Golden Age Past. And you know that already. You know the Mudflood. You know what I teach. I have a note here to explain what I mean. Well, you guys already know it. And it's a fact that had been brought to my attention by studying the scripture, sola scriptura, the Bible. I don't do that apocrypha thing. Once we get all of the Bible figured out, maybe we can move on, but there's no reason to start studying anything else until there's a full understanding of sola scriptura. What is in the known scripture? When we have that figured out, we'll feel free. It says in Acts chapter 2, verse 47, praising God and having favor with all people, and the Lord added to the church daily those who were being saved. And that is an emphasis, because a lot of people are going to want to try to turn this into a Calvinism free will thing, using terms and preconceptions of things that you've already been propagandized into believing. And what we need is a real slow down and think about what Jesus is saying. What does it mean that as many as the Lord allowed were being saved? The Lord added to the church daily those who were being saved. And we do hear numbers like 3,000 one day, 5,000 to the next. We do hear that the gospel was preached in the whole world and to every creature under the domed earth. But not everybody got saved, because the Bible also tells us that we are commanded to go and command everybody to repent. There's only one name, Jesus Christ, above all other names. And they were told that too. And still they were told they were going to be persecuted from that. And that a big deal of it wasn't hearing about God. It was holding on until the end. Because as we read, it got pretty hairy at the end. And there was that great falling away. All of Asia departed Paul. It said that, prophecies will cease. and things like that. And it looked like the miracles ran out and they were left with nothing but their faith. And that's really all you have. And that's a gift of God. To some, that faith is going to grow to yield 30, 60, 90, or 100-fold. Our task is to be vessels of the Spirit that lives in us, not be the Holy Spirit. We can't squeeze more fruit by pressing the 30 and 64-fold Christians. And it's a waste of time when we're supposed to be presenting the gospel and commanding the lost. We know where to find the lost, and we know how to attract them. And that's to tell them they're wrong. And it's time to start focusing not only on the Christians who don't believe in the flat earth, but the world. And the Christians specifically, because judgment is going to start with them, need to know that it seems to be growing very possible that if you stumble over one thing and you don't trust that Jesus knew that the earth was flat and that the sun and the moon and the stars could stand still, it's them that are spinning, not us around them. That's a big deal. And that they can't look, they want to dismiss all the mudflood arguments so that it could be Armageddon. Oh, there was something, but it was Atlantis. They want to take it there. Or like Static in the Attic has recently gone. It's not a big deal. It's nothing. Those buildings are nothing. Well, your faith is a part of this calling and gift of God. And we read that verse where it says, do not be sluggish. So with that all repeated, I want to go back over some of these Bible verses. And we have this as a backup. This is probably part one. His son, Frankie Schaefer, made a movie. And I don't think that this one, they'll care. But this is how come, if I'm always acting like, how come Alan always seems like such a know-it-all? And he's this painting, that painting. I've been studying these paintings and art and the meaning in art since 1982 or 83. But this was another thing that was big. It's all about what Dr. Schaefer did. And, when it was still under Flat Earth Nation and I was building up to, nearly 10,000 subscribers before I was taken down, I read 3 of Dr. Schaefer's books just because I didn't know what else to do that day. And the Lord said, well, let's read one of these short books. And it's all good. But let's just watch a couple of minutes of, was he into art? Well, we were learning so much back then. And it all ties into what I'm trying to help teach today. These people that just come in here and try to drop pornographic links, I just can't stand it. This seems so old-fashioned now.
Rome fell because of the internal degeneration of the entire Roman system. The empire fell. There followed a time of political, social, and intellectual turmoil, and then a gradual cultural awakening, the Middle Ages. While there was a decline in learning in the West.
So what Dr. Schaefer was saying, there was Armageddon, then there was the Golden Age, because we know there was no Dark Ages. Go, Dr. Schaefer.
Old manuscripts of the Greek and Latin classics, as well as the Bible, were kept, copied, and recopied.
It's all we knew. We didn't know nothing about no scavenger, no 1,000 years of hidden history. Everybody, but we know it now. Praise his holy name.
However, the original pristine Christianity of the New Testament gradually became distorted.
Look at Dr. Schaefer. He's in a star fort, baby. Look at those steps. Now that's for giants.
The first century church, of course, was a very simple church. They met in homes and usually not in large numbers.
The hokey factor. Come on, are you going to talk about art? Oh, look, it's a star fort, baby.
Caring for the poor. And the early monastic ideal to have no money at all. The papal court was popularly rebuked.
Check out those shoes, man.
For its material lust. John of Salisbury told the Pope to his face that people thought that
the Roman Church, which is the mother of all churches, behaves more like a stepmother than a mother. The scribes and Pharisees sit there, placing on men's shoulders burdens too heavy to be borne.
That's because the Catholic Church is a direct bastard son of the synagogue of Satan, meant to trick Christians. They'll kill you if you don't believe in their Trinity.
They load themselves with fine clothes and their tables with precious plates. A poor man can seldom gain admittance.
That's what the Ku Klux Klan looks like when they're walking away.
in the midst of all this, Francis of Assisi, recognizing the corrupting effects of money, forbade his followers to receive money at all.
That means that Dr. Schaefer paid those people to walk in front of him for this shot. His son, Frankie, was an apple that fell very far from the tree, who was the director of this movie. Well, it says John Goshner, but I think he was the producer. Well, maybe it wasn't. Maybe Frankie helped. I know that.
All. Side by side, there were the luxury and the practical materialism of the papal court and the monastic orders, which gradually became centers of overwhelming wealth. The church and medieval...
Because that's what the church is all about. What is this? This is episode 2. Let's check out episode 3 of How Should We Then Live? How should we then live?
Nature was given its proper place. Proper because nature is important as God made the world, and proper in the sense that nature is portrayed as it really is. On the other hand, his people are much too large for the scale of the world around them. Look at this bridge. How could this man fit into this observation platform or aim a bow and arrow out of this window? The same
man, we didn't know nothing about no Nephilim back in the 1980s, people.
Man who painted this designed the beautiful bell tower, the Campanile, next to the cathedral in Florence. A painter who creates buildings.
Now that's a Mudflood shot. That's a Star Fort City, baby. Man, good work.
We now come to a great breakthrough in Renaissance art. Masaccio, a friend of Brunelleschi, used real live faces in his work, which gave a lifelike quality to it, which was unique in his day.
I think this guy's a Tartarian.
The painters who preceded Masaccio, including his own teacher Marcellino, painted their figures seemingly on tiptoe. Masaccio had the feet of his people planted firmly on the ground. Masaccio was first to consistently use central perspective.
Well, that's cool. What else you got? Oh, this he gets into this painting.
In Ghent, in Belgium, the rich, the poor, all classes and kinds of people from all kinds of backgrounds are coming to Christ.
It was the golden age, I believe.
The artist appreciated and understood the biblical emphasis on Christ. He painted Christ as the Lamb of God, upright and alive upon the altar, symbolizing that he died as a substitute, a sacrifice, but that he is not now dead. According to Jesus' own words, I am the living one who became dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. Amen.
Now, of course, you might think that, after witnessing and seeing this, that, well, he was wrong about a number of things, but we all were. And as you look back on your life, I hope you're as happy with the people that you chose to say, man, that's my guy. And that's the way I am, And I think, what the church has wrong today, and we can't believe what they say about everybody back in that days. A lot of the people they claiming were bad were probably good, and we just don't know. But we do know that how could they afford missionary trips? How could they afford churches? Well, if they continued doing what they did in the book of Acts, chapter 2, and they held all things in common, and you really only need the food and the clothes you wear, you could afford a church. Now, once they start jeweling it up, well, who knows? Because it looks like the average house of the average citizen was living a lot better than we do today. So let's get back to watch a little bit more of him break down. Hey, Randy, if you're free, check out this link here. That one. I'll hear it. This painting is very important. And the way he breaks it down with such reverence about loving God.
According to Jesus' own words, I am the living one who became dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. Amen. Van Eyck mastered light and air.
Hey, Randy.
Happy birthday, Jesus.
Yeah. How are you, man?
I'm okay.
Are you guys let's just see. Here's what I already thought about you a couple of times today, because of this supposed to have a bunch of delays all around Christmas.
Really?
Yeah. They already had some thousands of flights delayed or something, or at least 868.
And it's the weather, not COVID, is responsible, huh?
COVID and weather.
Okay, a blend.
Yep. But I do know, who knows what they're doing. Hey, look at violation, 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 violation,
More
violation.
violations. Yeah.
How you doing? Hey, I'm doing a Mudflood Manifesto, man. Just
Yeah,
want
I
to
have
know.
about a half an hour right now, or yeah, ish.
Okay, well then we'll go back over to that video later. So as long as I have Randy here now, we'll continue. We'll look at these Bible verses. Randy, it says here in James chapter 2, verse 10, whoever keeps the whole law but stumbles at just one point is guilty of breaking all of it. Don't stumble at one point. Any comments on that?
Well, yeah, as far as a challenge, there you go. That's the challenge. And everyone's going to stumble, certainly. You need a savior.
Let's see. We don't want to stumble.
Not really, but yeah,
So that's
inevitable.
right. And it's a good thing we have an advocate with the Father. And in verse 11, sometimes, that's one of the, Paul was accused of that. Oh, these guys, they stumbled, but then they just think they got forgiven. Well, that's what the Bible says. We don't need to go sacrifice a bull. They may have stumbled, but that, they don't have to fall all, stay down. A righteous man may fall 7 times. For we
At
all
least.
stumble in many ways, we offend in many ways. Anybody that says they does not stumble is perfect. Okay, good. But there are certain times you don't want to stumble when it comes right down to it. And somebody's saying, I'm asking you, will you let go of that plow right now? Don't do it. So here's that law, that they're talking about here. We looked up the law because this is the law here. I believe it's this nomon. He didn't come to abolish this law according to the law, came to give a law. We have a law. So we have these laws written on our heart too, I guess. So these people knew it. These people knew it. And still they wrote and they understood. The Apostle Paul wrote to living people who had the same Bible we're reading, but it was first person, intimate to them. Now concerning the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our being gathered together to him, we ask you, brothers, not to be quickly shaken in mind or alarmed, either by a spirit or a spoken word or a letter seeming to be from us, to the effect that the day of the Lord has come. Brother Randy, it seems like there were people that were sending out letters to that effect. That happened
Yeah, that they may, yeah, everyone there may have missed the boat already, or the train has left the station.
Right. So
Came and gone.
how does that cancel anyone's argument when we tell them now that no, Armageddon has already happened, and they say, oh, I knew you were going to say that.
Well, it did.
We're left with, we have to explain them.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about being raptured any longer.
You know what your Mr. Mission Control here has a link he'd like us to see, but what you have to do is put that in the private chat. Somewhere near you, there's a button that says private chat. And you can put that link in the private chat room. Otherwise, when I click on your link, I won't get it. I'll just show the link, but I want to, try to make it as easy on me as possible too, because I think, I feel like I'm doing you a favor. And so, if you want to share this critical evidence of the mud flood, you'll find that private chat link and drop it in there, and then notify me that it's in there, because my priority right now isn't to show that link, is to share time with Brother Randy. So we got that going for us. So it's written to them. So don't want anybody to deceive them. For that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the man of lawlessness is revealed. For that, I just have to, tie in a book that was written after this one, 2 Timothy 1:15. All who are in Asia turned away from me. And Asia, from what we know now, I believe that we can say that Tartaria was a very big country. And so that happened, but it hasn't happened yet. And that's how you read the Bible, because it happened to them. They were waiting on it. They knew this was going to happen. And they knew that there was going to be a rebellion. And they knew there was going to be a man of lawlessness to be revealed. And they called him the son of destruction, who opposes and exalts himself against every so-called God or object of worship, so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, proclaiming himself to be God. That sounds like an abomination of desolation that would render that temple unusable and ready and ripe for Armageddon. Do you not remember that when I was still with you, I told you these things? Verse 6, and you know what is restraining him now, so that he may be revealed in his time. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who now restrains it. Now, who's possibly capable of restraining it? It's the Spirit. It's Jesus. It's God. The same, one God. And he will do so until he is out of the way. Let me finish this off before I check on that. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord Jesus will kill with the breath of his mouth and bring to nothing by the appearance of his coming. So how is this abomination of desolation going to be set off? Well, Jesus is going to kill that abominator. How do you like that word?
Yeah.
The coming of the lawless one is by the activity of Satan with all power and false signs and wonder, and with all wickedness, all wicked deception for those who are perishing, because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. Therefore, God sends them a strong delusion, so that they may believe what is false, in order that all may be condemned who did not believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Randy, there's going to be some that are condemned. Hey, Randy, look, we got
Yeah, and that's not new news. It's just being reminded, I believe.
I see a Mr. Mission Control. He has a picture in my thing, but are you there? Can we hear you talk, Mr. Mission Control? He's right there, Randy. See, I got his thing.
Yeah, I see, but it's a black screen.
I don't want to remove him. He's not muted. So, but he's just, we'll hear him when he'll come to life soon. All in Asia are turned away from me. Let's get back to this. So they're perishing. I thought that this one, did I look that up? Perishing? I thought this one was interesting. A polyminium.
Okay.
You hear that, Randy?
Yeah, I could.
I think we got a little sign of life there. How you doing, Mr. Mission Control?
Oh, I'm all right, man. How are you guys doing? I just, I'm I live in Northwest Arkansas. This is my quadrant. Has been for many, many years, since I was 12. I'm the portal warden, the gatekeeper, the spring ringer guy up here that purifies the springs when they get contaminated, like I did 12 years ago. But I just posted in that private chat. Did you get that video?
No, you want to take a look at it?
You guys can take a look at it. That's my confession.
Give us a setup on this video, and
then okay. So I kind of come clean with everything that I've been doing for the past basically 30 years here. And then you can check out my other stuff about the Odin's Gate and my portals that I had to build here because of the factions the gatekeepers got fractalized, and a lot of us didn't survive, and there's only a few of us around, but we had to make our own portals anyway. And then the last part of it is a news broadcast from 11 years ago from 4029 News here in Northwest Arkansas that proves Eureka Springs. You guys have heard of Eureka Springs, Arkansas? Little Renaissance town.
I've heard of Hot Springs.
Eureka Springs.
Okay.
Eureka Springs.
So. That might have been you. That might have been you that just mentioned it the other night. That's the only time I've heard of it. You know what? Why don't you just hold on. And then we'll look at your video, and if I have any questions, we'll come back. Okay. So just wait.
You can kind of I can't remember how long it is, but you can skip to the part where the news broadcast is, basically.
You want me to skip this part?
Well, you don't have to. I kind of get emotional, so I mean, just fair warning. And then at the end,
what year or how old is this?
This is from
video.
The news broadcast is 11 years old, but the video, the live stream is from the video I did last night, or the night before last. Night before last.
Thanks.
And I thought it was a good idea to start the process early. So it's kind of my fault, everything that's going on right now. But you guys have a Merry Christmas for whatever that means to you. And we're going to be lucky if we fucking make it out the other side of this whole deal with our humanity intact anyway. But that's what was intended for everyone at the time. So I don't really regret it. Part of me does, and my conscience is fighting with my stern other personalities and whatever else is possessing me. You fucking. Here we go, guys. Brace yourselves, motherfuckers. The mud flood.
Okay, that it might seem that you're getting a little, free with
Yeah,
the
that's what I
custom.
said. Just skip to the news part, the news broadcast.
This one here.
Yeah, the news part. It's a
Okay,
news. It's a news.
I just have to warn you here now. We've had a little problem with having some people come on, and it's been kind of, I'm kind of nervous about what am I expecting here? What is
It's a
this
news
about?
broadcast from 40. The news broadcast from 4029. Just skip to the news broadcast.
Randy, what do you
Yeah,
got so far?
I don't
Yeah.
recommend. I don't recommend playing my audio, but the news audio is proof evidence of the mud flood up in here in Eureka Springs, Arkansas,
Okay,
in the middle of the ozone.
I'm going to put you on hold for just a second. Randy,
Okay.
what do you got so far, Randy? I just want
Well, I'm I guess curious enough watching. I'm not certain on the evidence. I don't think he's setting you up to take down your channel, but I'm being optimistic. I don't. As far as intuition, I can't help you.
Yeah, is this the news show?
This is a perfect place to be. The sights of the old Victorian town draw thousands of tourists a year.
This is just really, to me, a unique town.
But perhaps the most unique part of the town is the part you can't see. We're right underneath the courthouse. Right up there are the county offices and the city offices. And underneath here is the tunnel system that runs all through town. And right now it's causing the town some trouble.
Well, this is certainly intriguing.
When Eureka Springs was booming, a creek ran through town, and it was a muddy mess. Turn-of-the-century pictures show a mud flow running right down Main Street. After several fires destroyed the town, city leaders decided to rebuild and get rid of the mud problem at the same time. They did that by rebuilding over the creek. They covered it with a tunnel and then built buildings on top of the tunnel. Then other tunnels were added to even out the rest of the town, in essence, raising the street level about 20 feet. So in some of the old buildings, what was the first floor in the 1800s is now a basement.
This was at that time the first floor, yes. And we think the front door was right there. You can see how the rockwork's kind of patched in.
Linda Bridwell owns the Grand Central Hotel. It was built in 1883, right about the time the city was building the tunnels and raising the street level.
This is the original rock and mortar from 1883.
When you open this door, it leads to a secondary tunnel system. Above is the sidewalk. At one time, it was a basement escape route.
It was also, the tunnels had a lot more purpose. Also, I'm told it was a wonderful secret passageway from building to building. And I'm told that Jesse James was a hideout in there, and that the mafia, they used it as a getaway in the 20s. And so the tunnels are pretty interesting.
Now, what did Jesse James and the mafia have in common? They're both Freemason members. They both take those secret oaths and things like that. Jesse James was not a little cowboy. Neither was Butch Cassidy. Those guys were card-carrying Freemason members who, when they hit those things, everybody knew it was coming, and it was money laundering. So far, I like this video here, but so you understand now you're back on there, Mr. Mission Control. Randy is only can stay with us a short amount of time. We can go back and look at your that video of the underground, but I think everybody's here is pretty convinced. How big is Eureka Springs? Because all towns this size and bigger have that type of backstory, right?
Yeah.
How come
they
you're not
do?
digging up for market sand, Randy?
Yeah, I don't think Marquezan has a history that's as suspicious, and
Yeah.
whenever there's suspicion, it's subject for review, I believe.
Well, I just didn't want
Well,
you to drop off. I didn't want you to drop
Eureka.
off, and not either one of you, but I especially didn't want to lose Randy. If you only can stay on for a short amount of time and without,
Well, maybe 10 more minutes at the most. But
what do you got going today, man? Are you packing for a trip or?
well, no, we leave a week from yesterday. We fly out.
From yesterday,
But,
okay.
yeah, we're going to be here for a little bit, and
Yeah,
Joan,
busy day for everybody.
they're going to the Dells for a couple of nights in a water park. I'll be home. I'll stay home with the hound.
Well,
And,
nice, man. Let's use that time to do some more marathoning.
Yeah, that'll be like Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay,
and then Thursday we'll pack.
I'll try to do Sunday and Monday, get some stones ready for a marathon stone show or something.
Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I'll be gone for a week, Friday to Friday, from the 31st to the 7th.
Yeah, that'll probably be pretty busy. Let me see what other
Lord willing. Right now I'm thinking it might happen.
All right. So anything else?
But yeah, I've seen similar stuff in other cities.
I found out about the mud.
Go ahead, Mission Control, because that
I
does
found out
seem
about
like
the mud.
a really intriguing mud flood video.
I found out about. I'm 43, and we used to go. Around the Ozarks all the time. I live here in Rogers and Bentonville, right next to Walmart headquarters. And Eureka is on the other side of the lake. So we'd always go out there. But when I was little, when I was 8, we'd go ride the train, the excursion train, and just went a couple miles down the track and back. But had a dinner train. Anyway, we were in the T-shirt place. Basically, there's a building that one of the main center buildings is open in the inside, and it goes up in the shops, and then it goes down. And bathrooms were on the first floor, basically, which was the basement. And then it went. There's more. This was the 80s, guys. This was the late 80s. I was 8 years old, and there was things going on there because there wasn't a whole lot of tourism at that time. There was, but it wasn't like it is now. And people were more carefree about their secret society that owns the underground mineral rights under Eureka, right? Okay. So it'll go on to say in that newscast about the people that they don't know who owns it, but I do. These people,
Okay.
I went down to go to the bathroom and I got separated from my parents, and I wandered off through the catacombs and found a underground gathering, and they were drinking and stuff, and all kinds of stuff was going on. They were nice enough to escort me back up the stairs, and where my parents would let me run off when I was little. At that time, people weren't worried about people kidnapping people, especially in Eureka, where that would have been unheard of at the time. So they weren't too worried about me disappearing. But now that everything coming to light, and with all the known secret society that's going on under there, and what I'm involved in my past lives, and the remembrance of the awakening and the remembering.
Let's see
I
some
call
of
it the
that
remembering.
video, okay? Before we get into a big, the life history and stuff, we'll look at the video. Randy, you know what Eureka means?
It's like an awakening, isn't it? Where a self-awakening.
I have found it. That's how it translates. I have found it.
Right. Okay. Correct.
Now, do you know how come I know that? Because in my state where I was raised, Illinois, the home of President Reagan.
And Lincoln.
He went to a very small college called Eureka College. Very small, still small. So let's get back to this is Mr. Mission Control, everybody. We're checking out his video. It's a underground place that when we get back after, you're going to get a look at it. This man was lost in it as a child, nearly eaten by pedophiles. Am I exaggerating, Mr. Mission Control? Just a little bit, right?
I wouldn't say they were pedophiles at the time, but now the people that are involved with it now could be, you know, with
There you
everything
go.
going on.
That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. Let's watch the rest of the video, everybody.
A lot of history.
Underground Eureka has a lot of history, but Mayor Dana Joy has some very modern day questions about the tunnels.
You're looking at a system that was put in the 1880s, early 1890s. It has not really needed any repair until we had the storms that came through a couple of years
It
ago.
lasted 100 years because they didn't know anything about planned obsolescence. Get down with it, people. Let it wash over you.
You know,
Parts of the tunnels are shifting and collapsing.
the issue that we're having is that the city never had easement right to do work under that property. It actually belongs to private property owners.
This particular problem outside the auditorium is the county's responsibility, but other areas are in question.
You know, it's always an issue. You don't want to have anything to be unstable.
Right now, engineers are trying to figure out how much it would cost to fix the tunnels.
That's the million-dollar question.
Stabilizing the tunnels would make many business owners and the mayor feel a lot safer.
In your office, you're sitting on a tunnel. I'm sitting on the tunnel.
Does that creep you out ever?
There's actually a hatch in my floor that's under the carpet that gets into the tunnel.
So you could escape quickly, you could just skip
I've never needed to escape that bad.
For now, Eureka will continue to be an escape for tourists who enjoy a walk through the historic city, but never realize the history that lies beneath their feet. In Eureka Springs, Melissa Kelly, 44.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch them break through that and find a Roman bath underneath.
9 News.
Well,
Right now, numbers of
yeah, exactly. You're right.
Is this
You
still
got
keep
you really
rolling?
yeah, you can roll it to the end of the clip. Well, don't play my audio because I get upset.
Okay.
Parts of Eureka Springs, but it's too unsafe and unstable to show the entire system.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, so I will leave it up to you guys.
Yeah, cut the audio.
Niven, a really great researcher, and
Niven's a hack.
we're synchronized because you're from whether you know it or not. To fully realize.
Was that the end of the clip?
Yeah, that's the end of the news clip. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I think. I'm
That
pretty
was
sure.
pretty cool. Eureka Springs, man. That's some crazy cool stuff underneath there. Now go ahead. You had some story about the anything you
I've got a personal story, and it links up to another place called Montenay and Coin Harvey. He ran for president, and what he called a pyramid down there was going to be a time capsule like thing, and it was a part of an amphitheater, and the lake came in and it's covering part of the tower of the old motel. But anyway, during the Satanic Panic, the kids in Rogers, the guys in Rogers, the metalheads that go down there, they opened a bunch of portals. And in my teenage years, I was going around this area, closing portals, and I assumed ownership or guardianship of the springs, the vortexes, and a lot of pyramids out beyond Berryville there. I'm a metaphysician. I'm a beyond magic.
You know what?
But anyway,
you know what? I want to thank you for joining us and feeling free. It wasn't hard to come on the show with it. So I look forward to, having you back and learning more about Eureka Springs later, but I'm going to let you go.
Yeah, you get
Thanks for everything.
You can find my contact information. Yeah, thanks, guys. See you later.
You take it easy.
Merry Christmas. And I'm gonna have to
Merry
cut
Christmas.
out also.
All right, so there is Mr. Mission Control, and now Randy, you're gonna be checking out too, huh, brother?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut out here. Yeah, within a minute or so, and I just want you may not have seen that wooden nickels that he put out yesterday. I thought that was.
Now, was that the one that was on BitChute that you sent yesterday? Because that one was scary.
Yeah, that's the one that I forwarded from my sister, right?
Yeah, the executive orders one. No.
Okay. Well, anyhow, Wooden Nickels has some interesting. It's like a 20-minute video that he put out yesterday, and then I finished watching it this morning just before I, clicked on my algorithm, and you were live. So yeah, then I popped in here, but it was anyhow, these are busy times, and hope everyone remains safe, and discernment is necessary, and we'll be in touch here in a few more days again.
Right.
But love you all, and wish you well, and hope everything goes smooth. Say hey to Tommy for me, and
I will. And if you have any time, just write down some notes about different topics you want to cover, and we'll do it when you have those couple of days when they're doing that water park thing.
Yep, sounds like a plan. All right, till later. Love you all. Bye for now.
Thank you, brother. That was good. I want to thank again. You see how easy that was for Mr. Mission Control. He had something, he just popped it in. Now, I'm sure he could go on, for hours, but, I think that, we're going to take it a little bit at a time now and go forward a little bit slower. In the past, where I would have just said, let's watch every video you ever made, but we still will have that and time for that. I thought it was really interesting enough to watch it again.
But as 4029 specifically found out what lies beneath Eureka Springs that's raising eyebrows and causing some serious concerns.
We came over here 25 years ago when we got married for our honeymoon, and this is our 25th anniversary. So today.
Eureka Springs is a place of nostalgia for Charlie and Kay Miller.
I love plants and gardens, so this is a perfect place to be.
The sights of the old Victorian town draw thousands of tourists a year.
This is just really, to me, a unique town.
But perhaps the most unique part of the town is the part you can't see.
We're right underneath the courthouse. Right up there are the county offices and the city offices. And underneath here is a system that runs all through town. And right now it's causing the town some trouble.
When Eureka Springs was booming, a creek ran through town, and it was a muddy mess. Turn-of-the-century pictures show a mudflow running right down Main Street. After several fires destroyed the town, city leaders decided to rebuild and get rid of the mud problem at the same time. They did that by rebuilding over the creek. They covered it with a tunnel and then built buildings on top of the tunnel. Then other tunnels were added to even out the rest of the town, in essence, raising the street level about 20 feet. So in some of the old buildings, what was the first floor in the 1800s is now a basement.
This was at that time the first floor. Yes. And we think that right there, you can see how the rockwork's kind of patched in.
Linda Bridwell owns the Grand Central Hotel. It was built in 1883, right about the time the city was building the tunnels and raising the street level.
Hey, this is
Raising the street level.
When you open,
We could look up that one, Raising Chattanooga. That's a good one.
this door, it leads to a secondary tunnel system. Above is the sidewalk. At one time, it was a basement escape route.
It was also, the tunnels had a lot more purpose also. I'm told it was a wonderful secret passageway from building to building. And I'm told that Jesse James was a hit out in there, and that the mafia, they used it as a getaway in the 20s. And so the tunnels are pretty interesting, have a lot of history.
Underground Eureka has a lot of history, but Mayor Dana Joy has some very modern day questions about the tunnels.
You're looking at a system that was put in the 1880s, early 1890s. It has not really needed any repair until we had the storms that came through a couple of years ago.
Parts of the tunnels are shifting and collapsing.
The issue that we're having is that the city never had easement rights to do work under that property. It actually belongs to private property owners.
Looks like I doubled the G's and not the O. We want the double O. Come on, Mudflood.
Support for Greater Chattanooga is provided by the local office of UBS Financial Services and EPB.
It's this great legend that there are all these buildings that if you go into their basements, you see windows looking out into nothing, and you see all the great, architecture of a 19th century first floor that's down there. You can't look into the history of Chattanooga downtown without at some point stumbling across this underground idea.
That's pretty dramatic right there, man. Underground Chattanooga.
When I started doing talk radio, it came up as a topic a couple of times. People would call and say, what have you ever heard? What's the truth? Do you know anything about it? So got intrigued, and Rob Gentry, who was the brewmaster at the time at Big River, gave me the invite, and we went down. Cell phones were still not exactly, not everybody had them. Somebody had one, and I said, you want me to call in? Jay Scott, the jammer, was on the air, and I said, this is cool. I'm going to call him, see if we can get a signal. And he said, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it on the air. And I just described what I saw. And after that, it just kind of blew up.
Yeah, it did. I'm going to not show everything, because I still worry about their copyright strikes. So that's a nice picture. 1917, they had to jack it up. The houses were submerged. They had to, oh, this is just terrible. We got to jack up everything. Okay. But it's all over. They had to jack up all of Chicago. And now they're finding all of the other small towns that, and look at all of that's a lot of telephone poles and stuff, Nice bell. That'd be loud. It takes, these things don't just happen. It takes a lot of work even to make the insulators. The roads don't look too muddy, don't look too poopy. But those curbs look, old. They have trains, but no cars. And they have so are these the ones that get jacked up? Or are they already jacked up in this picture?
That was a non-starter.
By the 1880s, the citizens were so frustrated with the frequent flooding that they decided to build up the city streets. I don't know exactly when this happened because there are, to my knowledge, no firm records that would objectively show, hey, here's what we did when we did it. But most people have said this was done sometime in the late 1880s.
What you're talking about is repurposing what's already there. The basement used to be first floor, so first floor is now the second floor in the basement.
How do these things happen all over the world? You know, lose track of everything, can't figure it out.
So it's real hard to get a handle on.
As I'll tell people, there are a lot of things in Chattanooga that are underground, and they're in Chattanooga, but they're not underground Chattanooga.
There's a lot of things in the underground that they want to keep in the underground. Look, it's just a weight room. With this, these are the foundations of a star fort, baby.
Not believe that the sports barn and the car barns that lead over towards Big River's basement are 1880s, 1890s era underground Chattanooga. The car barns were built around 1906. The volunteer building is another good example where people will tout that basement, but the timing doesn't work out. The Reed House is another good example.
Well, you're going to find that with timings just don't work out, man. This has got railroad tracks, a maypole. This is a maypole here where my mouse is. I just noticed that. You know, they do tricks with these. And that's why it's a circle around this part. When
you look at images of the former Reed House, the prior building, there's never a point where it changed, where the level of the building went from, say, a 4-story to a 3-story building. It was always the same as it was. So those are some common areas that I think
just got to jack up those other ones or leave them as basements, or we just don't know. We just can't face the biblical truths of what's going on and these mysteries.
They're neat spaces with great history to each of them, but they're not that building up of streets to prevent flooding that we think about as underground Chattanooga. Right now, we're standing at the corner of 7th and Cherry Streets. And really, when you start talking about underground Chattanooga, and the real evidence that you see here are the tops, and you'll see about 4 or 5 of them here, the tops of these window arches. You wouldn't build this in the street as
oh no. I just touched my thing. So hopefully the sound is still working. And we got a sound there tech. Check the audio. Audio check is good. Welcome all to the new people. I see somebody's welcoming Hanleyman BC. Oh, has anybody welcomed Skull Asylum? Hola. Luther is still greeting people left and right, and he wants you to know that if you would look at the aerial view of Eureka, it looks like lightning. What are those Tautenberg figurines where you burn the wood and it ends up looking like the earth. Little fractals. All right. Rich is here. Time to get going back to that underground Chattanooga thing. Getting up to speed there, man.
as a decorative feature. This is something where, you know, and you can see it if you get down into the basement, which is hard to do these days.
And what we're seeing here is not a mud flooder. This is a newsman, you know, trying to describe, you know, this is a blah, blah, blah. Well, he can explain it.
Gradual hill here that maybe they had decades ago. And the real evidence that you see here are the tops, and you'll see about 4 or 5 of them here. The put windows typically in a basement. There could be a question as to whether this could have been, an interior window or something. But I think with what we're seeing here with some of the more decorative brickwork and the fact that this is matched by another window on the other side and there's a door in the middle, just tells you, combined with all this other stuff, that this most likely was an entryway to a business. And then over here, 4 feet away, we see, this immense, monstrous stone wall. And this gives you an idea of what they did then, where you've got this building sitting here, you want to protect it from floods. So they built a stone wall, a retaining wall. Fill is on the other side of it. Presumably there's another retaining wall on the other side of the street. It's all filled in. And then the sidewalk is right up here above us. These are not they're not National Historic Sites. They're not National Park Service sites. They're the basements of someone's building. A private business owns this building and it's just their basement. And because they're privately owned, their future becomes privately determined to a degree.
Some sections are preserved because nothing's being done with it. There's no impacts going on. On the other hand, every time there's an upgrade of the building, something's restored, part of it disappears.
There's a lot of space that has history. Somebody can come up with enough history that can be agreed upon to put on a couple of plaques. This is a hell of a story. That's a good story to tell. What other city has that story? And to have them just sit there and continue to collect the dust and the silt.
Found it 30 feet below the ground in New York Harbor. In Chattanooga, it's underground Chattanooga.
So it does seem like they want to just use it for, tourism or something like that.
In the 1800s, the railroads faced a problem. Farm labor shortages along their newly expanded westward lines threatened profitability. Not surprisingly, in 1853, they jumped at the chance to support a New York City minister's idea, an early version of foster care that would find homes for the city's orphans on farms in the Midwest.
They were told, your parents are not your parents. Your past is not your past. Your life begins when you are chosen. The orphan trains began because a Methodist minister in New York City named Charles Loring Brace looked around the streets of New York and saw that there were 30,000 children living on the streets. They were getting run over, dying of starvation and exposure, going to jail, becoming criminals.
You know what? These kids here didn't look like they were, underfed. Learning to play some baseball, doing ring around the rosy, chilling out behind the fence with a couple of cigarettes and stuff like that. So the whole thing of, that just hit me right then, of them saying, you don't have any parents. It doesn't happen. It doesn't start until you're chosen. And that really rings a bell with what, I was trying to go with about how Lord added to the church. And is that a stumbling block for some people too? That, the Bible does use that language, that some are chosen. The same language we just heard in that about the orphan trains. Your life starts when you're chosen. I wanted to tie that into that your life starts when you're chosen in Christ. And you are chosen. And you can't call or choose yourself. And that's why I wanted to tie it into the people that know not what they do, when some of them may kill you, because that's where this world is going. It's because they know not what they do, but you know what you're dying for. You're supposed to. You're supposed to count that cost now. And if you're going to let go of the plow, even though it's going to be worse for you than if you never knew, is sooner the better. Holding on and pretending is not part of being, 1, called, 2, chosen, and 3, faithful. Because it does seem that the Bible, not only does it imply that it was going to happen and things that we've learned like Armageddon pass, it's been there, the elephant in the room the whole time. And the Bible seems it clearly says that you didn't choose yourself. When it says you've not chosen me, but I've chosen you. And yet one of you is a devil. That was when he was talking to the disciples, the apostles. He says, many are called, few are chosen. And it said during when all of Asia departed Paul, it mentioned some people that fell away that had been with Paul for 20 years. But for the love of this world, they couldn't hang on at the end. That's why I teach. I don't want any of us to hear, think that we should be bold enough to go interrupt the wedding feast of the Lamb and the bride of Christ and say, hey, wait a minute, man. I cast out demons in your name. I did miracles in your name. To hear that not only depart from me, but you're wretched and vile, I never knew you. That's a problem. That's a problem. Because it does say many people came knocking. I'm like, hey. So it should be considered important if we are to continue believing that, flat earth, mud flood, added 1,000 years, it's all drawing us closer and closer, closer yet we shall seek to be. And it doesn't have to start with beating your chest saying, God chose me. Because what did he tell Paul? He chose Paul to show him how much he should suffer for his name's sake, which is why we are to die daily, crucify ourselves daily, wake up and say, I'm putting myself as a servant first to Christ today, because this can't be my home. And we're told and promised it is not. Now, the world doesn't have to believe in metamorphosis, but you do. The world can't believe because their eyes and ears haven't been opened that unless a seed dies and falls to the ground, it won't eternally live again. They've been conditioned to believe that there is no God, that this is a big bang universe, that if there is any spirituality, it's not anything to do with the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who is the only way, truth, and life. Now, we have a little more time, so I can put that link back in there. If anybody has, anything they want to say, just come on in, you hit that link. And, if you don't have a camera, you still will have a voice if you're on and I don't understand, if you're sitting around your house, why don't you have a laptop? Why don't you have a tower? Why are you still working on a cell phone? If you are, could you put that in the comments and just say, honestly, tell me, I prefer a smaller screen. I prefer a keyboard That's not a real keyboard. But there's a link if you want to, you know.
Our lives, and maybe we can clean up the streets of New York. He worked with the train companies to send children on trains to the Midwest, and the trains each held between 10 and 30 children. And over the course of the next 75 years, over 250,000 children were sent to the Midwest.
I want to go back and ask him how many of them were white. Repopulating whites.
There were two ways that people got children from the orphan trains. The Foundling Hospital, which got into the act a little bit later, would put notices in newspapers around the Midwest, and people would write in and say, I'd like a blonde, curly-haired, blue-eyed, 7-year-old boy with a sweet disposition. And so they would look around and find that child and put him on a train, and then that person would be waiting on the other end. The Children's Aid Society had the children line up by height at a train platform or at a city hall or a Grange hall. Then farmers or whoever came would often, not unlike a slave auction, have them run in place, check their teeth, check their muscles, have them do even sit-ups or push-ups to make sure they were strong because they wanted workers. The farmers would take them off the stage and then fill out certificates taking ownership of the child. Contracts were signed between the people who took the train.
I know you love America.
It was actually a form of slavery. Many of them had no choice but do what they were told to do. There were volunteers in communities who were supposed to check in on the children. That was rather spotty as a process. For one thing, there were volunteers. And because children...
They're finding people, the ones that didn't get chosen, left dead by the thousands because the nuns and the priests were raping them to death.
Children were property. Even if someone went out to check on a situation, it was much more likely that the adults would be believed than that the child would be believed. Furthermore, there was a great disincentive to take children out of homes because it was so hard then to know what to do with them. And so they would often leave children in situations that were not really the best for them, less than family. One of the reasons we don't know much, that most people don't know much about the orphan trains, is that the train riders themselves didn't realize that they were part of this large movement. 250,000 children go on these trains, and most of them think that their train was the only one that went. So you can see why they didn't organize more quickly or reach out to each other. I was so lucky. When I began this book, there were 150 living train riders.
So that's fairly interesting stuff right there. Anybody think that's fairly interesting? Yeah, they're sure getting a lot of mileage out of that. So let's go back to see what Leonard has. He's been breaking rocks. Look at that. That's a body part, not a tree. In case you guys know, trees have tree rings. See, you can see right through that one right there. You probably pour water through it, it would spin like a vortex. Uh-oh, got a tunnel system slowing down the military campaigns. How about that? And that looks like a body part too. Veins and arteries. I'm with you, Lynn. No, I don't know about that. Life-changing find on the side of a winding dirt road. Quick thinking made himself a hero. That's cool. Nice town in Belfast. I wonder if it was Belfast, United States. Can't show you this thing by Randy sent me. It's too scary. A trilobite. Looking a lot like the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. And a trilobite I've proven by doing nephorensics. Oh, I wasn't sharing that. Don't take your laptop on the roof with you. Yeah, I was not sharing. I didn't do that right. So here's the trilobite, which I've proven is a midbrain. There it is by the Cathedral of Notre Dame. Very interesting stuff. This is how you find tunnels. He found it on a small rock. And see how you can see right through it? It's because it's the veins and the arteries, which is why I wanted to show you that this is that tunnel that I was saying, oh yeah, he knows that they're veins and arteries, because this is how they find them. And oh, it slows a military campaign. And I get it. I get it. You take care, brother. We got the zombies. But, you know, really, it's a good idea. Get a laptop, get something where you're not straining your eyes every second of the day. What do we got here? Anything new? Everybody worships Satan Claus. We just talked to Mr. Mission Control. Looks like he's been quite busy. Static in the Attic has a new video.
Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody. I recently put out a video about this meteor shattering across the sky here. And I wanted to read you guys this 1833 paper on basically describing the electric universe, which is right now kind of cutting edge research that is going away from the authorized model. These guys over at Thunderbolts Project aren't your typical YouTube hacks. They're actual scientists and physicists. And these videos aren't made for entertainment purposes like most YouTube videos are. These are actual scientific videos. And they've gone a long way towards proving what we're seeing up above our head is not the sun being all these hydrogen molecules that somehow gathered together in the vacuum of space, but rather an electrical plasma discharge, just like an arc welder. When you understand we live in an electric universe, then it's no surprise that we have all of these strange atmospheric phenomena associated with these cosmic disturbances that we go through. If you're not aware, the petroglyphs all around the world are showing us these atmospheric observances that the ancients saw. The spiral can be found around the world, and they'll try to write it off as some type of symbolism, but it was literally something that they were seeing up in the sky. This is the Norway spiral from 2014, I think. That's not Photoshop. That was really up in the sky. Another ubiquitous description is the stick man with the two dots, always the two dots on the side. This has been reproduced in the lab as an actual plasma formation, and here you can see it in 3D. So this is literally what our ancestors were seeing up in the sky. Now, science calls these time frames that last 50 to 150 years grand solar minimums, simply because the number of sunspots on the sun diminishes during these time frames. Physicists are still trying to write formulas for why this cycle happens, but it doesn't seem like a cycle at all to me. A cycle indicates a fixed period of time and then it starts all over, and that's not the way it happens. It's not the sun acting on its own cycle, it's the sun being affected by some bigger cosmological occurrence. But since this time frame does have a name already, I will be referring to it as the Dalton minimum. I'm going to disagree with this graph here and tell you exactly why I disagree, but it was more like 1780 to 1830.
Did you guys, are you seeing this right now? Because something happened. It looked like the camera was unplugged. That's not a big deal, but as long as you were still seeing, we'll just see what Static has to say here. This looks fairly interesting. Looks like the camera was unplugged. I can turn it back on by doing that, but oh, it's unplugged. This is crazy. It's barely touched. Well, I don't need it. Anybody? We could hear, but we couldn't see it.
Videos are. These are actual scientific videos. And they've gone a long way towards proving what we're seeing up above our head is not the sun being all these hydrogen molecules that somehow gather together in the vacuum of space, but rather an electrical plasma discharge, just like an arc welder. When you understand we live in an electric universe, then it's no surprise that we have all of these strange atmospheric phenomena associated with these cosmic disturbances that we go through. If you're not aware, the petroglyphs all around the world are showing us these atmospheric observances that the ancients saw. The spiral can be found around the world, and they'll try to write it off as some type of symbolism, but it was literally something that they were seeing up in the sky. This is the Norway spiral from 2014, I think. That's not Photoshop. That was really up in the sky. Another ubiquitous description is the stick man with the two dots, always the two dots on the side. This has been reproduced in the lab as an actual plasma formation, and here you can see it in 3D. So this is literally what our ancestors were seeing up in the sky. Now, science calls these time frames that last 50 to 150 years grand solar minimums, simply because the number of sunspots on the sun diminishes during these time frames. Physicists are still trying to write formulas for why this cycle happens, but it doesn't seem like a cycle at all to me. A cycle indicates a fixed period of time and then it starts all over, and that's not the way it happens. It's not the sun acting on its own cycle, it's the sun being affected by some bigger cosmological occurrence. But since this time frame does have a name already, I will be referring to it as the Dalton minimum. I'm going to disagree with this graph here and tell you exactly why I disagree, but it was more like 1780 to 1833 that this happened. And I'll do another video soon on this because it was my information that I put out on this a couple of years ago that turned into everyone thinking that there was a reset in the early 1800s. This was small in comparison to what happened in the 14th century. There's an increase in seismic and volcanic activity during these times. And so just for brevity, I'm going to give you a very fast rundown of exactly what happened during the Dalton minimum, starting with the 1780 Laki volcanic eruption caused a volcanic winter over Europe, ultimately led to the French Revolution because there was food scarcity and starvation. Marie Antoinette supposedly saying, let them eat cake. It's because everybody was starving because of that volcano. Then around the 1812 era, basically, you had Tecumseh's Comet, this comet that was up in the sky for almost a full year. During this time frame was the Madrid earthquakes, the largest earthquakes ever recorded in North America. The Mississippi River flowed backwards. The Real Foot Lake was formed during this. During that same year, 1812, was the earthquake that destroyed the mission in San Juan Capistrano, California. The 1812 Caracas earthquake that destroyed 80% of the town. Then by 1815, you had the Mount Tambora eruption that caused another volcanic winter, literally caused a whole year without summer. And 1 year without harvest wasn't enough to cause massive famine like in the 14th century. That was 5 years of no harvest. So they call that the Great Famine. But the 1 year was enough that basically everybody ate all of the livestock. It caused migration and conflicts, and I'm sure there was plenty of starvation, but it wasn't the worst deal in history.
We'll keep listening to it, but I just want to say that these things that he talks about, just, he didn't invent any of these. And my goodness, it just, they are interesting, but static. You learned all of this from other people. You didn't come up with something that made people all of a sudden start thinking there was a reset in 1812. You were late to this game, man. Well, that's what I have to say. Going into 2022, hopefully everybody can still see what's going on here. My camera became unplugged and I don't want to restart it. So, but we'll still keep going because you can watch this video.
Mary Shelley was cooped up in a house during all of these lightning storms, nonstop storms that were going on. And she wrote Frankenstein, the character that gets animated by lightning. But the earthquakes and the volcanoes and all of the disruptions that it caused are well known in many circles. But here's where the history books shut the book and cover this part up. It's all of the atmospheric phenomena that also happen. It reads like a science fiction book sometimes. So let's fast forward to 1833, towards the end of this cycle, a paper written by Reverend W.B. Clark in the magazine of Natural History. Meteoric phenomena have been exhibited during the last few years on a scale of unusual magnitude and more frequently than at many previous epochs. From the statements of more than 50 credible observers, it appears that the northeast part of the United States was visited by a most extraordinary display of falling and shooting stars for 9 hours on the night of November 12th to 13th, 1833. Passengers aboard the Hila from Liverpool, 300 miles from the coast, observed the same occurrence. Nothing will express the remarkable appearance displayed so well as comparing it to the most brilliant exhibition of rockets and fireworks. One observer calculates that at least 207,840 meteors were seen at Boston. Just an inside note here, this is known as the 1833 Leonid meteor shower. That the Shawnee Indians were expecting this thing to come. They were sky watchers for many generations beforehand. So they were enjoying the light show while Westerners were thinking that it was literally the end of the world. And this isn't the only time that I have on record of this fire in the sky, end of the world kind of scenario. It happens more often than you would think. But these are nothing like the textbooks tell us. They would say that this is basically impossible. So they varied in size from that of the full moon to that of a teacup, and even to a point. Some of them were followed by a train of pale or bluish and reddish light, which in one particular case seemed acted upon by the wind. Phosphoric lines also marked the display. In some cases, an explosion was heard and gelatinous.
And I want you to notice that all of the tails are pointed to the firmament. Shooting stars never really go up like that. Falling stars, cast to the ground stars.
Gelatinous substances was found in 3 instances where balls had struck the earth. So these were striking the earth, and obviously in Earth's atmosphere, if the wind was acting upon the tails and blowing the apparently glowing tails around. The height of these phenomena varied from a short distance from the surface of the earth to a considerable elevation. Where they first appeared, though, in descending through the atmosphere, they exploded in some few instances within 10 feet of the earth, and in others, they struck it. The weather, it seemed, throughout the whole extent of the region visited was suddenly changed immediately before the display from warm to cold, accompanied by extraordinary transparency of the atmosphere. Calmness and frost succeeded to storms and intense heat. The wind had changed from southeast to northwest, and during the display to northeast, upon which the meteors increased in brightness and number. The direction was generally to the west, but they appeared to different observers differently directed. They fell, says one, in every direction, resembling a fall of snow. The air was excessively electric during the display. Clothes and hair were visibly affected. The declination of the compass needle is also on good authority supposed to have increased. So magnetic north was not showing magnetic north during this. The aurora borealis preceded, accompanied, and succeeded the meteors as seen in different localities. All the observers seemed to agree in one fact, that the radiant point was in the constellation of Leo, and said that if the magnetic needle were allowed to move.
How many of us today, 160 years later, would know, oh, it's emanating from any zodiac point? I know I wouldn't, and I think that'd be very few, but maybe the people that watch them would know. But they all knew it was emanating from the Leo astrological constellation. I think that's cool.
Both vertically and horizontally, that it would point towards the direction that these meteors were coming from. Now, here's the concurrent phenomena that happened in the exact same time as all this was going on: the sinking down of 1.5 acres of wood at Hudson, New York, a full 30 feet below the surface. So, and 1.5 acres of woods sunk down 30 feet into a sinkhole. They discovered this after, quote, the trembling of the earth previously observed there. So an earthquake and the ground sunk in. Now, unfortunately, this is the internet and sensationalism and clickbait and everything. And so it's grown to the point where every major city in the world sunk and had to be buried out of the mud. And it's just, there was not one singular event that caused destruction worldwide. There was a series.
We're going to have to agree to disagree. And there was Noah's flood. There was Armageddon. There was the reaping. There were other times when he said he would send a flood. Nobody's saying, but we know there was a worldwide event in Mudflood that Static keeps triggering me about, because this is all about the Lord, not about ignoring the Bible.
Events, and I can literally go around to almost every country and tell you when these happen. And they haven't just happened once. He writes that it is also mentioned that a similar occurrence took place about 80 years since, when so many falling stars appeared over the volcano of Gayambo in Quito, that mountain was supposed to be in flames. The great earthquake of Cumana in 1766 was also preceded by similar phenomena. A year before all this, in 1832, a phenomena of like character and similar display of meteors resembling the most brilliant fireworks was seen all over the south of England and in many parts of the continent, and much alarm was occasioned in this neighborhood in consequence, I'm sure. And at that time occurred the earthquake at Bermuda, the eruption of Etna, and closely afterwards that of Vesuvius. At Brunk in the Tyrol, the meteors were preceded by the appearance of an intense light in the sky, which about 6 a.m. descended from the sky and was then drawn up into a globular mass. It then expanded, and from it issued numerous meteoric stones. Now, I can literally go on and on for pages and pages about auroras, meteors, lights in the sky, earthquakes, volcanoes. They're all tied together. But I want to talk about the meteorites themselves and what they had to say about this back in 1828, because they never once bring up the concept of space. However, at the end of this, they do describe the electric universe very well. The views of Dr. Herman are borne out by the analysis of a meteorite which fell near Richmond in Virginia on June 4th, 1828. Both microscopic and chemical examination proved it to be composed of mineral substances well known. He goes through several and then says that the greater part of the mass is iron and protosulfuric iron. Then he says, everything examined gave reason to suppose that this stone was volcanic in nature. Then he goes on, various hypotheses have been brought forward to solve this mystery. Some have contended that meteors are independent bodies revolving around comets and occasionally brought within the Earth's atmosphere. Others, with the celebrated Halley at their head, as in Halley's Comet, considered them to be combustible vapors suddenly ignited on the verge of our atmosphere. Now, one thing that can't be ignored here is that we do have physical objects that have hit the ground from these, and most of the time they're mainly iron. But even the black stone at Mecca is supposed to be a meteorite. It's supposed to be from the heavens, and it's kind of interesting that Black Rock, the company that owns everything in the world, is very similar to the black stone. Mr. Olbers has them as projectiles from the moon, but he says that surely Dr. Herschel, who has brought the volcano to the moon within 40 miles of Hounslow, which is in England, would have seen an eruption before
I
now.
honestly used to have this red and white shirt. Sometimes I just don't know what Static had me and he lost me. I wonder what, why isn't this thing working here? I wish I could talk to you guys. But I used to have this shirt, and I used to weigh 280 pounds, but I've kept it off by sweating, stretching, and eating organic. But that probably was my shirt. So I don't know if I need to talk more about how to eat and be healthy and how God will change your life, or the Bible and how we've been lied to, or have other people like this try to make, take credit and take it away from the Bible. But everything Statics talked about, I taught about 5 years ago, tying it into the Bible. And now his mission is to make these videos acting like, he's Morgan or somebody that's, I'm talking to 100,000 people. I changed the world. Come on, man. You wouldn't have had any idea about mud flood rocks or anything else unless there was a channel called Flat Earth Nation, Golden Age Past. And that's just a fact.
The solution of this enigma, the whole mass of testimony without an exception involves the notion of intense heat and the development of electric force. Now, to put that in English terms everybody can understand, he is saying that an electronic ignition and fusion is what is creating the heavier materials out of gases in the upper atmosphere. And it's a lot like the official story we get that the heavier elements are made inside of the sun due to all of the intense pressure and fusion of the elements. So he's saying, no, that happens right there in thin air. Pretty interesting theory. So let's kind of wrap this one up and take a lot more than one short video to truly cover this. But how volcanic agents are primarily called into action, I do not profess to understand. That electricity is intimately connected with certain states of the earth, and that those states or those effects do modify the variations of the atmosphere, there is no question. But whether electricity be itself a first cause of earthquakes, or like magnetism, merely a secondary cause produced by volcanic action itself, reproducing, correcting.
Man, I've shown this years ago. Now, I've seen blue jets, I've seen sprites, I've seen elves, but the blue jets, the big ones, they were the craziest. It is, what we can see when we take the time to look, and the Lord blesses, it is amazing. I remember showing this chart, and they are that bright. But very, very, boom, it happens, and you go like, did I just see that? I mean, these things don't last a second.
I do not intend to move. It is sufficient for my purpose to endeavor to show that meteors are more likely to have arisen in consequence of the increased action in the interior of the earth as developed by earthquakes and volcanic emanations than from any other cause which we are acquainted. Should it ever happen that we actually ascertain every substance contained in the earth, the interior of which may be different construction to its crust, which appears to be a huge galvanic and electrical apparatus. Now, this is YouTube, so I'm going to stop right there. The guy is not saying that there is some man-made electrical generator at the center of the earth. He is just talking about the electric universe and that there being an electrical galvanic apparatus at Earth's center. And this guy was years ahead of his time. This was 1833. And now that some of the smart scientists are moving away from the Newtonian physics of things, they're saying the exact same thing. Hey, it's an electrical universe. There is an electrical potential between the sun and the earth. And when we're seeing the sunspot activity diminish, in turn, there's electrical disturbances that are causing the earthquakes and the volcanoes. So I guess it is possible that all of the atmospheric disturbances that we see originate within forces within the earth. Now, regardless whether that be the case or if it's rocks hurtling through space, the official story that we're given, I don't know. But one thing is for sure, there's all kinds of atmospheric disturbances, aurora borealis coming way down to where it can be seen in, southern states of the United States, southern latitudes around the world. Comets, meteors, elves, sprites, spirals in the sky. All of these very strange occurrences happen during the times that are associated with the earthquakes and volcanoes. All of this, in turn, leaves cities destroyed, and for some reason, the internet is only interested in looking at
Well, there's the camera. Did the sound come back on? Hey, there it is. Wow. Thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you for that heads up there too, Mr. Rich. I appreciate that. So at the 3 hour and 15-minute mark, I'm going to go ahead and reread the start of what I woke up to this morning, since yesterday was the marathon and I ran out of info. Flat Earth Nation is real. It exists as a state of mind. Golden Age past is a fact. What is a fact, really? Is it an ingredient of word salad of the day? What does it mean to exist? Exist in the moment, repeat. Wake, eat, then sleep, repeat. Find time for philosophy. Relentlessly search for what? Driven between meals to seek safety or thrills. Realize I'm writing these words to be heard by others. Understanding my philosophy, I continue believing I'm called by God to talk to as many people as God allows, including you. I teach Flat Earth Nation Golden Age past. It's a fact that has been brought to my attention by studying the scripture, sola scriptura. Your time has come. It says in the book of Acts, chapter 2, verse 47, praising God and having favor with all the people, and the Lord added to the church daily those who were being saved. Whom added what to who? The Lord added the church people who were being saved. Saved from what? Wrath. Saved from the coming wrath of God. So you, everyone, everyone are either saved from wrath or you are not. Also, you have warnings. Some people will think they are saved, but they are not. Unfortunately, it's all through the Bible. Specifically, we'll look at Matthew chapter 7, verse 22. Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in your name cast out demons and perform many miracles? That's an amazing resume, as we would say today. Prophesy, cast out demons, do miracles. I know some translate it as mighty works, but it means miracles. Now, to me, that warns us that, when we set our vibration and we have our intent, we have to be careful that there is not at one point we stumble. That's just, but if we err on one point, James chapter 2, verse 10 says, for whoever keeps the whole law but stumbles at one point, he will be guilty of all. Stumble at flat earth? Stumble over Armageddon past? Stumble over the fact that many hear the words of life and are triggered because to them it's the stench of death? And going back to Acts 2:47, it says, many were being saved. But compared to what? I know it says 3,000 on one day and 5,000 the next, but compared to the population of Jerusalem, where there were so many people, they were all there for the Passover, it's still a narrow road that is worth the attention of Satan to put wolves in sheep's clothing. It's worth a percentage of him to say, yeah, let's go get some of that. And just the simple fact of that, they hate you. It says many were being saved, but compared to what? Wide road, narrow road, many called, but few understand. The one stumbling point is you can't call yourself. And one of the situations that we're in, as we learned about the orphan trains that ran for those many decades, and they admit to 250,000 children, but they also admit, as we just saw in that video, that each train thought they were the only train and were treated like it when they got to town with a big yip, yip, hey, hooray. Who are we being adopted by? Look at me, I can do a push-up, which is why they didn't really have an organization until 1960. That, hey, look what it happened to you too, and they found out it was all an organized plan and it was only for white people. I know that's hard. I know that's hard because we don't want to pay reparations. We didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. We don't have any money. What meager amounts we have is taxed to where you're like in the old cartoon movie of Robin Hood, where they had animals play it, going like, we ain't got no more taxes, Sheriff of Nottingham. I want to welcome some people that have just come into the deal here. It looks like Edna's saying hi to Luther. And it looks like Paul is here saying hi to Fractal. So we've got some new people here. Thank you all for stopping by. We're just mini marathoning, going at whatever topics. You know, we've had a guest come on and show one of his videos. That was fun. We just watched Static in the Attic going crazy on proof that this has been, there's a conspiracy going on, and when he gets to the bottom of it, he's going to let us know. In the meantime, you know what I'm doing? I just set up a new video because this is a Mudflood marathon, and I already laid out my, the start of the manifesto. That's over. We're just marathoning now. I want to welcome Am Official. That sounds like he knows a lot about race cars or something. But anyway, I pulled up another video while we were talking. Check it out.
And this building has a wonderful history. Built in 1904, so before the earthquake and fire, giant steel frame building. It was burnt throughout in the fire, but of course still held, and so they rebuilt it within. And this place is fabulous. The main ghost in here is said to be a ghost of a thin man dressed in an immaculate.
Oh, it's a Mudflood ghost story. And this is a Mudflood building because it's called the Flood Building. See, what I did is I'm looking for creative common things where I don't have to worry about those pesties copyright strikes.
30s style suit.
Don't be afraid of the ghost. It's the Mudflood at the Flood Building.
Said to be between the 3rd and 4th floor in the stairwell. The night watchman told the San Francisco Chronicle that sometimes he sees this ghost on the stairwell between the 3rd and 4th floor, and he hears people to jazz music. That's because he's probably the most famous person to ever work in this building. He worked for the Pinkerton Detective Agency and became a big mystery writer.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Look at why couldn't this be buried here and then make a door out of this if they had to, or any one of them? I think I've seen this before. So this guy Flood wrote that Maltese Falcon based on the fact that we'd still pay Morocco a falcon every 50 years as part of an old treaty. You guys, this might be good for some of you other content providers.
So you can imagine a ghost of him, except it's said to be in his younger days, wearing a fedora and disappearing with a whiff of jazz music. And the quote up above, Dean of the hard-boiled school of detective fiction. Those aren't my words. Those aren't any local people. Because, you know, in San Francisco, people tend to talk.
Is that all you got? Is
Back
just
here at the Flood building. To have just empty at Powell and Market, right where the cable car starts. Why would that much space be empty in downtown San Francisco? And the answer is, on that spot used to be a hotel, which was one of the largest in the city, called the Baldwin Hotel. And the Baldwin Hotel was built in the 1880s, 6 stories high, and most of the buildings in San Francisco weren't steel framed. And so if you can imagine, mostly like maximum 3 and 4 stories. So to have a wood frame hotel 6 stories high on that entire spot was a giant hotel. They estimate that between 7 and 9 people died. But rumor has it as many as 20 people died in this fire. It just swept through so quickly. And you can see the shell that was remaining. By the way, these are both part of the, these photos are both from the library archives. And so if you're into old photographs of San Francisco.
You know, even if that's a reconstruction, that's still pretty good. Because look, they got, you know, this is broke down. So they would have had to replace these columns if they rebuilt it over here. I'm not sure if fire. So not a lot of pictures there. I wonder if it was haunted too. I just can't believe more people don't put out videos. Well, this ought to be good. I haven't heard from Lex in quite a while.
Tuning into my channel. So once again, I'll be taking a look at this historical phenomenon that we're calling mudflood. And if you're not familiar with that, please check out The Biggest Conspiracy in History on Philip Druzinen's channel. And it talks about mudflood, just in case you're not familiar with it. And I'll try and leave a link in the description below. Getting right into it, one of the problems I've had is that when you go to look at old photography, say from the year 1859, if you start going much earlier in time, you're not going to find a whole lot of images. It seems that photography was not as widespread pre-1859. I'm not sure the exact date on these images. I can only rely on what Google Images is telling me. This is Market Square from the upper floor of City Hall in 1859. This is actually in Kingston, Ontario. And these photos are interesting because, you know, there's not a lot of people in these old photographs. There are windows intact. The streets aren't paved. There are some earlier images than 1859. Here's one of 1855, supposedly. The picture above, taken in 1855, may be the oldest existent photograph of New York City's Hall building. Here's a picture in Kansas City. My point is that if we go looking for pictures of city images in the year 1855 or earlier, we start getting more hand-drawn depictions of the cities. This one's neat. This is 1855, and apparently this is in Philadelphia. But interesting, there's not a whole lot of people around. And again, this is a big, major U.S. city, so shouldn't there be people? So, what are we to do if we want to see images of cities before the years 1859, 1855. What can we do? So I had an idea. I thought, well, maybe I'll look at some bank notes, because on some of the bank notes, there might be pictures of buildings. So I went through the process of just looking at old bank notes and trying to see the earliest years I could find. I've got some more commentary on what I'd like to talk about related to banking, but I'll keep that information towards the end of my video. I did come across the following banknote. I'll leave this website on currency and the link in the description below. But this is in South Carolina in the year 1855. Now, back in these years, banking operated differently, and local community banks would issue their own paper banknotes. They would issue their own currency, which were redeemable in gold or silver, particularly silver dollars. So this is from the Bank of South Carolina. I'd just like to zoom in on this part. And so here's the year 1855. And on this note, you can see that the 55 is written with pen and ink. So that's generally how the system worked. And so it started with 18, and then they would write the year, and I guess the month. And they would use a similar banknote for decades. They might use the same style of banknote, and they would just keep printing them, and then they would change the year each time they issued a new banknote. What is interesting is if you go back and you start looking for banknotes pre-1862, then you'll find there are many different state banks and community banks in different states.
Now, is that me or him?
And it seems that a lot of the banknotes for different banks around the United States had their notes printed in places like New York and Philadelphia. In this instance, we have Bald and Cousland and Company in Philadelphia. And it seems that there's actually a small group of printers out there doing the lithographs for these banknotes, which does indicate that I'm not saying there's a central authority for banking at this time, but that at least, there's certain printing houses that are printing banknotes. One that shows up a lot is the American Banknote Company. Anyway, I'll try to touch on more of this information in a moment. The reason I'm showing this banknote is this is the year 1855. And here you have this bank here, and it has signs of mud flood at the base of it. So although photography in this era is scant, we can at least see, according to these banknotes, that mud flood occurred even at this time. So this pushes the date of mud flood no later than 1855. Another lingering question that remains unanswered in my own mind is how they would have produced this image.
Hold on here now. I just had to interrupt for a second to check the messages. No, T-ball is not blocked. If so, how, tell him to leave. Did somebody say that he's blocked? Tina, are you still here, Tina? Because My goodness, that's crazy. No, T-ball is not blocked. But I had a little problem where I got kicked off of Facebook for a day because I didn't check in enough or something like that. But if there is some information on if T-ball is blocked, let me know, and I'll check back in a few minutes.
On a banknote. Granted, this is not a photograph, this is a drawing, but to produce a drawing like this, I think you would first need a photograph. I mean, I don't think somebody drew this by hand. That just seems way too complicated. So I'm assuming that such a banknote originally came, or the design of this originally came from a photograph. And what still remains unanswered in my own mind is how in 1855 they were able to produce printing with this kind of artwork on it. This is very intricate and detailed, and I don't think that this is hand drawn. It almost looks like something that you would need computer software to design things that look like this. So I still can't reconcile that one. And if you think that maybe they did have this technology in the 1850s, go back and look at some of the older notes. It goes back to about the 1820s, where you see they have the ability to print designs like this on money. I think even today, my printer at home can't print things this detailed. I mean, it could print this picture, but the intricacy even of when you zoom in on this.
Yeah, does anybody else think that those look like kind of like cymatic patterns, or maybe a mud flood building or something like that? You know, look at it. I think they do. This one more cymatic pattern, this one more mud flood, but all of those, you know, star forts are cymatic patterns.
Like there. So that's pretty incredible. What I was excited to find is that this building is still standing today. I searched Google Images for the State Bank of South Carolina building. Now, I'm certainly not an expert on the history of, I'm not an expert on the history of banking in America, but I'm just showing you what I'm currently trying to look at. And unfortunately, I haven't digested all the history, so I can't come up with a conclusion. But currently, I'm reading this book because I actually have a copy of it here at home. And what I was excited to see is that you can actually get an audio version of this book on YouTube. Somebody has read at least the first couple chapters of it. So here it is here. I'll try and leave this as a link in the description below. What I thought I could do was sit down and read this book here at home and spend a couple hours reading it, and then come back in one of my YouTube videos and try and explain the banking system as to what was going on between the War of Independence and the Civil War. But it's complicated, and I can't say that I fully grasp it at this point. There is some overarching authority even at the time of the War of Independence in 1776, and even the original Constitution, where
He keeps turning it off, but this is a good video, isn't it?
Okay, my free trial software video recorder got cut off. But anyway, even in the Constitution, there's some things explained about who the authority of coining money is. So this is an old issue, and you know, going on the gold standard and going off of it seems to be a theme in American history, even up to the 1970s with Nixon. So I'm not sure what was going on, but I do want to point out one thing. In the year 1862, while the Civil War was going on, the federal government had exclusive authority to print greenbacks. So this is like a federal authority that's printing money. And even in 1862, they printed a fiat currency that was not even backed by gold.
They printed a fiat currency, not backed by gold. Now that's no Gouda. That's like the cheese. It's just no Gouda.
So I'll just read the first couple paragraphs. Legal tender cases, 1870, 1871. So this is the time of the Reconstruction. This is after the war. 2 cases decided by the U.S. Supreme Court regarding the power of the Congress to authorize government notes not backed by specie, that means gold or silver, as money that creditors had to accept in payment of debts. So this is the beginning of legal tender. And they're saying that basically legally, the money we print, you have to use for paying debts. To finance the Civil War, the federal government in 1862 passed the Legal Tender Act, authorizing the creation of paper money not redeemable in gold or silver. About $430 million worth of greenbacks were put in circulation, and this money, by law, had to be accepted for all taxes, debts, and other big obligations, even those contracted prior to the passage of the act. And if we just do a Google image search of U.S. banknotes in 1862, this is around the time where we start getting bills with United States written on it, as opposed to small individual banks in different states, like the Bank of South Carolina.
That's very interesting. Wire a synapse there, build a memory. Now it's federal. That's the Civil War, if there was a Civil War. What was he saying? What was he talking about?
Right. Interesting to note, and I have to look into this further, that the Confederate States actually had a wide printing of Confederate States of America bills as well. Here's just a screenshot that I actually found, the Legal Tender Act itself. And I don't want to get confusing and off topic, but going on in the UK, you had a similar phenomenon where you probably had smaller banks issuing their own bills of exchange or paper currency. And then, according to the Act of the Bank Charter Act of 1844, this is in the UK, you have the Bank of England taking exclusive authority over the issuing of banknotes. So it seems like in the United States this happens.
Oh, doggone their maritime law and their, why are we still acting like a British colony? Maybe we are still a British colony. I wonder if this guy is so cool.
Also, but like in about 1862, so later than the Bank of England. So why am I even talking about this? And why is it important to look into the history and see a central banking authority giving itself the exclusive power to issue banknotes? Well,
you see, that's a rhetorical question, everybody. It's one of the most important things, because especially if these are issued by the mafia to fool us into believing like, hey, this is worth something, when he already went over that. It's fiat, just like it is today after 1970. Welcome back to, wait, did he say 1870? Now, in 1970, we went on fiat dollars. Oh, crap.
I'm not really sure, but it shows that somehow, sometime in history, the banking system was overhauled and changed. And you basically deprived these small little banks of issuing their own currency, their own paper banknotes. There was a situation in 1857 where supposedly all these small little community neighborhood banks were having a crisis of not being able to pay out all their banknotes that they issued in gold or silver. So they call this the Panic of 1857. I still stand to understand this a little bit better and learn more about it. But it basically says what I just said, that in the UK there was the Bank Charter Act of 1844, which gave the Bank of England exclusive authority to print banknotes. And then only until like the Civil War in 1861 did the United States have this central authority, or basically a central banking authority, to issue banknotes.
Why would we listen, to, first we didn't do it because England said not to, and then we waited for 5 years until we were in the middle of the war when we were having to have Russia guard our ports because England was helping the South. England was helping the South. That was it all along.
And to me, why this is important is because it looks like we have a bit of a takeover, right?
Oh, that's his cheap software. That's not me. But I'll gladly fill this time. I
Okay,
will.
so this final part of my video is a little bit sloppy. I'm just going to show you what I've been looking at lately. And I don't come to you as an expert.
Oh my goodness, they were doing the same bills all over the world at the same time. Don't worry, those same engraving, they found those after a reset. My goodness, is that where you're going? You're killing me. This guy's awesome.
I'm trying to figure this stuff out myself. So I'm learning as I go. So I just saved some images on my computer that were interesting to me. And I'm going to go through some of them and just point out a few details that caught my attention. Okay, so this is a Latvian banknote. And I'll just point out that, it's from 1928. And who's printing it? Well, you have printing done in London, England. So maybe that's understandable. Latvia was a small country. Maybe it didn't have the same printing technology available to it, and it was just more convenient to have it printed in London. But this is an interesting thing because, if you're relying on another country to print your banknotes, then I don't know, is that an indication that authority for issuing currency might actually lie elsewhere? And ultimately indicate another overarching authority altogether.
We're looking for overarching authorities.
Okay, so here's another example of what I mean. This banknote, I'm about 95% sure is from Mexico. And, well, look who's printing it. You have the American Banknote Company in New York printing the currency for Mexico. So I guess the question I'm asking to myself, and you if you're listening, thanks for listening, is whether or not, the fact this Mexican note was printed by the American Banknote Company is benign, like there's no harm in that, or whether it's actually an indication that, there's a central authority somewhere, like in New York, which actually has the...
Hey, you want to know a random fact? That Lee Harvey Oswald met with the Russians in the Mexico City at their, what do they call those now? Doggone it. Where you set up this is my embassy. Yeah. JFK, Mexico, embassy. We're in the middle of a reset. Gog and Magog is coming. This is a marathon. Come on, man. It's a marathon.
Monopoly and even power hold on the printing of currency. So here's another example of a banknote.
Oh, good. He got rid of that one thing for, there it is up on the top. Well, at least it's not in the middle anymore.
Pre-1860s, where you have small individual banks having the ability to issue and make their own paper currency. So this is the Bank of West Florida, $10. and it's from 18.
Now, West Florida was one of the 15 colonies. There weren't 13 only. There's what they call the 13 original, but one of the colonies, West Florida, I think they decided to stay with England, and the other one decided to stay with Spain. I do believe that's the way it fell out, but there were 15 colonies at the time, West Florida being one of the two, ending up not being called original. Put that in your pipe, smoke it, and then we'll go back to the video.
1932, somebody penned in 32 for the date. And interesting, even though there was all these different neighborhood community state banks all over the place, all across the United States, you still have printing from places in New York and Philadelphia. So you have Rawdon, Wright, Hatch and Company, New York. This name shows up a lot. Sometimes the last names will be different, but you do see a lot of these names popping up over and over. It stands to be researched. I'm not exactly sure who was printing all the money at this time. And once again, even at this time, I know there's lithography is what they call it, but I'm still pretty impressed at how in the 1830s they were printing such intricate detail. This is before laser printers, the printers we have today. So how did they create this?
They're engravings. They were just really good at engraving, I think.
Okay, same style. We've got this small community state bank at Magnolia, the Merchants and Planters Bank at Magnolia, 1833. And again, it's printed by Rawdon, Wright, Hatch and Company, New York. This is a state bank in Georgia. It's from 1858. It's printed by Bald, Cooslands and Company, New York and Philadelphia. And just a detail, by looking at the pictures on some of these old banknotes, I noticed that there are a lot of these aqueduct type of systems, and you have a train going.
Look at that, man. There's an aqueduct with a train going over it.
Across, over the top, almost indicating that what these are not necessarily aqueducts, but actually like train roads. In a lot of other mud flood videos, people seem to have been pointing out a lot of these aqueducts, which appear all over the world, even in places like Afghanistan and very far off places, these aqueducts show up.
Okay. He's breaking the rule of no dead air on Flat Earth Nation. I copied that from later.
Okay, so this is the Bank of Newton. It's in the state of Ohio. It was printed in Ohio by Doolittle and Munson in Cincinnati. One of the specific things I was looking at in these old banknotes that like local banks were issuing their own paper currency is to look for images of buildings. Because again, it's very difficult to find photography in the year 1846, but we do have it on the drawings on some of the bills. Again, how they reproduced some of these drawings, which aren't from photographs, is another question. What I was hoping to find is images on even these bills, which would show evidence of mud flood. I can't say I can find it in this image.
There's a paddle wheel in front of that building, so it could very well be a factory for making clothes and a loom, because a paddle wheel could probably run about that size, 60 to 150 looms, and then you start making clothes. But good picture. Man, look at that. I see a sword I spy with my little eye a sword.
I came up a little empty-handed, but what I was hoping to find is to find some really old banknotes with dates on them, which also included images of mudflood buildings. And it was really challenging to actually find old bills with imagery of buildings on them. I just couldn't find a whole lot. And
See, that's from the town of Newton. I don't know. Oh, it says Ohio. Newtown, Ohio. Not Newton, where they faked that Sandy Hook fiasco. Whoo, I'm going to be in a mood, I could just tell.
I'm also saying that's what I couldn't find. I couldn't find a whole lot of images of old buildings on banknotes. Not saying there's a reason for that, it was a challenge for me. This contradicts what I was saying a little bit. There's the Legal Tender Act of 1862, where you had United States greenback notes. So here you have 1873, which is after that time, and you still have a small bank printing its own paper currency. The Mechanics Bank and Farmers Building and Loan Association, Richland County, South Carolina. This comes up a lot. This is the American Banknote Company in New York. Maybe it's not the right time to say it, but even in Canada, there's actually American Banknote Company, Ottawa or Canada on some of the...
Canada is in America. It's North America. Oh, I just love to catch people when they forget that. But he's from Canada. Wait, he already knows that. I just must love the sound of my own voice. And I apologize for that because it's supposed to be all about Jesus Christ.
Canadian notes. So this is the corporation of the city of Albany, which is in New York. And this is 1862. This is for small change. This is for 10 cents. So I guess I'm answering my own question, but I'm guessing that the Legal Tender Act of 1862 didn't necessarily eliminate the ability for local banks to produce their own paper currency, but at least it allowed the United States, maybe Treasury, to print their own banknotes and have them not redeemable in specie like gold or silver. So this is 1854, the Manufacturers and Mechanics Bank of Columbus, Georgia. And if we zoom in, we have another example of these aqueduct.
There's another
bridges
sword.
With, I think that's a train going across.
Wait, that's the goddess Columbia. And she's imitating the zodiac symbol of the scales with the Libra. Hey. Columbia, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's got one of these last name companies, Danforth, Wright and Company, New York and Philadelphia. The Bank of Morgan, 1857, Bald, Consland and Company, Philadelphia.
Here's 5 points for the team that can identify the name of the firm that handled the lawyer. What was the lawyer firm for the Three Stooges? The Three Stooges. Correct. I Cheatham and Howe.
This is also in the state of Georgia, Phoenix Bank of Columbus. And again, 1843, but you've got Rawdon, Wright, Hatch, New York. That's a very popular one, like a printing place. This came up, I think I saved this image because of this symbol. This is almost something I want to cover later as to what this means. I don't know yet, but it shows up on, the Canadian Parliament coat of arms. But even in Boston, on the front of some of the old buildings there, you'll see this symbol. So this is a banknote from the Royal Bank of Australia. Okay, I saved this image because once again you have this style of bridge here. This is the Tallahassee Railroad Company, American Banknote Company. This is pretty old. This is from 1827 in New York. This is from 1817, the Bank of Hudson.
That Hoboken is just right on the other side of a tunnel from Manhattan. So when you leave New York City, go to New Jersey, one of the tunnels just takes you right to Hoboken.
So New York.
Say something. This is a dollar bill, and I am having my chariot pulled by lions. I am the inventor of Quaker
Okay, this is the
Oats.
Madison County Bank, $1, Casanova, printed by Durand and Company, New York, from 1847. I guess this is just a note to self, but I'd like to look up some of these places like the New York Safety Fund and find out, if such a institution came to an abrupt end at a certain period of time.
I'm not sure I'm down with that guy up there flirting with two women at the same time on a dollar bill. Now, what is Madison County Bank thinking? To me, that just seems like they're both flirty.
I'm asking whether the lineage of these institutions survive even into the institutions we know today. This would actually give an indication of maybe a mud flood or catastrophic event or some type of reset if we can't trace the lineage of these old institutions. Okay, I'm pretty sure I saved this image on my computer because it had some old imagery of buildings, which is actually rare on a lot of these notes. It's hard to find. This is 1836, the Franklin Silk Company. A very familiar printer comes up again, which is Rawdon, Wright, and Hatch in New York. Here's a close-up. This is from 1817. This is the Mechanics Bank of Memphis, so Tennessee. And what caught my attention is that he's got some pretty high-tech machined equipment here for the year 1854.
We're from Mechanics Bank, and we couldn't be prouder.
Danforth, Wright and Company, New York and Philadelphia is the printer. Okay, I'm going to show some websites which talk about the history of this building, or this bank, excuse me. This is from the province of Canada, the Bank of Clifton. Now, Clifton Hill is the area near Niagara Falls. I think it's the old city name. And I think even during the War of 1812, there was like a Battle of Clifton Hill, which I should know more about, but I don't. But anyway, this is printed by the American Banknote Company of New York. And this company still survives today.
And it says, look where his yellow highlighted cursor is right now. And that full sentence would read, if you start at the left, incorporated by act of parliament. When did the United States have a parliament? $1 million. It says underneath, capital $1 million from Parliament.
Today, and I think it's related to the Canadian Banknote Company, which prints our money today in Canada. What struck me,
never mind,
about this banknote is that you've got an old building, And apparently this is going over the Niagara Gorge. So you see the Niagara Falls in the background, which is pretty wild because 1850, I think that says 1859, we had the engineering capability to build a bridge that not only could handle one train going across, but apparently two. And there was a website that discussed this. It relates to the tourism in Niagara Falls. There's actually a few websites, and I'm going to try and remember to leave descriptions.
I'm just going to say it. Samuel Zimmerman sounds Jewish to me.
Sorry, links to this in the description below. Samuel Zimmerman, the man considered to be the founder of the city of Niagara Falls, was born on March 17, 1815 in Huntington County, Pennsylvania. Very little is known of his life before he immigrated to Canada in 1842, where he soon became a very prominent citizen. He was a shrewd businessman who quickly made a fortune in construction work. His first undertaking was the construction of the 4 locks and an aqueduct in the Welland Canal. After that, he received a contract to build 129 miles of railway track for the Great Western Railway, thereby extending its lines to Niagara Falls. Zimmerman was also instrumental in the construction of the second suspension bridge over the Whirlpool Rapids in 1854-1855.
That, or he had 2 good friends named Neil and Bob.
So that puts a date on this bridge in the picture. This is a Bank of Montreal certificate. I guess for $50. This is a banknote, even though it looks a little bit more like a stock certificate. And this is just a note to self, because this symbol appears on a lot of old banks, even in the area around me. There's a big building downtown, Bank of Montreal building, that has this almost like statues on the front of the building. It's just so Bank of Montreal, 10 shillings, 1849. Again, it's printed by Rawdon. I think that's the name that always comes up in New York.
Mercury. Queen Elizabeth. It rhymes with bitch. Hey, bail me out. Get back on the air.
So now the year is 1887, and it looks like we've got national currency. I'll just read it. The national currency. This note is secured by banks of the United States, deposited with the U.S. Treasurer at Washington. The exchange.
Notice it doesn't say this is backed by silver. Doesn't say it's backed by silver. I haven't heard that yet. When are they doing that? All I see is George Washington crossing the Delaware in a Fergie cap. But the 3 goddesses over there, who is that other guy? Pressed. Maybe that's a young George Washington saying, I regret I have but one life to give for the Virgin Mary.
I guess Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, National Bank of Pittsburgh. Okay, so this is from 1833, 1853, not sure. Bank of the Republic, State of Rhode Island.
Well, then it also could be 1855, man. If you're extrapolating, extrapolate, man.
It's printed by the American Banknote Company in New York. I think I picked this because it had the building on the front. Again, American Banknote Company, and this is Louisiana, 1860s. So I don't know if this is before the Legal Tender Act.
No, but the way they added the green now, I like it.
1862. This is not that impressive, but it came up on that currency website I was looking at earlier. This is a banknote from 1815. It's easy to think that something like this might be, it could even be a forgery. That's an extreme accusation, right? But like, I don't know, could you print something like this out in your printer?
Yeah, and it goes back to 1815, and it just doesn't ring. It doesn't have that same, like we're the mechanics and bank farmers bank, and we couldn't be prouder. Come on. Where's the rhythmic iambic pentameter when you need it?
Now, this is just a very old note, 1817, Mechanics Bank in New York. The Bank of Ithaca, so this is in New York. Rodden's name comes up again, Rodden, Clark and Company.
And if you ever can get your hands on some of those Ithaca pump shotguns for a survival type situation, we're looking at it. Also, if you can follow my map, that doesn't look like that looks like a pretty, gaudy one for the year 1836. Back to you, guest, on this Mudflood Marathon.
Albany. I can't see the date on this, but I saved it with the year 1836. So this is probably from 1836.
We know better.
This was from 1841. What struck me about this note is that it almost looked like photography of a statue or an image. I can't explain it completely, but it just had that look to me.
What they do is they take a picture of it and then they put it on the bill. And that what really is cool is that Mormon-esque beehive in the middle. This is definitely Freemason.
One didn't draw this, that this is actually like a photograph, which would be, this is 1841. We don't have a lot of pictures from then. So this is the Bank of the State of South Carolina, a $4 bill, 1855, I think. Bald Coastland and Company, Philadelphia. Bald Adamson Company, New York. That's the printer or the signing authority. And I don't know which fort this is. I'm not sure.
All right, just hold on a second. Am I still sharing? How many of you other people wish he would quit saying bald? Do, re, me alone?
Sure, probably one that's in South Carolina. Is it a star fort? Not sure. This is in Alabama, Central Bank of Alabama. Bald Coastland and Company, Philadelphia. Maybe Bald stands for Baldwin.
Oh!
Baldwin, Bald, and Coastland.
Oh!
Again, what I was really trying for was imagery of buildings. Again, because photography is limited to going back to the 1850s, 1860s. This is from 1857, Eastern Bank of Alabama. Rodden, Wright, Hatch, and Edson in New York, which is the American Banknote Company, printed this. Again, you've got this aqueduct type of bridge with a train going over top. This is in the state of Georgia, Bank of Columbus, Baldwin Bald, Coastland, New York, and I guess Philadelphia. And, well, we've got a building, and I don't know, not 100% sure.
Well, the horses could just, deliver the stone there in a couple of days. Bingo, bango, up it goes. Look there's these goddesses again. Baldy's printing up a storm.
But could this be signs of mud flood at the foundation of the building? Looks kind of like it. Are there windows on this building? Not really sure. Notably, the building doesn't really have a front entrance. So we look at a lot of mud flood buildings and just old buildings. They tend to build like a colonnade type of facade and have a set of stairs going up to the second story. I don't know if they use a quick cut saw, but they tend to modify an old window into a doorway. But I'm not really seeing doorways on this building, period. If you've ever If you've ever heard of the expression, as rare as a $3 bill, well, here is a $3 bill. I think it's from 1836 in New York. You've got a guy pouring out a bucket of water. I don't know if that's the Aquarius symbol. Here's the Bank of Nova Scotia demand note. You've got the Canadian Banknote Company Limited as the printer. Here's a good example of a Confederate note. This is the Confederate States of America. I'm not sure if this particular banknote expired at a certain period of time, but this is printed by the National Note Company, National Banknote Company. I have this as the year 1861. It doesn't appear on the note, it looks like, but I saved it as 1861 from another website. This is actually part of the history. After the Confederates lost, there was an oath that people had to take to end up holding office within southern states. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with the public lands of the state pledge. Actually, maybe not. I'm just rambling. This is from the Bank of New England at Goodspeed's Landing. Not sure where that is. I probably saved this because we've got some buildings. This looks to me like a greenback, but I'm not 100%. We don't have a date. It's 18 blank. I'm thinking that it's pre-1860s because that's the style of banknotes before then at local banks. American Banknote Company, New York. It says City of Hartford. We've got the American flag. But we've got some mud flood evidence even on this building here, it looks like. This is from 1836, the Bank of Commerce in Savannah, Georgia. Danforth, Wright and Company, Philadelphia and New York. And they're holding a stick with a red heifer on top. Or what do you call that? Am I saying that right? No, it's not a red heifer. That's from the Bible. That's a Phrygian cap. This is from 1843. I'm forgetting if I covered this already. I'm back to the beginning of my images. But you've got a few buildings in the background here. Again, Rawdon, Wright, and Hatch, New York.
Come on, man. I know that West Florida is probably from the state of Florida being on the year, but that's some good stuff. We got to. Changing Reason Productions. That sounds cool.
Hey folks, Changing Reason here. I've got another short one for you today. While many of you have likely already noticed this, I felt it was worthwhile to point out how frequently we see off-duty police officers playing pivotal roles in high-profile shootings or so-called terrorist attacks. And to the as of yet uninitiated out there, by high-profile, I mean faked, hoaxed, staged, etc. Here are some examples from this year alone. On February 11th, a man walked into a Columbus, Ohio restaurant and began attacking patrons with a machete. According to some reports, the attacker made reference to Allah during the attack. After fleeing the scene in a vehicle, he was spotted by a police officer working, quote, special duty in the parking lot of a nearby shopping center. He gave chase and ultimately shot and killed the perpetrator. On February 25th, a man entered Excel Industries in Heston, Kansas, and began shooting. And while it was the Heston police chief who was the first on the scene and ultimately killed the shooter, another officer who had just gone off duty also arrived at the scene to help clear the building and tend to the wounded.
Are we done killing people here? Well, I'll just help tend to the wounded then, because I'm a cop.
May 10th in Taunton, Massachusetts, a man, after already killing one person and injuring another elsewhere, drove his car to the Silver City Galleria and crashed it through the front of a Macy's store. He then exited the vehicle and began stabbing people. A nearby off-duty police officer intervened, shooting and killing the attacker. On June 12th, a man entered the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida, and began shooting. An off-duty police officer who, we are told, was working as a club security guard that evening, was the first to engage the shooter.
That's what those cops do to pick up a little extra money, you know, because who knows what drives them.
On September 15th in New York City, police confronted and pursued a homeless man who was armed with a meat cleaver or butcher knife. These terms are being used interchangeably in reports. An off-duty detective who happened to be nearby attempted to tackle the man and suffered a cut to the face while doing so. The man was ultimately shot and killed by officers about a block from a Macy's store. Just 2 days later, on September 17th, a man entered the Crossroads Center Mall in St. Cloud, Minnesota, and began stabbing people. The attacker allegedly referenced Allah during the attack. An off-duty police officer who happened to be in the vicinity shot and killed the perpetrator. Oh, and this also happened in a Macy's store.
And for some reason, I want to remind you that the miracle on 34th Street, where they proved there was a Santa Claus. I'm sorry, Victoria, there is a Satan Claus. That was at Macy's. Macy's. They bought out Marshall Fields.
And here's one from the vault, just for fun. On February 12th, 2007, a teenager armed with multiple firearms entered the Trolley Square Mall in Salt Lake City, Utah, and began shooting. An off-duty police officer who happened to be nearby eating dinner with his wife was the first to confront the young assailant, who was ultimately killed by responding police.
It was a dude, man.
So what's the significance of off-duty police officers? I can't say I know for sure, and there's likely no single explanation, but I can speculate. In most of these cases, at least, it seems that the script requires someone to immediately intervene, thwarting
Who else likes those elephant hair bracelets?
or at least interrupting the attack. Among other benefits, this ensures that no unauthorized bystanders decide to take matters into their own hands. However, we can't just have anyone with a gun becoming a hero. That might send the wrong message. We need the right kind of person with a gun, someone who's supposed to have a gun. Enter the off-duty cop. In other instances, it may simply make for good storytelling. And in others, perhaps, legal or jurisdictional factors are at play. If a state or federal agency is managing the event, perhaps it simplifies things with respect to reporting, accountability, and liability if our hero cop is off duty. It's worth noting that in the case of the Kansas Excel shooting, the first officer on the scene was not the off-duty cop, but instead the police chief himself. Obviously, no one from within his department will be scrutinizing his report. That's convenient. Anyway, the off-duty cop saving the day scenario is just another red flag to add to the long list of red flags associated with these sorts of events.
That's cool. Now check this out.
Good afternoon. Thank you once again for tuning in. I came across a video by Colm Gibney is his name. He made a great video on star forts. It's only 15 minutes to watch.
And Colm has been hitting this for many years. He is Colm Gibney, one of the pioneers of doing the star forts from the air. And he did a little bit with that frequency also, cymatic patterns of star forts. That's Colm Gibney.
And in short, he takes a historical map, a few maps actually, and compares them to present day ones on Google Earth, Google Maps. And he had a unique way of doing this. And I won't say too much more. Just please go check out Colm Gibney's video link in the description below. Okay, so today I would like to talk about Uzbekistan. And if you're like me, I didn't know much about Uzbekistan. So rather than provide a bunch of links in the description, I will try and cover Uzbekistan myself. I have a few reasons for looking at Uzbekistan, but I'll get into that. Here's a little something I came up with on Windows Movie Maker.
Now, doesn't that sound like a Christmas carol? Carolyn D.
I have a few reasons for looking at Uzbekistan, but I'll get into that. Here's a little something I came up with on Windows Movie Maker. Uzbekistan, officially also the Republic of Uzbekistan, is a doubly landlocked sovereign state in Central Asia. It is a secular, unitary constitutional republic comprising 12 provinces, one autonomous republic, and a capital city. Uzbekistan is bordered by 5 landlocked countries: Kazakhstan to the north, Kyrgyzstan to the northeast, Tajikistan to the southeast, Afghanistan to the south, and Turkmenistan to the southwest. Official history, and I took this off Wikipedia and shortened it just a little bit. What is now Uzbekistan was in ancient times part of the Iranian-speaking region of Transoxiana. The first recorded settlers were Eastern Iranian nomads known as Scythians, who founded kingdoms in Khwarezm, Bactria, Sogdia, Fergana, and Margiana. Forgive me because I probably said at least a few of those wrong. It was part of the Persian Empire until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century. The local Khwarezm or Khwarezmian dynasty and Central Asia as a whole were decimated by the Mongol invasion in the 13th century. After the Mongol conquests, the area became increasingly dominated by Turkic peoples. The Turco-Mongol warlord Timur also known as one of Genghis Khan's grandchildren, is tied to the history of the country. Uzbekistan was gradually incorporated into the Russian Empire during the 19th century, with Tashkent becoming the political center of Russian Turkestan. In 1924, the Constituent Republic of the Soviet Union, known as the Uzbek Soviet Socialist Republic, was created. Following the breakup of the Soviet Union, it declared independence as the Republic of Uzbekistan in August of 1991. Now, I'm not an expert.
Man, you sound like an expert on Uzbekistan, and look at the way those women cover their hair. That's so good. And you can actually tell which ones aren't married because their hair isn't covered.
On Uzbek history. But as you know, on my channel, I've had reason to question the historical timeline of events. My main reason for being suspicious of official history is because of evidence of mudflood. Mudflood, an obscure event or events which happened in the past, leaving a uniformly distributed layer of soil or dirt over all habitable land. When and how it happened remains a mystery, but it is generally supposed to have happened around the 1840s and 1850s. Official history has neglected mention of a mudflood event, and yet widespread evidence of mudflood is apparent in virtually every major city on Earth. Cataclysmic destruction of innumerable cities on Earth can be found if one spends the effort to look at early photography. The Chicago fire of 1871 is but one example. So when I read Uzbekistan's history, that it was once peopled by Eastern Iranian nomads known as Scythians, and then later it was decimated by Turco-Mongol warlords, I get a little bit suspicious.
Read that as the Tartarians and the Khans was all of Asia departing Paul.
Grabs my attention is that one civilization was replaced by another. But I'm not the only one saying these things. Sergei Ignatenko is a Russian language YouTuber that speaks on this subject. I don't want to misquote him, so I'll leave a link for him in the description below. You'll have to open up his video and open up the transcript and then use your internet browser to translate it into English. It does take a little bit of work. Now, the last thing I am questioning is the people that live in present-day Uzbekistan. That's not my point, but I am suspicious of official history. As I just mentioned, mudflood evidence has got me questioning everything I thought I knew, but also there has been a lot of recent discussion about a lost empire. Some say Atlantis. Others are looking to old maps where in bold letters Tartaria appears across the landmass between Moscow to the Pacific Ocean. Today, we know this as the territory of Russia. How much can you say you know about this land? Google tells me that Russia covers 1/8 of the world's land surface. Personally, I have to plead ignorance when it comes to what goes on in places like, well, Uzbekistan. But why have I chosen to discuss Uzbekistan today? My short answer is that Uzbekistan's geography is within the realm of what can be seen on old maps about Tartaria. Allow me to demonstrate. Let's do a search on Wikipedia for Tartaria. I am brought to the page called Tartary. It begins by saying Tartary, Latin, Tartaria, or Great Tartaria, Latin, Tartaria Magna, was a name used for the Middle Ages until the 20th century to designate the great tract of northern and central Asia stretching from the Caspian Sea and the Ural Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, inhabited mostly by Turco-Mongol peoples after the Mongol invasion and the subsequent Turkic migrations. In my opinion, there is much in this definition of Tartaria which has been challenged of recent. But briefly, I think what a lot of people like Sergei Ignatenko or Philip Druzhinin are speculating on is that perhaps Tartaria was not merely a geographical region, but but in fact an empire that once existed. If you are unfamiliar with Tartaria, I actually covered Elena Lyubimova's written article from 2013. I laugh a little because this happens to be the most viewed video currently on my YouTube channel. But don't thank me, thank Elena. But once again, to be clear, I am covering present-day Uzbekistan because it's within the realm of what can be seen on old maps as Tartaria. Okay, so if you like looking at ruins, and that's your thing, it's kind of my thing, you'll have some fun if you go to Google Images and just type in Uzbekistan and ruins. And I'm going to cover some of this. So this was an Uzbekistan travel website, and this is an area called Kamper Tepe. I'm probably saying it wrong. But here's Google Maps, and here's Uzbekistan here, and here's Samarkand, Bukhara, and Tashkent, and this Kamper Tepe is in the south. So I will just read. This almost looks like the kind of material that Wiseup covers on his channel. I could go into pointing out that it looks like there's a lot of mud inundation and could speculate on this. But anyway, I'll just read what's written here. Mastering the Citadel, which had multi-meter layers starting from the Hellenistic era, had been started at the end of the 4th century BC. I don't always agree with that. Building of the lower city under a unified plan at the beginning of the 1st century AD and lasted until the reign of the Kushan king Kanishka, the first third of the 2nd century BC. Okay, so I tried looking up Kanishka I, and it looks like he was originally from Peshawar, which is in Pakistan. Maybe this is Kanishka here. Well, again, I'm not really into that history anyway. The monument discovered by the academician E.V. Ritveladze in 1972 was investigated by him for 30 years. Today, more than 70% of its territory has been studied. Kamper Tepe fortress possesses a number of bright characteristics. The massive of a single Kushan housing estate opened here. On this website, they more or less have the dates of these ruins at like around the 1st century AD and BC and just before that time. Some of the reading on this website suggests they found some Buddha statues, and it's not clear to me, but they're also mentioning Zoroastrian type of statues, but I have not seen any pictures of those here on this website. Well, I don't know what to say about what I'm looking at, but I can tell that there's bricks here. This looks like this has been bricked up. So are these foundations, tops of houses? What is this? Okay, I actually just came across a really good Stanford University website, and it gives a lot of really good pictures of these ruins. And just before I cover the Stanford University website, I'm going to show you the area which it's talking about. So, okay, just again, Uzbekistan is here. Here's the Black Sea. Here's the Caspian Sea. Here's Uzbekistan. And so when we zoom in, Tashkent, the capital, is here. Samarkand is here. Bukhara is here. And if you go up here, there's these towns called Nakus and Urgench. And this website I'm going to show features ruins between this region, and they're talking about like Kalas, Qalas, Kalas, which are the ruins, which are the names they give to these ruins. So I zoomed in on Uzbekistan, and here's Nukus, here's Urgench down here, and here's the Amudarya, which almost deserves an explanation, which I'll try and get to. But here's the regular map, and
Now, this is one of those times where it's that free software.
just try and read this information really quickly. Uzbekistan, April 2018. So this is a few months ago. Kalas of Karakol, Pakistan. And I know historically, looking at maps of Tartaria, there is an area called Karakol. So anyway, Kalas of Karakol, Pakistan. The country of Uzbekistan is politically divided into 12 provinces: Andion, Bukhara, Fergana, one capital city, Tashkent, and one autonomous republic. The latter is the rather mysterious Karakol, Pakistan, sometimes called the Forgotten Stan, located in the far west of Uzbekistan. While Karakol, Pakistan is much larger than any of the 12 Uzbek provinces, most of it is a barren flat desert. But on its southeast, this desert is dotted with a number of old ruined fortresses, kalas. How can that be? Thousands of years ago, the Amudarya, which is the major river that actually runs along the border, the southern border of Uzbekistan, thousands of years ago, the Amudarya River did not flow into the Aral Sea, that's a desert today, more or less, but into the Caspian Sea during the 2nd millennium BC. Let me show you a map. So here's Uzbekistan here, and this is the Caspian Sea. Here's Transcaucasia. You've got the Black Sea, the Transcaucasia, Caspian Sea, and here's the Caspian. And up here are is the Aral Sea, and it's pretty much turned into a desert. You can even see it here. So they're saying this Amudarya, which runs actually along the border of Uzbekistan, used to flow into the Aral rather than the Caspian. They're saying something like that. So this is a typical image of what the Aral Sea looks like today. Sorry if I'm repeating myself, but I'll start reading again. Thousands of years ago, the Amudarya River did not flow into the Aral Sea, which is a desert with, deserted ships, but the Caspian Sea, which is the bigger sea to the west. During the 2nd millennium BC, it changed direction. Well, I don't know about the history, and instead flowed into the Aral Sea. It then watered a region that became fertile and increasingly populated well into the 1st millennium AD. Most of the kalas, these are their fortress names, these deserted fortress ruins, most of the kalas have been built during this period to control the region and protect the agricultural settlements from nomad raids. Some may have been fortified residents, others pure military barracks. However, by the end of the 9th century, the Amudarya changed course again, still flowing into the Aral Sea, forcing the population to leave some areas for lack of irrigation water. Numerous kalas, that's these ruins of stone fortresses, numerous kalas had to be abandoned, and the land around them became a desert. An excellent reference to Karakol, Pakistan, its people, and the kalas by David and Sue Richardson can be found here. Well, maybe that's worth clicking on. Much of the information given below was drawn from this reference. Map showing the approximate locations of the sites I visited, red dots. Their presence coordinates can be downloaded by clicking here. I won't. And opening the download cams at Google Earth file. Okay, again, here's Nukus, and down here is Urgench, and I suppose the red dots are all the sites of these fortresses that the author has gone to. So Shilpik, Toprak, and Kizil, Ayaz, and Jambas. Okay, so once again, I'm just showing you a map of Uzbekistan, and the author of this particular website is in the area between Nukus and Urgench. So this is an aerial view. Toprak Kala. Toprak Kala means clay fort, which seems quite appropriate today. It was built sometime between the 1st and 2nd century. It forms a it forms a big rectangle, hundreds of meters. Okay, entrance of the High Palace from the northwest. So this is Toprak up here. It's kind of north of Urgench. Toprak. Be nice if there was a man or a woman standing by just to get the scale of the picture. Again, Toprak. View from the High Palace toward the northeast, with the northeast tower in the middle of the photo. The white areas in the surrounding desert are salt deposit. View toward the northwest tower at the center of the photo. The photo caption is on top of the image. So view toward the northwest tower at the center of the photo. View from the High Palace toward the northeast corner of the enclosing high wall. Note again the salt deposits. I guess they're saying this is the salt deposits. I don't think that this was the Aral Sea. I don't know that that's what it's saying, that this used to be underwater. I have to look at the map again. The Aral Sea was much more north. This is not former sea land, I don't think. Kizil. Okay, so again on this guy's map, Toprak and Kizil, so we're still in this area. I've seen this word come up before. This is Kizil Kala. So this is Kizil Kala. This Kala was also built between these centuries. It may have been restored during the 12th century prior to the Mongol invasion. Its horizontal size is thus, about 65 meters by about the same. Okay, so view of the southeast wall, which has been partially restored recently. One may not like the appearance of the rebuilt sections, but they protect the wall from crumbling further down. It also gives a better sense of the former majesty of the fortress. Okay, so yeah, they are restoring these ruins. I could leave a cynical comment about that, but what do I know? Okay, so this is being described as a non-restored portion of the northwest wall. I mean, you can use your imagination to think of how this might have ended up looking like this. You can only speculate. It looks almost melted, or I don't know. Views of the interior of the Kala with its surrounding walls. Okay, so I looked at the map again, and we haven't covered it yet. We're getting there, but the next place we're looking at is Ayaz, so it's a little bit northeast. Ayaz Kala. This site consists of two main structures: a large defensive refuge, referred to as Ayaz Kala I, dating from the 4th or whatever century. On top of that, flat hill that provides views over the surrounding plain. A much smaller feudal fort referred to as Ayaz Kala II, built between those centuries, standing on a smaller hill south of Ayaz Kala I. Views of the walls from the inside. And well, I could speculate on what we're looking at here, but I'm not quite sure myself. Views over Ayaz Kala II from the southwest corner of Ayaz Kala I. So we're on the Ayaz Kala I We're looking over to number 2. I couldn't help it. I went and Google image searched Devil's Tower, Wyoming. I'm not saying it's the same thing, but I just wanted to compare the image because it does look a little bit like a tree stump. And yet it's got windows. Okay, so the next one I guess we're looking at is John Boss Kala. John Boss Kala is the most impressive Kala I visited. As I arrived at the site quite late in the afternoon, the lighting was much better than for the previously visited Kalas. It has slightly twisted a rectangular layout and its walls measure up to 20 meters. Sneak another one in here. View of the northwest wall. The current entrance into the enclosure is the opening on the right. Okay, so back to our map here. We looked at Toprak and Kizil Ayaz, and now we're looking at Jambas, although it's written down below as Johnbas. Okay, so here's Johnbas. It's a little bit smaller, 200 meters by 170, 20-meter tall walls. View of the northwest wall. The current entrance into the enclosure is the opening on the right, but the former entrance was actually further to the left through an intermediate courtyard visible in the aerial photo. Wall of the entrance courtyard, to take his word for it. View of the entrance courtyard. View of the walls from the inside. The double walls contained at least 2, probably 3 levels of archer galleries. Bows and arrows, okay. Don't know about that. Pretty flat landscape. Okay, now we're looking at Shill Peak or Chill Peak. For lack of a better place, I included this monument in the page despite the fact that it probably never served as a fortress, although it may look like one. Instead, it is believed to be a tower of silence, a dogma, built by Zoroastrians for exposing dead bodies to the vulture's excarnation. Okay, I think maybe, okay. Excavations suggest that it has been used up to the time of the Arab invasion in the 7th century, that's the Muslim invasion, as Zoroastrianism was the official religion of the region prior to Islam. The approximately circular top of the tower has a diameter of 65 to 70 meters. So this is even smaller. So looking at this map again, this is Shill Peak or Chill Peak up here. It's along the Amu Darya. So this is the Shill Peak or Chill Peak one. What are they saying? The tower seen from the base. Platform at the top with the Amu Darya River and Turkmenistan in the background. I guess this is the Amu Darya River. It's flowing through here, and this is Turkmenistan. This is the Amu Darya. This is the main page, and I will leave this as a link in the description below. And I'll probably look at this more myself later. These are just a few images that I pulled off of Google Images. So I'll go through them. This is Toprak Kala. That was actually in the website I covered. This is also Toprak Kala. Toprak Kala as well. Toprak Kala. Not sure where this came from. This is Uzbekistan ruins. This is an image from Samarkand, and this is one of the main mosques there. In fact, it's almost the major tourist attraction, if not in Samarkand, but in the whole country. And I'm going to get to covering that more in a moment. But I'm glad I did find this old image of Samarkand in 1890, because one thing I'd like to compare is the exterior of this mosque and even some of the remains and ruins, because I'd like to take a look and see at how much they've renovated it since, and whether all of the tile work that they have put on it recently is actually original. Anyway, there also is lots of evidence of mud flood. Okay, once again, Uzbekistan is here. Oops. And Samarkand is over here. Tashkent is up here. So this major mosque is in Samarkand. This one here. Okay, next image. This is in Shakriz Sabz, Uzbekistan. So I looked up Shakriz Sabz, Uzbekistan, and it's south of Samarkand. But this is one of the main ruins that I see is from this area, Shakriz Sabz, Uzbekistan. Okay, and I just Google image searched Shakriz Sabz. Okay, so this is Shakriz Sabz, and they've got Amir Timur, and once again, according to official history, Genghis Khan's grandchild was Timur, and there was like a Timurid dynasty in this area, and so he's got a statue of him. Okay, now I'm going to turn to covering some of the major cities in Uzbekistan. So I'd like to start with Bukhara. Let's just try to give a really brief reading. Bukhara is a city museum with about 140 architectural monuments. The nation's fifth largest city. It had a population of 250,000 as of the 31st of August 2016. People have inhabited the region around Bukhara for at least 5 millennia, and the city has existed for half that time. The mother tongue of the majority of the people of Bukhara is Tajik. Located on the Silk Road, the city has long served as a center of trade, scholarship, culture, and religion. UNESCO has listed the historic center of Bukhara, which contains numerous mosques and madrasas, as a World Heritage Site. I'll get some better pictures in a moment, but we're talking about the Kalyan or Kalan minaret, the Great Minaret. The Kalyan minaret, or properly Minara-e-Kalan, also known as the Tower of Death, as according to legend, it is the site where criminals were executed by being thrown off the top for centuries. The minaret is most famed. Oh, this is a different minaret. Is most famed part of the ensemble and dominates over historical center of the city. The role of the minaret is largely for traditional and decorative purposes. Oh, I guess it is this one. This is the Kalyan minaret. Okay, next, the Kalan Mosque, arguably completed in 1514, is equal to the Bibi Kanim Mosque. This is in Samarkand, so this is not the same city. We're looking at Bukhara right now, and so we're looking at the Kalan Mosque, not this one, which is in Samarkand. Anyway, this one in Bukhara is able to accommodate 12,000 people. Well, let's just go look at some pictures of it. Okay, so here's the Kalan Mosque. And we talked about this tower a minute ago. This is both in Bukhara. We're talking about Bukhara. So this is again a different view of the Kalan Mosque in Bukhara. Once again, the Kalan Mosque in Bukhara. And this is neat. This is the Kalan Mosque in Bukhara, but this is an old image. and you can see it's not very well kept. Is there anything in the picture we can discern as far as the structure of the building? Well, I don't know. Did these bases hold framing, perhaps? Is there something we can read into there? I did go looking up some old images of Bukhara, and I came across some Uzbek and Russian websites. So this is an old image of Bukhara. You can see what's that mosque called again? And that tower. Looks pretty messy. Looks like it hasn't really been inhabited. I mean, does a city that's been inhabited continually look like this? I'll try to remember to provide a link. That's not a very nice subject. This is another old image for Bukhara. Looks like an Italian website. Okay, so I guess I'll just finish Bukhara off with the, what do they call it? Mir al-Arab Madrasa? Mir-e. Okay, so just back to the map again on Google Maps. The capital is up here, Tashkent, Samarkand, and Bukhara. We were just looking at Bukhara. Before that, when we were looking at ruins, we were looking between Nukus and Urgench. All the ruins, all these old kalas were in here, and the Amudarya runs along the border and down below the border here. So anyway, going to look at Samarkand. Okay, so very quickly, Samarkand, alternatively Samarkand, is a city in modern-day Uzbekistan and is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Central Asia. Well, I'm going to look at some old pictures from the 1890s in a moment, and I'll tell you right now, I think that it may not have been continuously inhabited, at least by not very many people. Okay, there is evidence of human activity in the area of the city from the late Paleolithic era though there is no direct evidence of when exactly Samarkand was founded. Some theories propose that it was founded between the 8th and 7th centuries. Okay, let's look at some major buildings. Okay, so the list is here of some of the main sites. The Registan, the Bibi Khanim Mosque replica. So it's been rebuilt. We're going to look at that in a second. Gur-e-Amir, and the Observatory of Ulubeg. So this is the Registan in Samarkand. And I looked up some old images from the 1890s, and this is also the Registan in Samarkand. Here's another image of the Sherdor Madrasa, Registan, Samarkand. And this is 1890. And you've got to wonder why the bushes are so overgrown like this. It's like nobody trimmed them. And not only that, but I don't know, is this building not important enough to like not put your like shacks and stores next to? Maybe I should be a wise guy. I don't know. These are just some images of Samarkand, Shahi Zinda necropolis. Again, this is 1890. And I don't know, does it look like it's been continuously inhabited? It looks like something happened here. It looks like things are a little bit destroyed and everything's covered in mud. This image is called Outskirts of Samarkand. It's probably not too distant from the previous picture I just looked at. Looks like the same buildings, just a different angle. And I don't know, is this the big mosque here? Not sure. It looks like somebody still has to dig this place out. Okay, so the next building I'm going to look at in Samarkand is the Bibi Khanim Mosque. And this is probably the biggest one. And the main attraction, of, if not Samarkand, but probably the whole country. And that's this mosque back here. Once again, the Bibi Kanim Mosque is actually a replica. Not entirely sure what that means, whether it was like ruins and they were built up a little bit. The mosque, Bibi Kanim Mosque, is one of the most important monuments of Samarkand. In the 15th century, it was one of the largest and most magnificent mosques in the Islamic world. By the mid-20th century, only a grandiose ruin of it still survived, but now major parts of the mosque have been restored. It is interesting that a word like Hanim or Hanam, 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 Hanim is a lot like Khan or Khanate. So I don't think that's a real stretch, or Cohen, or Hana, or Golden Horde. A photograph taken sometime between 1905 and 1915 by color photography pioneer Sergei Mihailovich Prokudin-Gorsky shows the mosque's appearance after its collapse in the earthquake of 1897. That's some interesting color. There is a caption: the ruins of the mosque around the turn of the century as depicted in Samarkand by Richard Karlovich Zomer.
There is no Muslim faith. It's all fake.
So before I forget about it, this is the Uzbekistan state emblem, and it was changed since Soviet times. Here's the flag. I'll just read this. The state emblem of Uzbekistan was adopted on June the 2nd, 1992. It is similar to the emblem of the previous Uzbek SSR, which I think is this here. Like other post-Soviet republics whose symbols do not predate the October Revolution, the current emblem retains some components of the Soviet one. Well, it's saying that somehow this star of Rub el-Hizib, which is a square within a square with a circle in the middle, is a symbol of Islam, and somehow that's incorporated into the symbol. Okay, so it's talking about this emblem a little bit more here. In the center of the emblem depicts the Huma bird with wings spread. In Uzbek mythology, the symbol of happiness and freedom. Uzbek poet Alisher Navoy characterized the bird Humo as the kindest of all living beings. The Humo, or the Huma, also Homa, is a mythical bird of Iranian legends and fables, and continuing as a common motif in Sufi and Diwan poetry. Although there are many legends of the creature, common to all is that the bird is said to never alight on the ground and instead to live its entire life flying invisibly high above the earth. Okay, that's pretty deep. But anyway, if you ask me, this symbol looks a lot like a griffin, which is like a symbol of Tartaria. I think Philip Druzhinin was recently asking in one of his videos for people to submit images of griffins close by to them, once again. Okay, I'll try to cover the capital city a little bit here. Tashkent is the capital of the largest city of Uzbekistan, as well as the most populated city in ex-Soviet Central Asia. Though the larger urban centers of Urumqi in China and Kabul in Afghanistan lie well within the geographic region of Central Asia, with a population in 2012 of 2.3 million. It is located in the northeast of the country, close to Kazakhstan border. Okay, once again, Tashkent is up here, which actually borders Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Kind of goes up this way. So here's a postcard of Tashkent, and it has very Western-looking architecture in it. This almost could be Germany or Ukraine or Poland or one of these places. Okay, so this comes up for Tashkent. I haven't found the name for this one yet. Okay, so I found this website almost by accident, uzbekjourneys.com. I'll just read the first paragraph. Tashkent's churches. About 87% of Uzbekistan's citizens follow the Sunni Islamic tradition. The country is famed for its glorious mosques and madrasas. There are also Christians. Most of them follow Russian Orthodoxy. The Jewish population is numbered around 5,000 in Uzbekistan. Here are 3 of Tashkent's churches well worth visiting. Well, I'm not going to read all the descriptions, but this is Holy Assumption Church or Cathedral in Tashkent. Sounds Catholic. It could be Orthodox. I don't know. I guess if I actually read the description, I'd know. Tashkent has 4 Russian Orthodox churches, the largest being Uspensky, which is Holy Assumption, which is that one. Okay, this one is Sacred Heart of Jesus, or Sacred Heart of Jesus Church is popularly known as the Polish Church because Polish soldiers stationed there in Tsarist times wished to have a place for worship. I guess the real question is when this was built and who built this. Yeah, where are the construction photos? But you have a Catholic church in Tashkent in Uzbekistan. Well, if I read the description, it said that this Sacred Heart Church construction ceased in 1917. Okay, the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Uzbekistan, construction began on the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Uzbekistan in 1891, and the first service held in 1896. Okay, here it is here. Okay, so I wanted to read about the Amu Darya, as it actually runs along the border, the southern border of Uzbekistan. The Amu Darya, also called the Amu or Amo River, and historically known by its Latin name Oxus, is a major river in Central Asia. It is formed by the junction of the Vaksh and Panj River, which I guess starts in about Kyrgyzstan. And flows from the north westwards into the southern remnants of the Aral Sea. Oh yeah, I want to look at Aral Sea as well. In ancient times, the river was regarded as the boundary between Greater Iran and Turan. Okay, so here's a map. I think this is the Caspian up here. No, I'm sure of it. And it flows along Uzbekistan's border. Oh no, wait a minute, that might be the Aral Sea. Actually, that's right, because Uzbekistan is a landlocked country. I just wasn't used to seeing the Aral Sea so large. Anyway, so yeah, the Amu Darya flows down through here. Apparently, it originally flowed from the Caspian at different points in history. Okay, I'll read about the Aral Sea. The Aral Sea was an endorheic lake with no outflow lying between Kazakhstan in the north and Uzbekistan, Karakalpakstan in the south. The name roughly translates as Sea of Islands, referring to over 1,100 islands that had dotted its waters. In the Turkic languages, Aral means island archipelago. The Aral Sea drainage basin encompasses Uzbekistan and parts of Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan, and Iran. Oh, I didn't read the whole article, but it said that there's efforts to try to restore the Aral Sea. And there's this file that shows this. Okay, so I found a chart, 1957, the level of the Aral Sea in late 1950s is customarily used as the reference to see how much water has been lost.
Man, that's just crazy. I'll take this chance to check in and say hello. Thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you all. We're on a mud flood marathon. We're watching a lot of good stuff. This is, he's had a couple of different names. Started out as Electronic Projects. He's re-uploading for posterity a lot of things from the Mud Flood channel. Now, did he keep the other channel? Oh, he took that one down. Okay. He is a very underrated part of this mud flood history. That's for sure.
Lost 1982. In the early 1980s, the accelerating drop of the sea level is evident. Salinity is rising, fisheries are shrinking. 2000, the Aral Sea splits into north and south. Not only has it lost most of its water, but fishing is also nearly gone. The Kok Aral Dam begins to allow water in North Aral Sea to rise. And 2015, despite the expansion of North Aral Sea, only some 8% of the water volume of the late 1950s remains. And so this is how you get a lot of images that look like this today. Okay, well, that almost wraps up all of the information I wanted to cover as far as the major cities in Uzbekistan. I know you can never really cover enough, but that's as much as I wanted to cover. One last point I wanted to tie in. The Bibi Kanim Mosque, which I guess is a replica, has this exposed shape. And then, of course, there's a mosque in Bukhara that also has a similar style. Well, I'm not showing the best picture of it. Okay, so this will do. This is the Bibi Kanim Mosque in Samarkand. And I just wanted to point out that these archways all kind of point to the center of this square. And the one in Bukhara is very similar to this. So I don't know, not too sure what this device does, but using my imagination, it looks like maybe this isn't just architecture, but it actually served some kind of purpose. And I don't know, could this be sound for reverberating back and forth and ultimately concentrating in the center? There's no way I can prove that, but I did notice that in one of Philip Druzhinin's recent videos on 19th century India, where he posts up a bunch of images, there's some mosques that actually have this very similar style. Now, this is not in Uzbekistan, this is in India, but here again, you've got these major archways, and even here as well, and it all kind of centers on this water pool in the center of this parade square or market square. So just saying that this is actually some kind of style of building where they do it like this.
Come on, man.
Screenshot. No, just saying that these images in India, these towers and things, look a lot like the ones, these buildings look a lot like what's going on in Samarkand. And kind of the same with this image as well. Okay, so this is one of the channels that I've recently been looking at and trying to study. And it's slow going because I don't speak Russian. But this is Sergei Ignatenko's website. And if you just look at some of the things that he discusses, you can translate it to English. He's talking a lot about Tartaria. And one of the videos in particular that I've been looking at is this one here. It's a 4-part documentary. And this is part 1, and he's talking about Great Tartaria. Now, this video came out in May of 2016. So, it's about a year and a half old. And, well, what did I really want to discuss? Well, he's looking at some maps on Gallica, and yeah, he's looking at maps of Tartaria. And so I've actually gone to his links and tried to look up some of these maps of Tartaria. So I clicked on the 8th link down, and I ended up getting this page. And so what he's looking at here is, well, Mark looks at these books too, But this is like the 1733 book, and there's actually different editions of it, but a book like this has contained in it some maps of Tartaria. Let me just show the cover page, try to get a zoomed in shot of this. So this is La Galerie Agréable du Monde, où l'on voit un grand nombre de... So it's got like maps. Anyway, of this book, what I'm particularly interested in, once again, oops, there it is, are the maps of Tartaria. So there's page 46 and 47. So I'm just going to click on this one and open it up. And these are the Peter van der maps. So this is Tartaria. The map is called Magni Chami Imperium Mare Tartaricum. So that's the Tartaria river, lake, something. Anyway, here's the Caspian Sea here. And this is really what I want to look at. So on this map, we basically have Uzbekistan. Of course, this map is from, oh, I better check the year. Okay, well, this book was from 1733. I don't know when this map was from, but that's at least the date of the book. And yeah, we have a lot of questions about timelines and dates, so we never can be sure. But anyway, I'm just going to point out the three major cities on this map, which I just covered. So I covered Bukharia, Samarkand, and Tashkent. So here's the Caspian. Doesn't look like the Aral Sea really shows up, but here's Bukharia, or Bukhara, spelled a little bit differently. And here's Samarkand, and I guess Tashkent should be over here somewhere. Actually, I'm remembering that Tashkent really isn't coming up on this map. But here's where I've been putting a little bit of effort into this. So if this is Bukhara, and this is Samarkand, how about all the other names on the map? Can we look into those and find out if all these other cities exist? Okay, so here's what I did. This is the exact same number 46 map in the Van der map on Tartaria. And here's Bukhara, here's Samarkand, and just with the paint program, I cut out all the city names and put them along the side here. Then with pencil and paper, I wrote them all down, and then I typed them out. Here's another map that appears in Peter van der Aa's book of 1733. This map is called La Grande Tartarie. And I did the same thing. I zoomed in. Here's Bukhara, here's Samarkand. So this is map 47, or basically page 47 in the book. And I cut all the names out. Here's Samarkand, Bukhara, Tashkent appears on this one. Cut them out, and I wrote them all down and typed them up. Okay, I did this as well. Okay, on the 7th link down on Sergei Ignatenko's links, he included another map, and I call this one the Scary Face map, because unfortunately they've got these evil-looking figures down here, which I don't even really want to look at. But this is the Iodicus Hondius Gerard Mercator map, and Gerard Mercator, the Mercatoria map, I guess is probably from between 1512 and 1594, because those are the dates given for Gerard Mercator's life. I think that's what that is. But anyway, once again, here's Uzbekistan. I was almost hoping to take the shape of Uzbekistan and superimpose it on top of this map, just to see what would happen. Granted, this map might not be to scale, but it might give an idea on these city names. But anyway, long story short, here's Samarkand and here's Bukhara, and I think Tashkent appears on this as well. Okay, Tashkent appears up here. So this has the three major cities. Now, as far as all the other cities, I really have no clue. You might accuse me for having too much time on my hands. That's actually not true. But this is the Scary Face map, Gerard Mercator and Samarkand, Bukhara. And once again, I cut out all the city names. It's very quick and easy to do. Stuck them here, wrote them down, pencil and paper, and then I typed them out. Okay, so then I took all of these map names from View 46 map, View 47, from the Vander Aar map, and then the Scary Face map. And then I took all the names of the modern cities of Uzbekistan today, and I put them in a column as well. So now I can compare the historical names on these maps with the cities in Uzbekistan today, right? So I did that. And I'm going to try and leave these in the description below somehow, although I think this is a lot of material to retype in the description. I'm only going to use a couple examples. I hope this isn't boring for people, but I'm going to use a couple examples. So there's this city called Taras, and it appears on this map, and this map. Taras, and spelled a little bit differently, Taras-u-Dalan. Now I don't want to get off track, but I knew a Ukrainian guy with the name Taras. I'm not saying that's connected, but the problem is that when I went to look at the cities of Uzbekistan today, I did not see a Taras. Termez is, no, I don't see a Taras. Okay, I got distracted, forgot where I was. Okay, but anyway, this is the Scary Face map, and here's Samarkand, here's Bukhara, and above Samarkand is Taras up here, just to show you it's the Scary Face one, right? So this is the Gerard Mercator map, and Taras appears on it here. Okay, so I think this is map 46 from the Vander Aar book, and Taras is actually up to the east, but there is a Taras here. Okay, so this is map 47 in the Vander Aar Tartaria map. I'll zoom out in a moment. Here's Samarkand, here's Bukhara, here's Tashkent, spelt a little differently. And Taras-u-Dalan appears kind of up this way, northeast. Okay, yeah, I said I was going to zoom out. So you can see this is the Le Grand Tartary map. So that's only 3 different maps. I'm sure there's other Tartaria maps out there that I could look at, but that would be a lot more work. And that was just one example. Maybe I spent too much time explaining it. But anyway, yeah, Taras does not show up as a modern city in Uzbekistan. Not that I can find. Maybe it's a small city, but yeah, in this list of 66 different cities in Uzbekistan, Taras does not show up. One last example, Asko, Akzu, Aksmuma, or Aksu shows up in all these old 3 maps, but it doesn't really seem to show up in the cities today in Uzbekistan. Okay, so there's a lot of neat things I could point out having looked at these maps. The main purpose of what I was trying to do is to look at maps of Tartaria and to try and see if the city names match up with present-day cities that we understand today. And this would provide some kind of continuity between these ancient cities and the modern ones we have today. And, well, this is kind of getting at Mudflood and Tartaria and trying to make connections. I haven't really explained it very well, but hopefully you can see what I'm doing. This is map 47, and I will point out that there are a few recognizable cities today, like this is Afghanistan down here. Interesting that they call this area the Indies, right? So I guess this is the East Indies. This is not India, but now when we understand the West Indies, well, this makes a bit more sense. But here's Kabul, Afghanistan, Kandahar, yeah, I guess I just mentioned that. But what was neat that came up is Petit Tibet Royaume. This royaume comes up a lot. I think it's almost like a royalty or like monarchy, like a kingdom almost. And there's a few other ones. But yeah, Petit Tibet Royaume. But this is nowhere near Tibet. Just to show you, like Tibet is Western China almost, and well, Turkmenistan's way up here. So to have places here called Little Tibet, is it the same? Could it just be a coincidence of names? Okay, so I'm all over the place with ideas, but these were the most interesting things I came across. So Sergei Ignatenko, in his video on Tartaria and the history of Siberia, starts talking about the different costume dress that was apparent in some of these areas, right? And one of the main things he starts talking about is this one here. This is a Tibetan. And one of the comments he's making is that, you know, Tibet today, we understand as like Asian people, right? So could it be that in this illustration of like historical costumes that maybe they didn't know how to draw a European? Well, then he goes and shows some other images of some of the other cultures, and he'll show that like, no, if you look at like Koreans or some of the Chinese or Japanese depictions of people, it's like, no, in these images, they actually look very Asian. So it's not like the author of this book didn't know how to draw a European, but here you have a Tibetan, and he looks, well, if he doesn't look European, he looks maybe Turkish or something like that. But anyway, it is interesting that when I was looking at this Uzbekistan area of Tartaria on this number 47 map, that there is a kingdom of Tibet that shows up. And this is the little kingdom of Tibet. So could there perhaps be a bigger kingdom of Tibet? Well, I'm not really sure. Actually, Sergei Ignatenko kind of says the same thing about Koreans even. Apparently, it gets drawn as this European type of figure.
По привычке рисовал всех европейцами. Нет, это не так. Если
But
мы
then, like,
посмотрим
look,
изображение Китая,
this author of this costume book clearly knows how to draw Asians and Asian features. Like this is a Chinese person. So, yeah, maybe, well, this costume book that he references off of the Gaelica website is from 1844. So I don't know, were people in Tartaria different in appearance according to what they should be, like in these geographical regions of Korea, Tibet, and different parts of Tartaria? Anyway, it's late, and I think that covers all the things I wanted to talk about. Hopefully that's clear enough. And yeah, thanks for watching. Hi guys, good afternoon. Thank you once again for tuning into my channel. It took me a little while to prepare for this video, and please, kindly asking, I encourage you to look at the links in the description below and to view some of the research videos I made to make this video, because I think they're important too. Okay, so today's topic that I will be discussing is the Tunguska event of 1908. There are probably different ways to pronounce that, but I'm going to say Tunguska. Several comments on my channel recently have suggested that I look into the Tunguska event. Logan, I think, is the name of one fellow who leaves a lot of nice comments on my channel, and he told me I should go look at this, and I agree. Okay, so first, bear with me. I'm going to try and retell and re-explain the official story, because I just assumed that most people haven't heard of this, so I'm going to have to explain it first before I can even comment on it. Okay, so what was the Tunguska event? What was the Tunguska event? It was an explosion. It destroyed 2,000 square kilometers of forest. The official cause has been attributed to a meteorite or meteoroid. To me, this is a problem, and I will return to this later. Although a meteoroid from outer space is the official cause, no impact crater has been found at the Tunguska site. And yes, if you look at popular images of the Tunguska site, you will see a vast circular area, 2,000 square kilometers, and you'll see that trees aren't growing there, and just grass is growing there, but there's no crater, there's no actual impression in the ground, which is strange. I can't say I understand it. Okay, there were no known human casualties, although that's a little bit debatable, but generally nobody got killed, probably because this is, even today, a very remote area of Russia. According to Michael Tauber of Stanford University at the Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics, the Tunguska event is the largest impact event on Earth in recorded history. Okay, so that was me trying to answer the question, what was the Tunguska event? It is a bit mysterious. Where did the Tunguska event happen? It happened near the Stony Tunguska River in Yeniseisk Governorate, which is now Krasnoyarsk Krai in Russia. This is the remote eastern Siberian taiga. The taiga forest is mostly pine trees or coniferous trees, pine trees, spruce, fir, right? It looks a lot like Alberta, lots of pine trees. The area I'm actually in southern Ontario is not actually boreal or taiga. I live in the northernmost region of Carolinian forest. So actually this is a different type of forest. Anyway, I'm getting way away from my topic. Okay, so when did the Tunguska event happen? Well, it happened on the morning of the 30th of June in 1908. The Soviet State Academy expedition led by Leonid Kulik did not happen until much later. He visited in 1921, but there were not official scientific state expeditions until 1927, and he actually made return trips to the area even later, I think 1930. It is important to note that scientific study happened 10 years after the official event, or even later. So the event happens in 1908, and only, like 10 years later do we actually get expedition to the place. So what caused the Tunguska event? This is the hardest question to answer. I will rely on Mark Peplow's 2013 article on Tunguska rock samples. This article appeared in Nature magazine, and he's actually relying on another quote, and he says, I'll just read it. There's really not much out there and nothing that's definitively Tunguska, says Phil Bland, a meteorite expert at Curtin University in Perth, Australia. The lack of rock samples has allowed wild speculation about the cause of the event, with some of the more esoteric explanations invoking antimatter and black holes. But most geoscientists think that part of an asteroid or perhaps a comet broke away and fell to Earth as a meteor. Now, if you want my humble opinion, there is no satisfactory explanation as to how a Tunguska meteoroid or its airburst effects had impacted the Earth. So once again, no one in the scientific community has a clue as to how the Tunguska event happened. And if you watch documentaries on YouTube about Tunguska, I think you will find the following. Documentaries propose innumerable theories. Take, for example, the Christoph Schuck 2008 Haupttotal Filmproduktion, and I'll leave a link for this in the description below. This documentary almost insults the viewer by suggesting innumerable theories on how the Tunguska event happens. A mosquito explosion, black holes, and there's just so many different speculations as to how this event happened. And I won't recount all of them. It just leads me to the conclusion that nobody knows officially how this happened, or they're not saying officially how it happened. So these are some of my thoughts. Didn't know how to tie them in. So, okay, another thought I had, and just a general consensus I have from watching other videos on Tunguska, is that nothing grows here today. Only grass grows here. So for whatever reason, trees are prevented from even growing on this soil for whatever reason. Okay. Eyewitness accounts. So when I went to the Wikipedia article on the Tunguska event, it provided 2 first-hand eyewitness accounts of the Tunguska event. The accounts were collected as a result of the Leonid Kulik expeditions, and the most popular, and of course the report is in Russian language, right? And thankfully, because of Google Chrome and other internet browsers, we can translate that into English, and that's what I did. Okay, so as a comment, at the present time, I have not fully read the Kulik expedition report. It's very long. I'd like to get to that later myself. However, I have put together a list of Tunguska phenomenon, which should give an overall view of the event and the eyewitness accounts. So on the 30th of June, 1908, at around 7:17, there appeared in the sky a column of bluish light, nearly as bright as the sun, moving across the sky. Early in the morning, a blue column of light is moving across the sky. It's brighter than the sun. 10 minutes later, a flash and a sound which is similar to artillery fire, happens. And the source of the sound moved from the east to the north. And the sounds were accompanied by a shock wave. And according to other accounts, the shock wave is capable of knocking people over. The shock wave is capable of flattening huts. And trees are also snapped in half. Trees are fallen over, but the trees are snapped mid-trunk. And it doesn't say that this was an earthquake, but it does say that there's other tremors, so the ground is shaking. Maybe a very mild earthquake. Who knows how to describe it? Okay, and then also in my video here, I'm just going to include the most relied upon eyewitness account, which is the Semenov report. So Semenov is one of the farmers in this area who was close by, who was affected by it. And it's in the Kulik report, and it's the most cited. Okay, so Semenov said that the sky split in two, and fire appeared high and wide over the forest. The sky split, or the split in the sky grew larger, and the entire northern side was covered with fire. When the sky opened, hot wind raced between the houses, like from cannons, which left traces in the ground like pathways. During this heat, Semenov was so hot that he said he wanted to tear his shirt off. So there's an incredible heat, and he experienced it on his skin. The sky closed shut, and a strong thump sounded. And then when that happened, Semenov said he was thrown a few meters. I speculate that that's maybe part of the sound wave. I don't know. And it was as if rocks were falling or cannons were firing, and the earth shook. And afterwards, there was a lot of crop damage and broken windows. Okay. Now, I made a note to myself to read in another phenomenon which happened of recent, and that was in 2013 in Chelyabinsk, Russia. And there was a comet that appeared, and it landed and it hit the ground, and it actually had some similar features to this Tunguska event, where windows were broken, people were knocked over, bright bluish column of light was seen in the sky. It's a very similar phenomenon. So I'm going to pause this video and sneak another video in here. Okay, so just very quickly, this is the Chelyabinsk meteor, which happened, and I'm just going to give a very quick definition and then show a video screenshot. And likely I'll leave a link in the description below if you want to learn more. So this is the Chelyabinsk meteor. The Chelyabinsk meteor was a superbolide caused by approximately 20-meter near-Earth asteroid that entered Earth's atmosphere over Russia on the 15th of February 2013 at about 9:20 with a very fast speed. It quickly became a brilliant superbolide meteor over the southern Ural Mountains. The light from the meteor was brighter than the sun, visible up to 100 kilometers away. It was observed over a wide area of the region and in neighboring republics. Some eyewitnesses also felt intense heat from the fireball. I cut it off a little bit, but I'll read it. Initial reports, local residents witnessed extremely bright burning objects in the sky in Chelyabinsk, Kurgan, Sverdlovsk, Tyumen, and Orenburg Oblasts, the Republic of Bashkortostan, and in neighboring regions in Kazakhstan. And amateur videos showed a fireball streaking across the sky and a loud boom several minutes afterwards. Okay, so I had to retell all of this information to bring you up to speed with what I'd like to say next. This is actually the whole purpose of my video, is what I'm going to say now. So, what did I write here? I'm just going to read my script. So part of the challenge in making this video is that I first had to recount the Tunguska event. Otherwise, what I will say next would not have been as meaningful. Okay, so I'll pretense my statements by saying the following is only my opinion and my speculation. The Tunguska event stands to be studied more, including by myself. I need to study this more, but I wanted to make a video sooner than later. At this moment in time, I really wanted to make a video. If you go to Martin Liedtke's channel, and Martin had some helpful information by somebody called Captain Kirk, and I still need to go look at some more of his videos. I haven't recently. But anyway, Martin's talking about comets, or cometographia, and some information they came across. I still need to look at it better. But I think we're on the same subject. And it's a fantastic video. And my only struggle is that it's so much information that I can't currently process all of it. There's so much to be studied and looked at. So I'm thankful to Martin for his video, and please see a link in the description below if you haven't seen that yet. Okay, so back what I really wanted to say is, so the Tunguska event, what was it? I mentioned at the beginning of my video here that I have a problem with the official story. And even the official story is uncertain as to whether an asteroid or meteoroid or meteor from outer space was the cause of the Tunguska event. So if you ask me, what do I think caused the Tunguska event of 1908? I'll say as well, I'm not really certain. But I'll tell you this, I don't believe that an asteroid from outer space is the cause. And why do I feel this way? Well, even though I don't discuss it in my videos, I am a believer that the Earth is flat, and I think that there is a firmament above us, or a dome. That's what's above our heads. And I won't try to make an argument for this. It would take too long in this video, but I assume that most of my audience is familiar with the flat Earth. So why is the flat Earth and firmament important? Well, it's important because most official scientific accounts suggest the Tunguska event was caused by a meteorite from outer space. But if you are like me and have come to reject that space travel is even impossible in the way that NASA presents it to us, how are we supposed to conceive of the Tunguska event, right? So I don't think this asteroid came from outer space, but how did it happen, right? That's the one I'm struggling with. But again, if you look at the Chelyabinsk meteor that happened in 2013, you can see that the trajectory does not come from outer space, but moves rather horizontally across the sky. And if you look at a similar video, if you go to Los Angeles, look at a video called SpaceX Falcon 9, you also see a comet which follows a similar horizontal trajectory, right? Okay, so I'm going off my script here. So going back to the Semenov account from the Kulik expedition to the Tunguska site, many details are also presented. Most strikingly in the Tunguska event is that there's sounds of artillery and shock waves and ground tremors and smashed windows. Okay, if you've watched my previous New Madrid earthquake video, or my Caracas earthquake video, or Napoleon's Comet video, there's actually a strangely repeatable pattern with some of the details found in the Tunguska event and these earthquakes, and that's artillery fire, sounds of it, shock waves, loud blasts of light, right? Earth tremors. Very regrettably, I actually lost some old earthquake videos I had on my previous channel, but take my word for it, if you go looking into the historical earthquake which happened at Port Royal, Jamaica, or the Boston earthquake, there are also accounts of similar type of blasts, like artillery fire, which happened in and around the time of the earthquake. Okay, the New Madrid earthquake of 1812 had very similar details. There were distinct blasts which sounded like artillery. There were foul smells similar to sulfurous vapor and tremors. And like the Tunguska event, the New Madrid earthquake event also had trees snapping mid-trunk, right? So that concludes the script and the things I wanted to talk about. Okay, testing. Looks good. All right, so it came up and I wanted to read it. And I don't want to give a long, drawn-out disclaimer at the beginning, but I do just want to say that if somebody else is coming across this or hearing this video, what I'm reading doesn't necessarily agree with my personal opinion or concept of the historical flood of Noah, or even other historical floods of other cultures and religions. I'm just reading the Wikipedia article for what it says, and I'll try to hold back on commenting my own opinion. Okay, so Wikipedia, I looked up flood myth, Actually, it came up from a different article. I'm just going to read it. Flood myth from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. Great Flood redirects here. For other uses, see Great Flood disambiguation. Might be worth looking at. A flood myth or deluge myth is a narrative in which a great flood, usually sent by a deity or deities, destroys civilization, often in an act of divine retribution. Parallels are often drawn between the flood waters of these myths and the primeval waters found in certain creation myths, as the flood waters are described as a measure for the cleansing of humanity in preparation for rebirth. Most flood myths also contain a culture hero who represents the human craving for life. The flood myth motif is found among many cultures as seen in the Mesopotamian flood stories, Deucalion and Pyrrha in Greek mythology, the Genesis flood narrative, Manu in Hinduism, the Gun Yu in Chinese mythology, Bergelmir in Norse mythology, in the lore of Kaiche and Maya peoples in Mesoamerica, the Lac Court Ore Ojibwa tribe of Native Americans in North America, the Muisca and Canary Confederation in South America, and the Aboriginal tribes in southern Australia. Mythologies. The Mesopotamian flood stories concern the epics of Zerosudra, Gilgamesh, and Atrahasis. The Sumerian king list relies on the mudflood motif to divide its history into pre-flood, antediluvian, and post-flood periods. The pre-flood kings had enormous lifespans, whereas post-flood lifespans were much reduced. The Sumerian flood myth found in the Deluge tablet was the epic of Ziusudra, who heard the gods' plan to destroy humanity, in response to which he constructed a vessel that delivered him from great waters. In the Atrahasis version, the flood is a river flood. In the Genesis mythology of the Hebrew Bible, Yahweh decides to flood the earth because of the depth of the sinful state of mankind. Righteous Noah is given instructions to build an ark. When the ark is completed, Noah, his family, and representatives of all the animals of the earth are called upon to enter the ark. When the destructive flood begins, all life outside of the ark perishes. After the waters recede, all those aboard the ark disembark and have Yahweh's promise that he will never judge the earth with a flood again. He causes a rainbow to form as the sign of his promise. In the 19th century, Assyriologist George Smith translated the Babylonian account of a great flood. Further discoveries produced several versions of the Mesopotamian flood myth, with the account closest to that in Genesis found in a 700 BC Babylonian copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh. In this work, the hero Gilgamesh meets the immortal man Utnapishtim, and the latter describes how the god Ea instructed him to build a huge vessel in anticipation of a deity-created flood that would destroy the world. The vessel would save Utnapishtim, his family, his friends, and animals. In Hindu mythology, texts such as the Zatapatha Brahmana and the Puranas contain the story of a great flood, wherein the Matsya avatar of Vishnu warns the first man, Manu, of the impending flood and also advises him to build a giant boat. In Plato's Timaeus, Timaeus says that the bronze race of humans had been making wars constantly. Zeus was angered and decided to punish humanity by a flood. Prometheus, the Titan, knew of this and told the secret to Deucalion, advising him to build an ark in order to be saved. After 9 nights and days, the water started receding and the ark was landed at Mount Parnassus. Claims of historicity. See also outburst flood. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerian king list reads, after kingship came down from heaven, the kingship was taken to Shuruppak. In Shuruppak, Ubaratutu became king. He ruled for 5 Sars and 1 Ner. In 5 cities, 8 kings, they ruled for 241,200 years. Then the flood swept over. Excavations in Iraq have revealed evidence of localized flooding at Shurupak, modern Tel Farah, Iraq, and various other Sumerian cities. A layer of riverine sediments, radiocarbon dated to about 2900 BC, interrupts the continuity of settlement extending as far north as the city of Kish, which took over hegemony after the flood. Polychrome pottery from the Jemdet Nasser period, 3000 to 2900 BC, was discovered immediately below the Shurupak flood stratum. Other sites, such as Ur, Kish, Uruk, Lagash, Nineveh, all present evidence of flooding. However, this evidence comes from different time periods. Geologically, the Shurupak flood coincides with the 5.9 kiloyear event at the end of the older Peron. It would seem to have been a localized event caused through the damming of the Kurun through the spread of dunes, flooding into the Tigris, and simultaneous heavy rainfall in the Nineveh region, spilling across the Euphrates. In Israel, there is no such evidence of a widespread flood. Given the similarities in the Mesopotamian flood story and the biblical account, it would seem that they have a common origin in the memories of the Shurupak account. Floods in the wake of the last glacial period may have inspired myths that survive to this day. It has been postulated that the deluge myth in North America may be based on sudden rise in sea levels caused by rapid draining of prehistoric Lake Agassiz at the end of the last ice age, about 8,400 years ago. The geography of Mesopotamian area was considerably changed by the filling of the Persian Gulf after seawaters rose following the last glacial period. Global sea levels were around 120 meters, 390 feet lower around 1800 BP, and rose until 8,000 BP when they reached current levels, which are now average and 40 meters above the floor of the Gulf, which was huge. These statistics are hard to really get your head around unless you're actually interested in knowing this for whatever reason. Low-lying and fertile region of Mesopotamia in which human habitation is thought to have been strong and around the Gulf oasis for 100,000 years, a sudden increase in Adrian Mayer promoted the hypothesis that the global flood stories were inspired by ancient observations of seashells and fish fossils boring. Another further hypothesis is that a meteor or comet smashed into the Indian Ocean around 3000 to 2800 BC, created the 30-kilometer undersea Burckle crater that generated a giant tsunami that flooded coastal lands. In the late 17th century, there were famous speculations accounting for the Genesis flood by natural causes. Thomas Burnet's Tellurus Theoria Sacra, Sacred Theory of the Earth, had water rising from the hollow earth, period. Well, that's kind of neat. Okay. William Whiston's A New Theory of the Earth postulated that major changes in the Earth's history could be attributed to the action of comets. Speculation regarding the Deucalion myth has also been introduced, whereby a large tsunami in the Mediterranean Sea caused by the Thera eruption, with approximate geological date of 1630 to 1600 BC, is the myth's historical basis. Although the tsunami hit the South Aegean Sea and Crete, it did not affect cities in the mainland of Greece, such as Mycenae, Athens, and Thebes, which continued to prosper, indicating that it had a local rather than region-wide effect. One of the latest and quite controversial hypotheses of long-term flooding is the Black Sea deluge hypothesis, which argues for a catastrophic deluge of about 5600 BC from the Mediterranean Sea into the Black Sea. This has been the subject of considerable discussion. A worldwide deluge, such as described in Genesis, is incompatible with modern scientific understanding of natural history, especially geology and paleontology. To compare, some of the largest tsunamis in history resulting from the Chicxulub impact 66 million years ago were thought to have affected roughly the entire Americas or nearly all of the Western Hemisphere. Okay. Hi guys, good afternoon. Actually, good evening. Thank you once again for tuning in. So today, the topic I'd like to discuss is the House of Commons, otherwise known as the Canadian Parliament. And what I mean is the Canadian Parliament building. I could very easily get into discussing Canadian politics and the history of the government system and the nature of the Canadian government system, but that's going to get away from what I'd really like to talk about, and that is the Canadian Parliament building itself. Now, this is in Ottawa. Ottawa is the capital of Canada. Ottawa is located in the province of Ontario. Canada has 10 provinces, and crudely compared, they're sort of like United States states, like the United States has 52 states. Well, Canada has 10 provinces and 3 territories. Hopefully I got that right. So Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada, is in Ontario. The capital of Ontario is Toronto. So the capital of Canada is in Ontario, and it's Ottawa. As briefly as I can, Canada has 2 levels of government, and that comes from the British North American Act of 1867, and each province has its own jurisdiction of issues it deals with. Now, one of the big provincial areas of jurisdiction is healthcare and education. And the federal government, which is in Ottawa, deals with other issues, particularly, I better check up on this. Okay, so the federal government in Ottawa deals with things like trade, commerce, direct and indirect taxation, currency, the postal service, the census taking, national defense, which is like the Army, the military, the Navy, Air Force, the federal civil service, navigation, fisheries, banking. Anyway, my point is that the federal government in Ottawa has jurisdiction over different things than the provincial governments, the 10 different provincial governments. And you can imagine that the federal government in Ottawa deals with things of a national matter, like international affairs, things like that. So my whole point is that this building houses our federal politicians. It houses the leader of our country, who currently is Justin Trudeau. Sorry, shouldn't have laughed. Didn't plan for that. And he's the current prime minister. I really didn't mean to laugh. I'm not joking, but I can't take it out of the video now. Sorry. Anyway, so you're just looking at one level of government in Canada. And it actually doesn't mean that the provincial governments are subordinate to the federal government. I know that's a little bit confusing for people who don't or who aren't familiar with Canadian politics. Anyway, here's another image. And just once again, this is in Ottawa. This is the House of Commons. This is the Parliament building. And this is where our federal government meets. And I don't want to talk about Canadian politics. I want to talk about this building. Okay, this comes from the Canadian Encyclopedia.ca. It says it better than I can. Parliament buildings. Canada's Parliament buildings are home to the federal government in Ottawa. Designed in a Gothic revival style, the buildings officially opened on the 6th of June, 1866, about a year before Confederation. Confederation is when the provinces united. There was 4 original ones, which was Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. And then they created an original constitution in 1867, and that sort of began Canada as an independent nation free from the British Empire. That's not exactly the right words, but that's the basic story. Okay, once again, I'm not talking about Canadian politics. I'm talking about this building. And already it's a little bit confusing because, I mean, the heading of this says, designed in a Gothic revival style, the buildings officially opened on June 6th, 1866. So that would have you think that this was built in 1866, right? Wrong. Read the caption of the photo. Parliament Buildings, Ottawa. And there are several Parliament buildings. I'll show you in a second. There's buildings like over here and over here. And there's a library at the back and things. I'll get into that in a minute. But the photo caption says, Parliament Buildings, Ottawa, the new structure built to replace the old structure destroyed by fire in 1917 was designed in the modern Gothic revival style. And photo by James H. Marsh. My point, and I really want to make this clear and establish this point very well, is that this building that you see here, that is the House of Commons, that is Canadian Parliament, was not built in 1866. This building you see here was built in 1917. 1917, this. Okay, so once again, this is the House of Commons. This is the Parliament building in Ottawa. And this building is the building that was standing before this was built. What I mean is that the official story says that in February in 1916, this building, which is the original House of Commons building, burned down. This burned down in a matter of 12 hours and was completely destroyed within 12 hours. So then this was built beginning in 1917 as a reconstruction. That's the official story. I find it confusing. This is why I'm covering this. Very briefly, this is the original House of Commons building. The story title is A Century Later, Mystery of Parliament Hill Fire Still Unsolved. The caption reads, Firefighters tackle the fires that destroyed the Parliament building in Ottawa on February 3rd, 1916. Now, I have a little bit of suspicion about these images, but that's something I might discuss later. But anyway, here's another image here. Archival photograph circa 1917-1918 showing the reconstruction of the center block of Parliament Hill following the February 3rd, 1916 fire. And here is the library at the back of the building. Here's the House of Commons being rebuilt in 1917, 1918. And there's a library section that was saved from the old House of Commons. That was all that was left, as you can see in this photo here. So I think the House of Commons building was over here, and the library was the only thing that was saved from the old House of Commons building. And they salvaged it, and they built the new addition onto the front. And folks, if you think that I'm building up to a conclusion about this building, I'm not. I'm actually very confused at this present time, and I'm just trying to work through this problem and show you the things I'm confused about. I really have no conclusion yet at this point. So anyway, check this out. Check this out. This is from Canadian Geographic, which is a magazine. It's very much like National Geographic. Throwback Thursday, Canada's first Parliament buildings. Here's what Canada's Parliament buildings used to look like. The original smaller Parliament buildings constructed in 1865. That's what they're saying it used to look like. hold on. Okay, so this is from a CBC news website. CBC is a little bit like the BBC. It's Canada's National News Broadcasting Corporation, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Okay, so this is a CBC article. It's actually something I'd like to cover later. But anyway, here's a picture that the CBC is presenting of the House of Commons building that burned down. And this is before 1916 fire. But pay close attention, please, kindly asking, to the tower on this building. And now here's the Canadian Geographic magazine, and take a look at this tower. Well, if you didn't catch that, I like using the paint program, so I put the two images side by side. Okay, you can see I'm using the paint program. But anyway, this is the Canadian Geographic website image of the Parliament building. And this is the CBC News Parliament building. Now, these aren't the rebuilt ones from 1917. These are both the pre-1916 original House of Commons building, according to the official story. But look, the towers are different. The towers are different. I haven't reconciled this yet. Maybe there's a rational explanation, but I'm just saying the towers are different. But if I take a look up here, it looks like something's been photo edited out. Could it be this tower here? So maybe this photo up top here, the Canadian Geographic one, was photo edited. Oops. Everything on this building is more or less like this one, but the top here is different, and then this fisheye hole, whatever you call this, looks like a mitre hat almost, is different here. So I'm confused. Okay, so this is a website which, as you can tell, is in French. I don't speak French. We did get French in grade school, but I'm not fluent in French. And this is from the University of Sherbrooke. Sherbrooke is in Quebec, where they do speak French, if you're not familiar. So this is a university website. I'll translate this to English. It's not really reading it that's important to me. And it's talking about some of the history. Now, actually, before I started making this video, I wanted to start discussing the history in my video, but I started getting caught up in the different images, and I'm going to have to put the history on hold for a moment so as not to confuse matters. So I'm going to click on this image just to get a larger image. This is from the Philippine American Inquirer. It just happened to come up in a search, but no matter. It's actually from the Canadian Press, and like a political science type of writer, Jennifer Ditchburn. She actually wrote, and her work was on the CBC website. I think this article, actually, her name, Jennifer Ditchburn, shows up there as well. I'm just showing you that I'm using widely accepted sources like newspapers. So this is a common picture. I remember seeing this in high school textbooks growing up. I'll zoom in a little more. And this is actually why I'm making this video, is because even when I was a younger person, I remember seeing this when I was in grade 10 in a textbook and other images, and I remember it confused me even then that the House of Commons building burned down, a concrete building, by the way, or a brick building, and then it was rebuilt into a very similar looking building. And I don't know what's going on here. Does this look like a photograph, or is this a painting? Does this look photoshopped? It does to me. There is a popular book on the fire on Parliament Hill. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of this. I'd love to see it. I'd love to know what's in it. you'll see in the links that I left in the description below, I extensively looked into the history, and I made some unlisted videos on my channel that you could watch if you wanted. They're a little bit boring, and it's just me reading, but you can see I did look into this stuff. And there's so many details that I could cover as related to the House of Commons building that I've almost become overwhelmed, and I don't even know where to start constructing a video to discuss this. So in the least, I thought, well, I'll just cover what I can, whatever comes to my mind. During the first 1916 fire, when the first House of Commons building burned down, this image was ripped off the wall quickly in an effort to save it from burning in the fire. Okay? It took me a little bit of searching to find this image and make sure I had the right one. And this is on Flickr, which is, not the most reliable source, but I looked it up on Google Images and clicked on this, and I'm pretty sure this is the correct painting. It even had a good caption, and I'll read it. I'll just read it what it says. Queen Victoria's portrait, House of Commons, Canadian Parliament. Queen Victoria in her prime, a painting by John Partridge, 1842. This painting survived 4 fires. The first in 1849, when a mob set ablaze the British colony building in Montreal. Montreal's a different city than Ottawa. I'm saying that for people who aren't familiar with Canadian cities. This is in Quebec. It's not close to Ottawa. And so apparently this image was originally in Montreal and was salvaged in a fire in Montreal. Okay, the last in the original, this is talking about fires. So the last fire in the original House of Parliament in Ottawa that burned down in 1916, thought to have been set by a German spy during the First War. And that's a whole funny story too, like a cover story. Apparently German saboteurs Okay, just so I don't go off on too many different tangents and make a confusing video, apparently just prior to the First World War, or at least before the Canadian forces entered into the First World War, supposedly German spies were accused of sabotaging the original Canadian Parliament building and burning it down. It's almost like if you've ever heard of the sinking of the Lusitania, which happened, I think, off the coast of New York. Don't quote me, but that was the thing that got Americans all upset about Germans and got them into the, hold on. Okay, yeah, so the sinking of Lusitania happened, and it drummed up support for the U.S. to get involved in the First World War. So you have a similar type of situation with the House of Commons building being burned by German spies. I don't believe that story. Anyway, that's what you're seeing in the caption here. So, on one occasion, to save this picture from one of the fires, apparently it was in 4, the painting was hastily cut from its frame. That's why only half of her crown is visible. See, half of her crown is visible. This is actually the picture frame. This is not part of the picture. This is the frame, so it's cut off. Queen Victoria is actually responsible for the construction of the very first Parliament buildings, as she is the one who chose Ottawa to be the capital of Canada back in 1867. Well, I don't want to get into the history quite yet. You can see the link below when you watch those videos. You'll see I did cover the history. But anyway, and again, don't want to get off on another tangent, but this image here, is this painted by hand? Are there brush strokes? New Earth. If you're familiar with the channel New Earth, she covered such a phenomenon where a lot of the old, I think Renaissance painting is what she's looking at, Renaissance art, you don't have brush strokes in the painting of images. And there's a whole different explanation. That's a different discussion altogether. Kind of important is this Order of the Garter that Queen Victoria seems to have been involved in. The Order of the Garter is actually part of the House of Commons ceremonies when they open new parliamentary sessions. This Order of the Garter will actually be involved in some of the ceremony, but that's getting off track. Okay, as you can tell, I'm making this video in pieces. And yeah, not everything's going to be tied in neatly and together. So I'm just going to show you why I decided to make this video. And one of the reasons is that I was at a used bookstore. Actually, it was a used clothing store, but it had a book section. And then I saw the book and I started thinking about, yeah, this is actually a video I wanted to make about the burning down of this building. And I wanted to cover it. So when I saw this book, I bought it. And it's an old book, and it's from 1981. It was printed in 1981 by the House of Commons in Ottawa. And the credit goes to W.J.L. Gibbons, AMPA, and others. Text by Philip Londy. Coordination by Major General M.G. Kluche. And supervision by W.E. Pentecost. I give credit just because maybe it's the right thing to do. But again, I'm all over the place here. The main thing I wanted to talk about, I sort of already addressed, and I did that right at the beginning of my video. In 1916, there was a fire of the original House of Commons building, and then a new building was built. So now I'm just going to go through some of the pictures and see what I can say about the pictures I'm presenting. Just to get you acquainted, there's a library on the back of the House of Commons, and it was the only thing to survive the original fire. And so this is the original building, supposedly, and this was the building that was rebuilt in 1917. And you're going to see some separate images of the library as we go forward. Here's a floor plan of the House of Commons. So this is the front entrance. And then at the back of the building is the Parliamentary Library that I just mentioned. Over here you have the Senate, which works a little bit differently than the United States Senate, but that's a whole different discussion. And then here you have the House of Commons. The House of Commons is really the, I don't want to say most important, but this is where all the elected members of Parliament assemble. And then the most popular political party that has the most seats in the House of Commons will form something called a cabinet. And the cabinet is the executive group. So within the winning party, they form a group of portfolio benchers that have a government department under them. And there's three elements to the Canadian parliamentary system. One is the Senate, one is the House of Commons, and of course we are a constitutional monarchy, so at the top is the Crown. Now I want to make a whole video discussing the difference between the Queen, which is the British monarchy and the British royal family, and the Crown, because they're two different things and most people don't know that. Bills are basically what a law is, not a law, a statute, different than the law. A legal statute, which is, you know, what governs everybody, is first introduced in the House of Commons as a bill, or it's introduced in the Senate as a bill, and these two can introduce bills to draft as legislation, and they'll vote on it, and they'll debate it, and then it also has to go through something called royal assent, which is through the Crown. But anyway, that's important because that is how this building is set up. You have the House of Commons and the Senate. The United States is a bicameral system, which has the House of Representatives in the Senate and the executive, which is the president. The Canadian system is sort of similar, but it's different too, and I don't want to keep talking about that. I want to talk about this building. Okay, again, this is the cover of the book I bought within the last day, actually. And here's a great shot, I guess from a helicopter, from the air, which shows the House of Commons. So here's the House of Commons building here. Here's the Peace Tower. I think we said the Senate was over here. The House of Commons is over here. MPs, elected MPs. And then the library is at the back. Now, oh, I better start making another video. Okay, you'll notice that the roofs of these buildings are green. Why are they green? Well, they're made of copper. More recently, they've changed the color of the roofs. You can see that it's still green and copper up here and on these towers here, but at some point they've changed the color of the roof. Have they washed it, done something to it to just change the surface of it? I don't know. I don't know the history. But a lot of people are talking about the potential electrical nature of these old buildings, particularly when you see towers like this. So I just mentioned that they are copper. Now what's confusing is that this is the Parliament building here, and these are considered the, make sure I get this right, this is the Eastern Bloc, this is the Western Bloc, and this is the Center Bloc. Really, I've always understood it as just this building here, but I guess actually these buildings are included in the House of Commons. Maybe these are offices, but all the action takes place here. This is the, okay, this is the Ottawa River, and it flows through, and it's just cut off from the image, but there's the Rideau Canal, which flows through Ottawa, and the Rideau Canal flows into the Ottawa River. Here's the House of Commons building at night. There's a Queen Victoria statue close to the Peace Tower, and I've yet to investigate it, but there's a Queen Victoria statue in my own city that's very much like this one, and I wonder if it's the same mold, same statue. This is the Centennial Flame, and it's perpetually burning, and it's in front of the House of Commons. I mentioned Canada has 10 different provinces and 3 territories, and they have plaques which represent the different, I think, just provinces. This is a traditional thing. You've got the changing of the guard ceremony. This could be Canada Day. I'm not 100% sure. So this is taken from the East Bloc. So again, there's separate blocks of buildings. This is the Center Bloc, this is the West Bloc, and just like the West Bloc, this photo was taken from East Bloc. I didn't capture every image from the book, just the ones that I thought were most interesting and important. So here's the clock on the Peace Tower, and they're saying officially in the official history that this was built in 1917 in the Gothic Revival style. And it just doesn't look like a building that was getting built in 1917. But what do I know? That's obviously something I'm working to investigate. This unicorn with a crown is on the coat of arms. Just pointing it out. Interesting that it's actually in chains. At some point, I'd love to get into looking at the symbolism behind the Canadian coat of arms, but that's for a different video. Okay, I mentioned that there was the library at the back of the House of Commons. This is the device sitting on top of the library at the cupola of the library. Now there's another image in this book that was sort of over this way, and it's actually discussing the weather vane. So the wrought iron weather vane atop the library this year was originally finished in blue enamel with a gilded finial. And this is a new word to me, but any kind of antenna type of device on top of a building, whether it's ball shaped or an antenna or like weather vane, that seems to be called a finial. So that's a new word for me. Maybe I should look for a definition. A finial or hip knob is an element marking the top or end of some object, often formed to be a decorative feature. Finial is also called a pinnacle. And boy, oh boy, would I love to start looking at these, but that's for another video. Okay, so back to the images here. This is the back of the Parliament building. You've got the library. And what I was really looking for is like evidence of mud flood on the base of the House of Commons building. I'm not saying it's not there, but I'm not seeing it at this point. There aren't inundated or half submerged basement windows. Kind of looks like there might be on these, the West Block building, but I'm not exactly seeing it on the House of Commons itself. Okay, I didn't include the definition, but this is not the House of Commons building. This is either the West Block or the East Block. Not that important that I know the difference, but you know, look at these antennas. What if they're still in the buildings today? Okay, I confirmed by looking at the book, this is the East Block. Okay, so I looked it up on Google Images, and yeah, it actually looks like the, on the East Block today, I'll get a better image. The antenna device is still up there. Okay. What flag are they flying? Not the Canadian one. So this is an aerial view of the historic West Block. So the House of Commons is back here. There's the library. So this is the West Block. Now it stands to be investigated a little bit more, but it looks like the West Block has some signs that the bottom floor window is inundated. A little bit at the bottom. Maybe I should zoom in. Let's give that a try. And I even got some bushes covering things up a little bit. Well, here's the House of Commons. House of Commons back here. And I don't know, you know, are the bottom windows close to the ground? This is not the House of Commons. This is the Confederation building. This is another building in very similar style, and it's close by. This weather vane is at the top here, and I guess it has to do with the first transatlantic flight. You can pause and read the caption. Okay, we have Mounties here in Canada, kind of a symbol of Canada. This is the entrance of the center block. I'd love to know the meaning of these letters, CH. I'm sure there is an explanation. I haven't come across it yet. Allegorical figures at the top of the stairs in the main entrance to the Parliament building. This is a very iconic place in the House of Commons. You'll get a better shot in a moment, but you'll see interviews with members of Parliament, or basically our politicians, will constantly be having interviews in here and being broadcast on TV. So this is very familiar for Canadians to see this entranceway. I haven't looked into the meaning of these things, but you know, you've got this, what do you call this, rod with the medical snakes? I'm not saying it right. I think you know what I mean. Okay, so yeah, this is the entranceway in the House of Commons. And I don't want to get sidetracked talking about it, but you may have heard in 2014, Canada had, or the Canadian Parliament had a shooting where there was somebody going through the building on a shooting rampage, and the hero of the day in that event was Kevin Vickers, who I think is the Sergeant at Arms, and he stopped the shooter. Now, I don't like to conspiracy talk too much, even though I do read about it a lot, but I still like to keep my credibility for people who aren't necessarily into conspiracy sort of stuff. But I'll just say it. The Canadian Parliament shooting was one of the biggest psyop or botched, screwed up psyops ever. So Canada has that one. And if you look up that video on YouTube, you can learn more about it. I'm not going to cover it. I already said too much. Okay, these are just the prime ministers in Canada, roughly equivalent to the president. Not quite the same. The executive in the House of Commons is not the prime minister. Actually, the executive, on paper, officially, is the governor general, who actually represents the crown. Most people don't know that. And yes, the crown or the governor general does use their power, but doesn't mean they're not at the top of the executive. Okay, I guess I will explain the House of Commons a little bit. So when we have federal elections in Canada, we elect members of parliament in our particular riding, we call it. And it's the first past the post system, which has a tradition in British horse racing. And that's different than proportional representation, but that's a whole different debate. The thing is, when you elect the member of parliament in your area, they go to one of the, I think, 300 odd seats in the House of Commons. And the party that has the most seats within that party gets to form a smaller group called the cabinet, which is actually the executive branch of the government in the House of Commons. And the most important member, or most important person on the bench in a particular party will be the most important minister, cabinet minister, and that person is the prime minister. I'm saying this terribly, but anyway, these are all the prime ministers. Now, Sir John A. Macdonald was the first prime minister of Canada, and I'm just mentioning this because it is part of the history. He was born in Glasgow, Scotland. He was a member of the bar, and well, I think I remember before that he was involved in the Grand Lodge of Canada. I thought he was the first Grand Master, but I think I'm wrong about that. I'm not finding that in the history. Anyway, here's Sir John A. Macdonald here. So in the book I was reading, the mace comes up a lot, and it's a ceremonial object in the House of Commons. I don't think I'm going to try to explain it in this video. I'd have to digest it a little bit more myself to be able to re-explain it, but there's a lot of images of it. The only thing I will say is that this ceremony of bringing the mace into the speaker's chambers happens by the sergeant at arms. That's what Kevin Vickers was. And this happens before they allow the public to enter the gallery in the House of Commons. So this is something they have pictures of and photos of, but you can't actually experience what the Sergeant at Arms does in the House of Commons until after he goes in and does a ceremony and does prayers in English and French. Here's the inside of the House of Commons. At the front sits the Speaker. That's the Speaker of the House. I believe it's one of the members of Parliament that gets appointed to that seat. And he doesn't really act as a judge, judging other people, but he's a little bit like the referee. And when people get up and speak in the House of Commons, they always address the Speaker, who is Mr. Speaker. So you'll always hear Canadian politics, people getting up during debate period in the House of Commons, they'll always address Mr. Speaker. Up here is the gallery. Like if you just want to, if you're a tourist and the House of Commons is in session, you want to come and watch, you can sit up here. This is actually the view from the Speaker's chair. So this is the entrance where everybody walks in and takes their seat. So this is actually the Speaker's chair. Now this is the complete opposite view. Now we're standing at the entrance and looking towards the Speaker. So there he is sitting there. Actually, that's a woman. Here's an even better shot of the entrance at the House of Commons. Once again, you'll have a lot of photo ops and, TV and radio, well, mostly TV coming in here with their cameras for interviews. This has a little bit of like vaulted arches and ceilings. People have made videos recently on, the nature of cathedrals as machines or electrical devices. Well, say what you want. The House of Commons has a very similar style, cathedral style to it. Again, this building was built in 1917. That's what they're saying. Maybe I'll read some of these captions. Top, the Speaker reads the prayers at the commencement of the daily sitting. So this is before they allow the public into the gallery. Bottom, the Sergeant at Arms places the mace on the table of the House. So the mace is really important. Kind of curious as to what these devices are. I don't know if these are microphones. I'll let the time run out. Here's just what one of the corridors looked like. Okay, this is inside the library. And imagine if you laid on your back and looked at the ceiling. This is what it looks like. So this is staring straight up. It's hard to really tell, but this is the dome. Well, actually, this is a dome, but there's another dome. And there's a statue of Queen Victoria. Here's the same statue. Here's the same statue of Queen Victoria. And here's the library. And there's apparently a lot of people who work here, a staff of 200, I heard, that actually prepare research for the members of parliament. That's what this old book said. In this day and age, you can imagine there's the internet. Okay, what's this? Commemorative sculpture. Okay, what you're looking at here is the different house in the Parliament building. And this is the House of the Senate. And you'll notice that the carpet in this chamber, or the Senate chamber, is red color. Here's another shot of the Senate chamber. Senators are not elected. They are appointed. I think they're appointed by the Prime Minister. And they used to be an appointment for life, but I think now they put a cap on age, and it's till the age of 75. So the Canadian Senate works a little bit differently than the US Senate. It's not really the same thing. There actually has been talk historically of getting rid of the Senate in Canada. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but it's been talked about. And there's been a few scandals in Senate of senators abusing the Senate and not showing up regularly and being on vacation and using, the expense of being a senator and racking up bills and fancy restaurants and things. Okay, here's the ceremonial Senate Speaker parade entering the Senate chamber. So just like the House of Commons, the Senate chamber has a ceremony with the mace, and this black rod is important too. This, I guess this is one's the Speaker, one's the Sergeant at Arms. I'm not sure which one's which, but one carries the black rod, one carries the mace. I should really have read up on this a little better, but anyway, here's the guy with the black rod who seems to go in first. And here's the guy with the mace, and this is the Speaker of the Senate. So this is the Senate chamber. I thought I'd read this in because at some point I do want to learn more. I'll read this quickly. The Arms of Canada. The Arms of Canada, containing the arms of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and the arms of Royalist France in the 1st and 2nd divisions of the shield, and the emblem of Canada in the 3rd division, symbolize Canada's national sovereignty as a monarchy. The emblems in the 1st and 2nd divisions show that the arms are derived from the ancient kingdoms of England, France, Scotland, and Ireland, and also exemplify the fact that men and women of these countries contributed to the settlements and early development of Canada. So I think this represents the French. This is the English. I think this is the flag of Scotland. This represents England. Amare Usca ad mare means from sea to sea. The rose, whether it's Stuart or Tudor, I don't know, but it represents England. The thistle represents Scotland, and the shamrock here represents Ireland. The caption for this image is the opening of Parliament, about 1900. This is a neat feature here. I don't know what that thing does. This is, of course, the building that burned in 1916 and before. I don't know if there's evidence of inundated windows here. I'm not sure. So this is the interior of the Senate chamber after 1882. And again, this is the old building. I did try to compare this with the newer Senate room, chamber, and it's a little bit different. But I'd like to point this out. There's these devices, gas lighting. I don't know what that is, but it's hanging from the ceiling. So what is this? 1882. When did we have electricity in Canada? Okay, just a quick Google search that it says electricity has been significant for Canada's economy and politics since the 19th century. In the 1890s, 3 firms completed to develop the Canadian Niagara Falls. Okay, here's a Wikipedia article. The history of electricity sector in Canada has played a significant role in the economic and political life of the country since wide-scale industrial and commercial power services spread across the country in the 1880s. Well, you could pause the article, but it seems to suggest 1881, 1883. Well, anyway, 1882 in the Senate chamber, you've got these devices. Okay, so I'll read the caption. The East Block with sappers and Dufferin bridges and the post office in the foreground. Is that the post office? About the turn of the century, so maybe 1900. Just taking a look at the tops of these buildings. Some finials, lots of finials. Sorry, folks, it's been a long video. Finials. Okay, this is a picture of the House of Commons in session, May 20th, 1897. Here is the mace sitting on the table. And apparently this burned when the fire happened in 1916, officially. Okay, this is the Privy Council chamber in 1892. You've got the Dominion of Canada written on the wall. I think I mentioned this already, but I'll say it again. The Privy Council is, well, I'll just read a definition into my video. Queen's Privy Council for Canada. The Queen's Privy Council for Canada, sometimes called Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada, or simply the Privy Council, is the full group of personal consultants to the Monarch of Canada on state and constitutional affairs. Responsible government, though, requires the sovereign of her viceroy, the Governor General of Canada. That's the real sovereign, representing the crown. I guess Queen Elizabeth is the figurehead of that. To almost always follow only the advice tendered by the cabinet. The cabinet is, again, the winning party's MPs. Currently, the head of it is Justin Trudeau, who's the prime minister. And the cabinet, which forms government, is actually, historically, maybe today, are members of the Privy Council. And not only that, but they're members for life of the Privy Council. So I'm not going so far as to suggest there's a government within a government, but this Privy Council is a real thing, and historically it met in separate chambers. That's worth looking into. The Privy Council Chamber, 1892. Okay, this is a picture. I'll read the caption. Early construction showing the west facade before the completion of the southwest tower of the Governor General's entrance in 1863. Just trying to figure it out myself. Okay, so I brought it back to this image here. So this apparently is in 1900. And this, notice this entranceway, just pay attention to that. That entranceway is not on the front of this building yet. Now, I don't always believe what I'm seeing, and I tend to be skeptical and think that maybe this is a much older building. There's no windows present. I don't know, they're completing this tower. Okay, now that I'm thinking about it, of course I am getting material from this book, but I wanted to mention that it wasn't until page 97 in this book where it mentions very briefly on one page that there was a fire in 1916, and there are no pictures in this book of the old Parliament building and the new Parliament building. So I can't reconcile that one yet. And in this book, there's no pictures of the Parliament fire. They didn't include them in this book. They can be found on YouTube, or not YouTube, but Google Images, but you can't find fire images in this particular book. If you ask me, it sounds like they are trying to downplay the fire and not even talk about the historical fire or the fact that there was another building here before. And seeing as I'm on the subject, I haven't proven this. This is very, very speculative, and it deserves to be looked into. But I sometimes wonder, or not sometimes, but I'm wondering now whether there was a building here before. Just like this one, but maybe here. Now, why would I be speculating that maybe there used to be a building here? Well, there's this eternal flame thing, which sits right here. And supposing there was a building just like this, but here, then I guess if there was a tower, well, it might be sitting over top of the eternal flame. But if I once again look at the old House of Common building and the new one, then I wonder whether, see this tower here, this one here, this one here, and this one here, and then even some of these towers back here. Well, I'm wondering whether they belong to another building on the back of it. Like, I don't know if this is understandable, but let's just say that these towers had historically a chimney like this on top. Just use your imagination. Picture a chimney like this sitting on top of these towers. Now, supposing this building was sitting in front of this building, then maybe the tips of these chimneys are actually this building in the back here. Once again, I'm wondering whether or not there might have been a building similar to this one situated here. I could be wrong. And really, there should be evidence to show that. I mean, this was 1916 that it burned down, so there should be images to show the cityscape, to show that that was or wasn't the case. But these are things I think about. Maybe I'm talking too much, making this video longer. Okay, these are just the last few images. Sergeant at Arms with the old temporary wooden mace and the present gold mace. The temporary mace, which is this one, was used by Parliament after the fire of 1916 destroyed the original mace, so this was a temporary one. This is not the House of Commons, this is the East Bloc in 1870, or thereabouts, circa. Just having read some history before I made this video, this mace, or maybe this one, was a gift from the city of London. And just some quick details, 7 people died. This is according to the Jennifer Ditchburn article. 7 people died in the original fire on February 3rd, 1916. Of course, there is only a commemorative plaque commemorating the member of Parliament who died, whose name was Bowman Brown Law. And okay, well, I'm getting tired and it's time for bed. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoyed that. And yep, thank you. A few last details I just simply had to squeeze into my video. So this is on Canadian Confederation. That's the first 4 provinces forming together to basically create the country in 1867 and creating the British North American Act, something like that. Anyway, I wanted to read this very popular and iconic image that most Canadians are familiar with, having seen in history textbooks. So I'm just going to read the caption just to get this into the video. 1885 photo of Robert Harris, a Welsh-born Canadian painter. 1884 painting Conference at Quebec in 1864 to settle the basics of a union of the British North American provinces, also known as the Fathers of Confederation. The original painting was destroyed in the 1916 Parliament Building Centre Block fire. The scene is an amalgamation of the Charlottetown and Quebec City Conference sites and attendees. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm trying to say by presenting this image, but apparently somehow it originally burned in 1916, but we still do have a copy of it because maybe we have a picture of it. I haven't figured this one out, but something is a little strange about it. And it's been known to have been repainted or recolorized. But as I read in the picture caption, this did not take place in Ottawa. This was in Charlottetown, Quebec. Just something strange about these images, how they look sort of like a photograph, sort of like a drawing. I guess it could be a sketch. I don't know, just odd. Hi guys, thank you once again for tuning into my channel. Today, I'd like to assemble different bits and pieces and try to deliver a general overview of this forgotten history and lost land of Tartaria. When I go to Google and I type in the population of the Earth, it says that 7.4 billion people live here. So when I go to YouTube and I search for Tartaria, and 2 of my videos show up as the top results, I scratch my head a little bit as to why out of 7.4 billion people, I'm one of the only few English speakers that's actually making videos on Tartaria. Now, I'm not showing off. In fact, I'll try to answer the question, do I think I'm qualified to talk on Tartaria? No, I don't. I haven't studied the subject broadly enough to even draw conclusions. But seeing as nobody else is making videos on Tartaria, and I'd love to see more videos, well, I guess I'll just make a video myself. I have a lot of personal opinions, kind of like the ones I just expressed, and I will try to leave those in the description below and in the comment section below, because I'd like to get into covering this material sooner than later. So here goes. Okay, so in one of my recent videos, this one in particular, Uzbekistan and Maps of Tartaria, I got some very nice comments from everybody, but in particular, I got a comment from Andrei Eugenievich, and he had some opinions about Tartaria, and yeah, some opinions and some ideas for future research material. So I responded and I said that I appreciate what he said, and if he could point me in the right direction and provide some more links and descriptions. And he certainly did. He spent a lot of time giving me some careful comments and insight, and so much material that I haven't even looked at all of it yet. But he really did take the trouble to explain it to me. Unfortunately, I'd love to see a video made by this guy because he seems to know what he's talking about. Anyway, thank you, Andre, and I'm going to cover some of the links that you sent me. Okay, so here's one link that got sent to me, and I was almost in disbelief when I saw it. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but apparently this is Vladimir Putin being shown some historical maps of the territory we understand as Tartaria, and I'll just translate it to English. And I don't want to comment on this too much. You'll have to take a look at it yourself. I will leave this as the first link in the description below. I opened up the transcript, which you can do yourself, and then translated it to English, and it seems to confirm what the title of this video is saying. Okay, so this next video I would like to touch upon is by Sergei Ignatenko, and he's already made so many videos on Tartaria, but he returned to the subject and created a short 11 or 12 minute video which tried to answer the simple question of whether Tartaria was a geographical territory written on old maps, or whether it was actually an empire. And in this video, he presents a lot of source material, which he doesn't really cover very deeply, but he presents it, and he does get to answering this question. My Russian is not good at all. I don't speak Russian, but I've learned enough to know that this says Velikaya Tartaria, Imperia ili Territoria. So he's asking, well, I'll translate it to English, and it says Great Tartaria, Great Tartary. Was it an empire, or was it a territory? Now, I'm not wasting any time. This is a spoiler. This is kind of an answer to the question. And at about 8 minutes into his video, he shows some flags of old states. And I think this is from the years 1760, around there, which I know is actually problematic. Now that I'm aware that Anatoly Fomenko's new chronology has come out and people are questioning timelines, I realize there are some contradictions with these old years, but I'm not going to go into that. You'll just have to bear with any chronological problems or contradictions that come up. Too many words. Okay, so Sergei Ignatenko in his video starts looking at a few different charts of old flags. This is French, so it says pavillon, which just means flag in French, of Tartary. And this is a flag of the Emperor of Tartar. And, well, you can see it just as well as I can. So the Emperor flag has a griffin on it, and the regular ordinary flag seems to have an owl on it. And this alone perhaps shows and demonstrates that Tartary, or Tartaria, was actually an empire, or at least a government. Because why else would you have flags? Would you have flags merely for a geographical territory? Well, that's debatable, but that's one of the arguments Sergei makes in his video. I'm going to go back to the beginning and try to cover everything he presents. Now, the reason I didn't just translate this video is because I found a problem. So Sergei Ignatenko is actually translating documents from the French language and a few other languages. So if I was going to translate what he said, I'm translating a translation, which to me is a bit of a problem, and it made it difficult to make a video on. He starts by saying that Wikipedia tends to say Tartaria, was a geographical territory. And by that, I think we can assume that the popular mainstream understanding of Tartaria is that it was merely a geographical territory. I have yet to look at all of this material myself, but these are the documents Sergei Ignatenko suggests we should look at. And he starts with the Bibliothèque Orientale ou Dictionnaire Universel of the continent. This translates as the Library of the Eastern Dictionary Universal, and it's written by Antoine Galland, 1646 to 1715. Now, if you're into Anatoly Fomenko, you might have some problems with that. I have no opinion on this yet. Sergei seems to say that It doesn't go into great detail, but there is a general history in French which covers Tartaria. And in this Antoine Galland book, there is listed different emperors, which starts getting at the different khans or khanates within Tartary. He's saying that this is generally in the time period of about the 3rd century. This book seems to explain the overall word of what Tatar means, but it also gets more specific as to the different khanates. And just from what I can see, it's talking about the Turks, which don't necessarily mean the people of present-day Turkey, because there's Turkic people and then there's the people of Turkey, which arguably are kind of similar, but they actually mean different things, and that's worth going into greater discussion about, but I won't here. And it mentions Japhet, so this is almost getting into biblical kind of references, I think. Better look that up. And then you've got Mongols or Moguls mentioned, which were a ruling empire in, well, maybe the Mughal area, but also in northern India and Nepal and these places, just from the history I've read. You've got Buka Khan. Well, you can read these as well. It's generally saying that there were 2 different brothers, twin brothers, I think. One who started the Mughal Empire, and then I guess it separated into 8 different khanates, and then they merged back together and created a single dynasty. I might have it a little bit wrong. So I stopped being lazy, and I took this French and I went to an image to text conversion, put it into French, and then I went to Google Translate, and for some reason in this old text, sometimes the letter F is actually the letter S. And I have an opinion about that too, because I actually think this difference between the letter F and S marks a previous epoch, kind of distinguishing ancient writing from modern. I haven't proven that, but now that I'm thinking about it, I thought I'd share that with you. Feel free to disagree. Okay, anyway, I translated this myself, and I will just read. Hopefully I'll save this and leave this as text in the description. So we are translating this text once again. Okay. Oh, the phone's ringing. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I will just try and read this. The library under the title of Tatar. Tatar and Tatar Khan, name of a son of Ilingay Khan, 5th king of Turkestan, of the posterity of Turk, son of Japheth. I pulled it up here. You might want to look at this yourself, particularly if you're someone who's interested in the Old Testament of the Bible. Japheth was a son of Noah, and Japheth also had children. Well, you can look at those yourself. You might want to look that up if that's interesting to you. I'll read this again. Tatar and Tatar Khan, name of the son of Ilingay Khan, 5th king of Turkestan, of the posterity of Turk, son of Japheth. He came into the, who are we talking about? Tatar and Tatar Khan. Okay. He came into the world with his twin named Mogul or Mogul. And these 2 brothers founded 2 great empires famous in the East, which later met in one. So you have the east and the west, and they eventually meet as one. The dynasty knew of 8 Khans: Ilingay Khan, Tatar Khan, Buka Khan, Bilingay Khan, Isali Khan, Aksur Khan, Urdu Khan, Sunik Khan, Siddiq Khan, No Shaka Khan. That was a joke. After the death of Sunik, the civil and foreign wars divided so much the nations of Tartars, and the great empire was entirely abolished, although the Tartar families always separated from the other Turaic nations of the east. Today, the Turks are given the name of Tatar Khan to the Sultan who commands the Little Tartars of Crimea. I don't want to get off track, and I haven't investigated it yet myself, but I think it would be interesting to look at all of these different Khans, and you could almost investigate that and make a video all on that subject. Okay, Sergei Ignatenko mentions another book, also in French. I'll pause it. Supplement or Supplément à l'Atlas historique, tome 7 and Dernier. And this is from 1718 to 1722. And in this book, in this atlas, there are whole paragraphs devoted to the history of the Khans. So I guess there's a family tree of Chinese emperors. There's also a type of family tree or genealogy of the Tsars of Muscovy and Great Russia. And there's a genealogy of the ancient emperors of Tartaria and descendants of Genghis Khan. So then Sergei Ignatenko makes a statement and says something like, if Tartaria was merely a territory, then why give a genealogy or a lineage or a family tree which explains it all? So in other words, you know, if this is just a territory, why have a genealogy? Here's Timur, just notice that here. Buka Timur, one of the Khans, was Buka Khan. I haven't really looked at this fully yet. This is his video called O Velikoi Tartari Zemlvite Slovo. Slovo is words, so this is like of Great Tartari. Maybe say the word. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you. I looked that up on Google Translate before I told you that. I wanted you to think I understood this. Okay, now Sergei Ignatenko is referencing another source here, and he's saying that here's another source that goes into explaining the origin of the term Tatar, and this is from Birken Meyer's book in 1729. And this book tends to suggest that the word Tartary comes from a river called Tartar, and it is apparently from the Chinese language. That's just one idea. Okay, now this is helpful, but I'm not going to give much description. Sergei Ignatenko is just covering some of the already understood maps that we have, and this one is from Gerard Mercator, which if you've read history, you might be familiar with that name. Okay, on this particular map of Tartaria, Sergei Ignatenko is tending to say that there's actually a great river, or even like ocean, Mare Conjustatu Tartaricum, and maybe that's where Tartaria gets its name. Now, Sergei is not saying this. I'm actually saying this, and I'm just noticing it now, so I will cover it. I've read in other encyclopedic accounts of Tartaria that the entire landmass somehow has a name attached to it of Kambalu, which is related to a flounder type of flatfish, which I guess is kind of a pictographic name for this entire landmass, which I guess is compared to this flatfish. But now that I'm seeing it, yeah, Kambalu, that's something worth pointing out. Colmax, is that the Kalmyks? These are groups of people. Scythia, I guess that's, according to history, associated with a Persian type of people that was actually conquered, maybe even extinguished by the Mongol horde. So you've got Scythia mentioned. And there's another chart that I'll actually show in a minute that associates Scythia with Tartaria. Now, I don't want to get off into mythology or Gnostic stuff, but I suppose if that's something you're interested in, I know that, like, Seth is a character in the Adam and Eve story as, like, some, in the line of children, and Sethian might be associated with, like, Scythia. I'm not saying that, but it might come to your mind. Here you have Magog and Gog. Yeah, so here you have, like, Gog and Magog written on this map of Tartaria, and I already pulled it up, but Magog was one of the sons of Japheth. It says that on this Wikipedia article. I cut it off. And, here's the curse of Ham and all this stuff. Okay, this is good. He highlighted it in yellow. So you have Tartar Fluvius, or Fluvius, which I guess is the Tartar River. So you have, like, the Tartar Ocean, the Tartar River, and you've got Tartar mentioned again with this Sumongul Magog city. Sergei seems to be saying that that map we were just looking at actually has some description that goes along with it. I think that's what we're looking at here. Okay, now he moves on to another source, which is Abraham Ortelli. I guess in Latin it's Ortelius. And it looks like he's created some maps on Tartaria as well. This one is from 1571. Okay, this is a different map, and the author of it seems to be Anthony Jenkinson, although it also seems to be associated with Abraham Ortelius from 1570. And it looks like, according to the description in the transcript, this is talking about Muscovy, Tartary, more specifically. So here's Crimea down here. I guess there's also some map descriptions. I'm not following what's being spoken here. I couldn't completely understand what Sergei was saying here, but he's kind of saying, like, these maps are written by Renaissance period authors, and here you have Muscovy or Russia within the area of Tartaria or Tartary, and here's a portrait of one of the great Khans. And there's an owl symbol that we know that was on the flag of Tartary. Again, I'm not sure what's being said here, but Sergei is pointing us to one of the videos he made before, which is Pravitelli Tari e Muscovy. So I don't know if this is one of the Muscovy rulers of Tartaria. I'm not sure that's what it's saying. And I guess there's this concept that the Great Khan hid his name at birth so as to conceal his true identity. It's an idea dropped here. There is a belief that the enemy does not know the name of the ruler and thus becomes invulnerable. That's a very neat idea. Okay, here's a different map. And the one thing that's being pointed out is that North America is being designated as empty. Here's Shalag. I won't try to read this stuff. Okay, Sergei, in some of his previous videos, actually one of his videos on Great Tartaria, he does a 4-part series. He begins discussing the colonization, or at least the exploration of Siberia by a character called Yermak. And Yermak himself is maybe roughly, very crudely compared to Christopher Columbus, as in we're not really sure that Christopher Columbus existed or was really the first one to discover Siberia, just in that comparison. That's not Sergei Ignatenko's words, those are mine, but there is reason to doubt that a Yermak ever existed. And so now Sergei is going into trying to explain why Siberia on this map really isn't given very much description. And the answer is that Yermak apparently had not yet discovered this area of the map at this point in time. So Siberia was considered a terra incognita at this time. Okay, this is a map by a Frenchman, Pierre Duval, in 1645. Well, this isn't really a map, is it? But it depicts all of the different countries. Here's Britannique, Hungary, Greece, Grek, and Lithuania, Poland. And the next point he's going to make is that Tartary, here it is here, is often associated with Kambalu. I don't know what language that is. I don't know if that's Russian, but Tartaria is associated with the shape of a flounder fish. And that's what a Kambalu is, which I guess is actually a city or territory as well. That's the point being made here. Okay, so this is cartography by Johann Baptist. What was the name? It says Homan here. That's not his name. Okay, that is written in English, I guess. Homan. Johann Baptist Homan. And this is from 1716, and these are maps of the world. And here you have, well, this is written in German. I'll pause it. Tartarischen Kaisers. That's an interesting word. I want to make a separate video just discussing that word. I don't know if I'll ever get to it, but I don't want to touch that one for now and change the nature of this video. So anyway, Tartarischen Kaisers, and this is the, well, Kaisers, because a Kaiser is a leader, isn't it? You had, hold on, you've got Kaiser Wilhelm, who's associated with the First World War. I'll try to get an image. So here he is here. So we do have a concept of what a Kaiser is. Even still, the word Tsar, if you look at the spelling of it, it's speculated as a variation of the word Caesar. And I don't want to get too in depth, and it sometimes upsets people when I talk about the Bible, but Jesus Christ, even in the Gospels, has a quote saying something like, "Pay Caesar what Caesar is due." So I'm not being clear here, but there are recent history associations with the word Kaiser and even biblical ones. That's my point I'm making. And so we see the same use of the word. You want to read into that? Go ahead. I'm not reading into it. I'm just pointing it out. I don't know what to make of it yet. So this is Tartarician Kaisers, and this was we already saw this. This is the emperor flag of Tartaria, and this is just the general flag of Tartaristia or Tartaria. This is a different book of flags. It's also in French. Tableau des pavillons ou bannières que le plupart des nations aberrant à la mer. So anyway, this is by Jacques Nicolas cut it off Belin, something like that, from 1765. Pardon my French. But again, same thing. We're going to look at the flags. And PAV stands for, like flag in French, of the Emperor of Tartar. And again, you've got it's the same thing in the previous image. You've got the flag of Tartary. But once again, I know I already said it, but Sergei is kind of saying, well, hey, if this was just a territory, why do we have nation-state flags for Tartary? Okay, you might not have noticed, but this is an additional chart. This is a different one. This is an even different chart of maritime flags of the 18th century, and same type of thing. Which I'm not really sure Sergei is making this point, but if it has a maritime flag, could it also mean that it had a navy or merchant ships? That's me saying that. I don't think it says that in this video. Okay, this is a timeline by someone who sounds English, Joseph Priestley, from 1733, if I'm seeing that right, to 1804. And what Sergei is going to point out is this area in particular here. It's a timeline. Okay, so I'll just try to read and follow along with what he's saying. Okay, Tartaria is indicated according to this graphics in the first centuries of our Tartary was Scythia. Just pause this. Whoops. I better take a closer look. Sergei linked this article in the description below, and I think what you're seeing up here is the timeline. So here's the 1700s, 1600s, all the way down. It goes down to the year 0. So to see Scyth or Scythe on the map is kind of saying that Scythians were sort of around the year 0 to, well, we're not really sure, and somehow Tartary is associated with that. You know, you've got other things that I could point out. I haven't studied this closely myself, but you've got the Mughals, which is probably the Mongols, India, the Persians. Here you've got the Mongols and the Tartars kind of associated with Hindustan, which is India. It's the old word for India, Hindustan or Hindustan. Sergei is saying, hey, take a look at this account from 1708 to 1770 or 1805, I'm not sure. But look, there's actually Russian accounts from 1805 that talk about Tartary. Because I guess when people first started talking about Tartaria, they were saying it was mostly French language material or other European texts. And Sergei is saying, oh, look, here's some Russian language discussion of Tartaria. I guess the one point he makes is that Tartaria is here mentioned and Tobolsk is listed as the capital. I guess if there's a Russian listener listening and you can clarify this point, it seems like Sergei is pointing this highlight here, saying that Scythia was associated with the 15th century, and then this part of Great Tartary was conquered by Russia. That's Russia there. Okay, so maybe you can, if you can, actually, yeah, if you don't mind, it's just a sentence, and if you're Russian, you can speak Russian, you can understand this, please let me know what this says here. Okay, this is a different source, and Sergei is saying in the Russian State Library, there's also a book which was originally French, and it was from 1692. I think this map is contained in that book. Not 100% sure. Interesting symbol up here. But this is a new map of the Siberia, which is like Siberia, and of Kitai. If you're not familiar with that, Kitai is China, and even Russians use the word Kitai to describe China. But that shouldn't be such a shock, because I think even in English, historically, China was associated with the word Cathay, C-A-T-H-Y, so it's a very similar word. Okay, so I guess associated with this particular map, you had 3 Frenchmen, although that doesn't look like a French name. You have like Stanislaus Jablonovski, so that sounds like a Polish name. And I guess there was a Russian and Polish expedition to protect the Christian faith and to collect information in the Great Tartaria. And here it's called an empire. Well, I better pause that. I guess, whoops, I better pause it. Okay, yeah, so the point that's being made here is that even in this old expedition, maybe you'd call it, that Tartaria is referred to as Empire par la Grande Tartarie. So it's referred to as an empire. And I guess they went to Chinese Tartary. If that's confusing, hopefully I'll get to it later in this video, how all of these different ethnic groups and geographical regions are associated with Tartary. Well, I might as well say it now. Hopefully I'll get to proving it later. But yes, like Muscovy, Tibet, China, Manchuria, the Tungut people, and kind of the Eurasian type of Asian people, Mongolians, are associated with this area of Tartary, and going down to the extent of places like Sergei says, unfortunately, that in these pictures of the expedition, the images are very small. This is something I've been studying separately, and that's all the different ethnic groups of the vast area of Tartary, and Kalmuks are one of the peoples. Here's a separate source that is presented from, the name is cut off, Antonius Basu. And this book is from 1857 to 1859. And I think the point that Sergei is making is that by this point in history, Great Tartary has ceased to exist. So it's already extinct at this point. I actually read a separate account in one of the resources that Sergei presented in the description below of his video. And it was another resource about Tartaria from the year 1848, and it sort of says the same thing. So that actually might clarify things for you. If you're wondering, well, when did Tartary or Great Tartaria cease to exist? Well, it seems that around the 1840s, 1850s, this empire was already finished. Here's another map from 1717 from Nicolaus Whitson and Nicolas Sanson. Okay, and I think the point Sergei is making at this point is that I stand to look at this closer, but this is a more recent map, and maybe more recently they've started to use this term, Tartary, and they're sort of using it more as a geographical distinction rather than a state or an empire. Okay, here's another source. Okay, so this is going back in time to 1683. So Tartaria was probably an empire at this point. The chapters and the contents in the second book of the description of the universe, and it's on Asia. And I guess Sergei has highlighted of the Grand Tartary and Khans of the emperors of Tartary. So maybe that's Khans. So this book talks about the Khans of Tartary. Here's another source. I won't read it. Okay, that actually finishes off Sergei Ignatenko's video. And hopefully I did justice to it and covered it properly. So thank you very much, Sergei. I appreciate what you did. And if you're listening, well, not Sergei, but if my audience is listening, maybe you'll consider going to Sergei's videos and watching a few and even giving them a thumbs up. Okay, I will try and somehow leave this as a link in the description below. How I came across this book was it was actually a link in one of Sergei Ignatenko's video descriptions. Actually, it was in the video of his that I just covered. But strangely, Sergei did not actually address this book in his video for whatever reason. Well, that's okay. But I actually spent maybe 4 or 5 hours last night just taking a look at this book. I want to try and get right to the point. I don't want to talk on and on here. But this is on Gallica, and it's on Tartaria. Try to find the year for it. 1848. And the nice thing about it is that on the Gallica website, it's actually already translated, although it's in French, but it's actually, it takes the text and it translates it. So then I took the text and I put it into Google Translate, and I was able to go page by page and understand this text. Now, the problem I had with it is, once again, I already mentioned that by this point in time, which is 1848, the historical or ancient empire of Tartaria, whatever it was already extinct, or kind of a finished thing at this point. Yes, there are maps of it, but it's over at this point. So really, if you go into studying and copying and pasting this into Google Translate and reading about Tartary from this book in the year 1848, you aren't going to get much as far as what the historical empire was all about. You are more or less going to get modern expeditions from around 1848, mostly from English people, translated into French. So you'll get a lot of history, not even history, almost like news accounts of what's going on in areas. Well, this book is about Afghanistan, but it's also going to talk about Bhutan and Nepal. And actually, I found that the first 30 pages tended to talk about places like Bukhara and Samarkand and this Turkestan kind of area. So I could start covering this material and show you what I came up with, but really it's too much later in time, and I don't think it's really that helpful in exploring the historical empire of Tartary. There does seem to be maybe a carryover of these old khanates, or khans, from the ancient time to this more modern one in 1848, but I still have to sort that one out. Okay, that's a lot of talking. Okay, the most interesting things that I was able to take from this book were actually from the very first page, because the very first page does address some of the prehistory, so to speak, of Tartary, kind of like pre-1848 when this book was written. So I will pull up the Word document, and I actually took this text, and which is pasted here, and I copied this, put it into Google Translate, and this is kind of what I came up with. And it's from the French to the English. I'm not really a French speaker. My French isn't very good. So I'm just going to read aloud what this first page of the French text says. And it's probably partially wrong. translated wrong. I'll start a new video. Just going to get reading. So this, and this is the same thing. So I just translated this. Okay. It should give you the general idea. It's not a perfect translation. And there's no pictures, sorry. Towards the end of the last century, rather the 1790s, a romantic interest was attached to the name of Tartary. It was in this vast area during a time not within memory before barbarian peoples. Presently, many scholars now cannot trace places like Buffon or Bailey, or rather cradles of humankind. Buffon or Bailey, cradles of humankind. And if you listening can tell me what Buffon or Bailey are, I would love to know, because I don't know what these are references to, which parts of the map. Bali? Probably not. These places were the former sanctuary of arts, science, and civilization. Just talking generally about Tartaria. Today, the critical historian has spread these errors to a lively craze. The critical historian is passionate for new paradoxes for the sake of modern science. Don't forget this is writing at the time of 1848. Tartary now appears to us like the story before the vein system advocated by Langley and refuted by Abel Remusat. Langley is actually an English guy, which reveals the invasions of Attila, Genghis Khan, and Timur. So that's talking about the Golden Horde conquering all of Asia and Tartary and all that. Of all the epochs, as in our days still, the immense country, Tartaria, had for its inhabitants crude forefathers, bloodthirsty hordes, and ignorant superstitious tribes. The prestige, glory, and antiquity of Tartary has vanished without return. The people of the past in Central Asia have escaped our knowledge and veneration, and they deserve to become the object of our studies in our present time. Tartary cannot for long escape the influence of the arms and civilization of Europe. Russian caravans and embassies crisscross the steppes of Turkestan. England sends to these same countries Burns, Abbott, Stoddard, and Connolly. These are like expedition guides with pen and paper recording notes. These fearless men, or intrepid men, how it describes it in the French, these fearless men and unfortunate precursors of a regeneration will advance the epoch through their writings and efforts. The present and future of Tartary is all the public has paid serious attention to. Not the past. He's saying the future and the present is all we're really looking at these days in 1848. This is amidst the various accounts of England and Russia's policy towards different states of Central Asia. These accounts have influenced the work we are publishing. This is the French authors talking in 1848. We will try to explain the country and its inhabitants, the good and the bad that exist in men and in the institutions. We won't discuss the history of the past. Okay, so a few words, and these are just a few of my comments. I don't know if you like my opinions, but you get it anyway. Okay, so English guys, why are there English people in Tartary? Well, you have to understand that India, the subcontinent, was an English colony. Same with other areas like Nepal. So this is why you've got English people in Tartary, just in case you were wondering that. And of course, you've got Russia colonizing all the way to the Pacific. But the things that I just wanted to point out is kind of the language that the author is using and sort of the mindset of the author writing this. First of all, he is using terms like the regeneration. So he's saying these English guys who are writing about Tartary are the precursors of a regeneration. And go look at the French if you don't think that's what it says. But we're talking about regenerating a continent, or Great Tartaria. Strange language. And once again, there's a distinction between the past and the present, and that somehow the past of Tartary was associated with science. I got cut off. But the point is that even these authors writing are distinguishing a historical glory age of Tartary in terms of arts, science, and civilization. And it's kind of saying that all of that is of no trace. You can't find it anymore, and there's no memory of it, and it's not even really connected with. And actually, the French writings uses the word immemorial. So Great Tartary is not even within memory. It's immemorial. And that's an entirely different subject that I would love to investigate later. You've heard a common idiom or expression, since times immemorial. Well, I'm actually going to tell you that that's a legal that's a legal concept. And if you study law, times immemorial has a very specific definition in Black's Legal Dictionary. And that's an interesting topic to me, because it would almost indicate that maybe there's a time of which no previous memories of the past exist. Okay, if you really want to know what I'm saying there's a reset with no continuity to the past. You've got ancients and moderns. Okay, I don't want to keep going. That's getting into the realm of crazy talk. I just want to talk about Tartary. Okay, so back to the book. This is what I tried to translate, and it's not perfect. Refer to the French if you don't believe what I said. Okay, so now I went to page 2, and I was just going through this myself last night, and I just left some notes as to what each of these pages say. Okay, so this page 2 kind of defines the reunion of certain geography and several nations. And the groups that it mentions are Chinese Tartary, Manchuria, which is like the absolute eastern part of China. In World War II, you have, according to history, you've got the Japanese invading Manchuria. You might know more about that than I do. Mongolia, Zungaria, maybe I'm saying that wrong too, but Zungaria is actually the northern portion, the northern half of China. Turkestan is like Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and all those states below Kazakhstan. Used to be one region. Even in Soviet times, Turkestan was like a conglomeration of all those smaller states. Little Bukhari, again, if you watched my previous video, that's Uzbekistan, Chinese Turkestan, and Tibet. And boy, would I love to investigate exactly what Tibet was. But anyway, once again, if you want to read the French, go back to the original article. It talks about all the different nations. Everything I just mentioned is kind of here. And then it goes into talking about the different races of the peoples in Tartary. And it kind of distinguishes the people between Mongol and Caucasian. And even the French language, if you go read it, it actually says that Caucasians are assumed to have originated from Mount Caucasus. It doesn't say Caucasian Mountains. It actually specifically refers to a Mount Caucasus, or Caucasus, or however you want to say it. And I guess this Caucasian race of Tartary people includes Turks and Persians. That's according to the author. Tartar seems to be a designation imposed by a larger, more powerful tribe. It says these things. And it's kind of, again, this book was written at a later date, 1848, and it's now talking more in terms of geographical territory. And you can see that in sentences such as like, Manchus and Tibetans aren't necessarily Tatars. I probably won't cover this too much. One thing I did see a lot of reference to, and not even in just this book, but this concept of Khazars. And I've got to be careful addressing that one because I know the things that are associated with it, and I don't even want to go there. But even in Tajikistan, you've got the Hazare people, or the Hazaras, which is a Persian group, and those people are today in Afghanistan. So I'm just wondering if there's a connection with all these people. Even Turkish people today in Turkey call the Caspian Sea Khazar. It on the screen. This I thought was a good reference because on page 5, it starts talking about the different khanates, and it mentions them: Kunduz, Kokand. Kokand is probably in Uzbekistan, somewhere around there. Hisar, again, a word like Hisar is interesting to me because it sounds a lot like Khazar. Khazar is associated with the area of Transcaucasia, and that's a whole different debate. But Khazar is an interesting word because it comes up an awful lot. There's a place in Tajikistan, and there's a mountain range called the Hitsor mountain range. And even things like in Europe, you've got Hungarian and Polish military units, like the Hungarian Hussars and the Polish Hussars. You could look those things up separately. Is there some kind of connection to the area of Transcaucasia, which is in Great Tartary? These are the things I'm thinking about. Anyway, I'm going off onto like too many different tangents, but I wrote these down, which is page 5, and you've got these khanates, like the Bukhara Khanate. Okay, so that's Uzbekistan. The Khanate of Khiva, I think this is associated with Turkmenistan of present day. The Khanate of Kunduz. Kunduz is actually a city in northern Afghanistan today. And apparently I had a note to myself to check this out. Okay, so the next one here was, oh, here's the note to self to check out the Kokand Khanate in Uzbekistan. Again, I'm gathering all this information from page 5 of that French book on Tartary from 1848. Well, I haven't read this. Maybe I'll leave this in the link in the description below. But there's actually a concept, even on Wikipedia, for the Khanate of Kokand. And that's worth looking at because, I don't know, do we have a carryover from the ancient Tartary to the modern times where we still have a Khanate of Kokand? It's something I ask. I have.
You see, at this time, I did not know anything about the Muslim connection. That the Zeitgeist movement was really an Aramaic, church hymnal is what the Quran seems to be. But they just changed it in because they needed, they set it up so that after World War II, and, really, since World War I on, Zionism. And then after World War II, almost immediately after, what was it 1947 or 48, Israel pops onto the scene. And ever since then, it's been Allah Akbar, terrorist Muslims. But before then, you never heard about Muslims blowing people up. So I think it's very good. I want to say hello to everyone. Don't need people. So good to see y'all. How are you doing? That's a good one. Tabs, and more tabs. Cynthians are from Isaac. Isaac was the good one. He's from Promise. Yay, Isaac. Hooray for the seed of promise.
Decided on what that's all about yet. Okay, here we have the Khanate of Hisar. I'm not saying that word is all connected, but it comes up in different forms all the time. Two similarities to Khazar. I'm not being clear, I know that. Okay, so I'm getting off topic from my subject, but this is just stuff, like note to self stuff to go look into later. I guess in Tajikistan, maybe close to Uzbekistan, there's this Gisar mountain range, but it's also known as the Hisar or Hisor mountain range. I think I've already made it clear that these are interesting words to me. Khazret Sultan. There's also a Hanukkah River in western Tajikistan, which passes through the town of Hisor. Again, words like Hazar. Just saying, this stuff is maybe it's
Right.
etymology. Maybe
Yeah, because that could be either Hanukkah River or the like Genghis Khan for the Tartarian. And now we know this was the area of what they call the Quran was written with, what actually turned out to be a church that was not Trinitarian. And they were arguing against the Trinity. And that Trinity, you know, that's a Roman Catholic invention that they kill people for. I think that these last notes to self, let's just see if this next one is any more exciting.
Hello and good evening. Thank you once again for tuning in. First, I would like to thank the original author of this video.
Look at that original video. It just showed had over 300,000 views.
His name is Возрождение Золотой век Omsk. This translates into English as Revival Golden Age of Omsk. Большое удовлетворение и уважение к вам. Надеюсь, я не оскорбил вас своим переводом. I apologize for any translation mistakes. Here is a map of Omsk in Russia. I stand to be educated, but Russians seem to use the term cultural layer when speaking about mudflood. They call this kulturny sloy, but in translation, I will use mudflood. And if you're tuning in to my channel for the first time, I will provide a definition for new viewers who are confused about what mudflood is. Mudflood, an obscure event or events which happened in the past, leaving a uniformly distributed layer of soil or dirt over all habitable land. When and how it happened remains a mystery, but it is generally supposed to have happened around the 1840s and 1850s, or 1850s. Official history has neglected mention of a mudflood event, and yet widespread evidence of a mudflood is apparent in virtually every major city on Earth. Particular evidence of mudflood can be seen on partial ground level inundation of foundations of windows on old buildings. Okay, so once again, this is my attempt at making a translation of the Russian to English. I'm not a speaker of Russian, not at all. Please be gentle with your criticisms. The ideas presented are not originally mine, and most likely I have made at least a few translation errors. I know I have, so please keep that in mind. Okay, here we go. Really, how old is Omsk? Was it once buried? Does the ground level go deeper than what we see today? I've been looking at publications by independent researchers. Several years ago, few people were talking about mudflood. More recently, there is serious interest in the buildings of old cities. Recently, in Omsk, there has been lots of renovation and construction of roadways and buildings. This is in preparation of Omsk's 300-year anniversary. In particular, the Vrobil building was renovated. You are looking at it now. The Vrobil building is a museum. The museum exposition occupies two buildings. The first one is a former commercial building by architect Krachkov in 1914. That's when it was built. And the second one is former Governor General Palace, built on the left bank of the river by architect Wagner in 1859 to 1862. Supposedly, this building is 100 years old, but looking at the base of the building we can see what is called a cultural layer, accumulated mud over time. If we suppose that a cultural layer accumulation can be calculated as a few millimeters per year, this does not come close to accounting for the deep layer of mud that can be seen on Rubil, the museum foundation. This is not an abandoned building. It is constantly maintained, and there is heavy foot traffic. I would like to mention the work of Polish historians and professionals in the field of history and architecture. They discuss and question instances where adjacent buildings and cities can have varying levels of mud, and particularly in relation to underground foundational levels. What's the point of storing commercial goods underground or building garages underground? And why do front doors and windows appear below ground level? History tells us that buildings in Omsk were built around the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Here is the Volochayevska 9 number 9 building. It's a brewery. Look at the first floor windows. They are underground. This is Krasny Put Shest, or number 6 on Red Road. Today, it's the Ministry of Health of Omsk region. Even after reconstruction, notice the ground floor windows are still submerged in the ground. This is Krasny Put 19, or rather 19 Red Road. After reconstruction, the windows are still below the earth. Next, this is Gusarova 18, or number 18. This is a shining example. Reconstruction has not happened here yet. Next, this is Gusarov 27, or 27. Someone thought they could fool us with a can of paint, but we can still see bricked up foundation windows. This drama theater has strange proportions. The appearance is as if the building is pressed into the ground. This is especially evident in decades-old photography. You can compare the old photos with the new photos of the drama theater today. I draw your attention to the more normal-looking staircase of the main entrance, which was recently reconstructed. Next, this is the International 25, or International 25. This is the Zdania Yeparyi Diocese building. Again, notice the windows of the lower floor is smaller than the upper ones. The proportions are incorrect. Kosaryeva 103, the old masonry at the bottom, indicates openings. By the way, in this building, there is a floor which goes even deeper. There is an underground basement. You can't see. Kosareva 117, or 117, is another example of buried bricked up windows. Lenina 23, or 23 Lenin Street. Notice the difference in this photo and the older photo. There was no digging during reconstruction. Lenina 43, or Lenin 43. The lower floor shows more modest reconstruction efforts. Lenina Chukalov, this was a beautiful building seen in this historic photo. Compare this with a more recent photo where they knocked off the upper story and filled in the foundation windows. Kakoi urodlive dom. What an ugly house. It's found in the center of our city today. Rabinovich 115. There is reconstruction to modernize the dugout windows. This is to save daylight on the ground floor. No one asks questions. Tarsky 20, or 20. There exists a floor underneath. Tarsky 115, or 115. If the first floor windows had not been dug out, likely they would have been hidden. Chapayeva 111. This is a dental polyclinic building. The first floor is clearly below ground. Velikanova 3. The windows are at ground level. Clearly, an architect would not design it this way. Komisarovsky 19. Did someone build on top of the ground floor? Velikanova 4. This photo is taken at reconstruction. Notice the masonry and the windows. They have reburied the foundation windows after renovation. Velika Nova Jivi. This is the consulate building for Kazakhstan. Ground floor windows are pinched off. Ploshchad Dzержинskого 1A. This building is waiting for reconstruction or demolition by an unknown amateur. Lyubinsky Prospect, or Lyubinsky Avenue. It's now reconstructed, but there are still visible signs on the surface of the first floors. They look like this, and it's similar to what you might find in Irkutsk, Tomsk, Novosibirsk, Tyumen, Chelyabinsk, Orenburg of Perm, Itakdale, and so forth. Further, and of course, near Moscow and St. Petersburg. What caused these buildings to be buried? Maybe it was some kind of disaster that led to this result. Complete death? Whatever happened, it was well over a century ago. It is strange when looking at these streets and such architectural masterpieces that the roads are not paved and the people are poorly dressed. Lots of carts and mud. It seems that even the windows do not have glazing. Rather, the windows are missing. Everything looks dilapidated. People are not crowded. There is no vegetation, only earth. Vegetation appears more in later photos. We could not find photos of when these buildings were built. Looking at Lyubinsky Prospect Avenue, all buildings appear already constructed. The whole town is built. There are many solid stone buildings. I've only found one building where there is something similar to scaffolding. This is in Moscow Rose in Omsk. It is not clear if this building is brand new construction or restoration. There is a feeling that the construction was conducted at various times nearby. Architectural masterpieces are mixed in with ordinary wooden houses. This information is not yet reconciled. The only explanation is that in some time between 1716 and the present time, something inexplicable happened that plunged the buildings underground. Some time passed and life returned.
Well, I like that date of, 1716, he said, because, to me, in my world, it was 290 years before 9/11/2001. And blessed are those who make the 1335. So another 45 years will find that blessing. This mud flood information is right on time. It's a worldwide event. That's why this was taken from Russia.
To the city. They didn't even dig everything out. They just added new modified doorways. What happened for these 300 years in Omsk? Looking at modern textbooks on the history, there is no explanation or mention of destruction at the foundation of these cities. Looking at a book on Siberia's beginning, we get the following words. Soviet philologists translated this ancient Russian text on the edge of the Kalmyk steppe, and I translated this. Once again, the city has a collapse or crash and was destroyed about the self-steppe of the Kamisk. Soviet philologists translated this old Russian text as follows. On the edge of Kalmyk steppe, there will be again a city, although in the text itself, there are no Kalmuks and steppes in general. Literally, from the Old Russian language, this translates as follows. It is necessary to revive the city on the right bank of the river, next to the steps of the ancient buildings from stones laid on stones. Okay, now this is me talking. I think the point that is being said here is that these buildings are historically described as stones built on stones, perhaps structures built on ruins. Okay, back to the script. And in 1716, the year, simply, restoration happens at a new point in time. The report on this says Petra Perov, which means our city is built much earlier and was sufficiently developed since. If we have a stone building like this now, like the Vrubil Museum, the builders had some shortcomings, or the builders succeeded in completing the work in a finite period of time. The first floor and foundation are not restored. They are just reinforced and thrust up as seen in the photo. It can be seen that there is a floor hiding underneath. At some point, someone put reinforced concrete here. It makes it appear that this is not the first floor. Did the builders create basements? Should we just believe it? Incidentally, according to laws regarding property, cultural heritage, monuments, and archaeology are also remains of buildings and ancient cities. Partially or completely hidden in the earth could be traces of the existence of human beings and related such artifacts. Artifacts should be identified and categorized along with their date of discovery. Also considered should be their vast scientific value and circumstantial threats of destruction in the future. When carrying out land management and other works, the law should provide for the need for safety of any work that should be carried out and without preconception. Historical and cultural expertise should be used with the effort of protecting cultural heritage. For breaking the law, officials should be subject to criminal and legal responsibility. I wonder what existing authority in Omsk is discussing with all the recent discussion about mudflood and revealed historical distortions. There is still the discrepancy about official history as new historical facts keep appearing. There are new notions of alternative history, but what a history! Our true history and alternative timeline should be revealed very soon.
Well, it took till like the end of 2021.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to everyone that has tuned in to my channel. As I promised, here is my New Madrid earthquake video, part 3. Maybe it goes without saying, but if you haven't seen my first 2 New Madrid earthquake videos, you may want to go watch those first. To give you an update, I received a copy of the renowned James Lowell Pennick book in the mail just this week. It was a used copy mailed to me from a bookseller in St. Louis, Missouri. Unfortunately, the book smells terrible. Maybe it was stored in a wet basement. I've been reading the book with my arms fully extended. Once again, the 1811-1812 New Madrid earthquakes were a series of earthquakes beginning with an initial earthquake on December 16, 1811. They remain the most powerful earthquakes to hit the contiguous United States east of the Rocky Mountains in recorded history. In my previous videos, I speculated on unnatural events causing the New Madrid earthquake. I also speculated on the ruinous state of American cities as evidenced by early photography. Could there be a parallel between the New Madrid event and the state of American cities?
Boy, I just want to interrupt right now for a second and try to communicate that this was probably one of the most important videos in this whole mud flood movement. And this was one from back in, I think, 2017, one of the first ones. And you know, this morning, at the beginning of the marathon, we looked at Static in the Attic's new video, and he was referencing the New Madrid and the research, Well, this was primitive research on it. And I still think he's very, very close.
Recently, I also made similarly related earthquake videos. The Caracas 1812 quake, and the Thomas Prince account on various quakes. There are some fascinating similarities and patterns amongst the accounts of the quakes, ringing of church bells, sulfurous vapor, and loud noises, not unlike cannons or artillery. I could probably spend more time summarizing the details of all these quakes, but hopefully, if you've seen my previous videos, you already have some idea. And almost like a crime scene where all the clues are present, the cause of the earthquakes remain a mystery. This is a common theme amongst the authors who have written about the New Madrid earthquake of 1811-1812. The cause of the New Madrid earthquake remains a mystery. For example, looking at the 1912 Myron L. Fuller account called The New Madrid Earthquake, Fuller exhaustively covers the New Madrid earthquake in all its details. Eyewitness accounts, previous quakes in the Mississippi Valley, fissures, and even atmospheric conditions. One look at the index page in his book shows this. Yet, Myron Fuller leaves the reader with few concluding remarks as to the cause of the New Madrid earthquake. And in the same way, reading the last chapter of James Lowell Pennick's New Madrid book, the reader is left unsatisfied as to what caused the New Madrid earthquake. The last chapter in Pennick's book is entitled A Question on Causation. Okay, so now I am arriving at the topic I will discuss today. What caused the New Madrid earthquake of 1811-1812? What does Fuller say? What does Pennick say? And what do I say? A closer look at subterranean fires, electric fluid, and telluric currents. Of all the reading I have done lately about the New Madrid quake, one detail is jumping out at me. Subterranean fires, electric fluid, and telluric currents. And actually, I run the risk of looking foolish by suggesting the above, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Let's explore the possibility. Without many more words, was the New Madrid earthquake caused by subterranean fires, electric fluid, and telluric currents? All of the literature on the New Madrid earthquakes contain overwhelming details and descriptions. My thoughts are, what if I just gathered all the electric fluid references into a single video? So that's what I'm doing here. I have a greater suspicion in mind about the electrical nature of these quakes, but it's a work in progress. For now, I'm just going to gather and present some electrical references. All right, let's just get into it. Here is the fastest way to get you acquainted with what I'm talking about. Let's go back and look at the work of Alexander von Humboldt, who had so much to say about the Caracas earthquake. And I will rely on a quote from a book that I previously mentioned in the Caracas quake video, and it's found on page 6. From the beginning of 1811 till 1813, a vast extent of the earth, limited by the meridian of the Azores, the valley of the Ohio, the Cordilleras of New Grenada, the coasts of Venezuela, and the volcanoes of the smaller West India Islands, has been shaken almost at the same time by commotions, which may be attributed to subterraneous fires. As I covered in my Caracas earthquake video, Humboldt was an important figure who extensively chronicled and described Latin America. In Humboldt's large volume of work, he makes considerable effort to link various earthquakes and volcanoes of the same era, and he makes effort to demonstrate how these catastrophes were related. Humboldt's concept of subterranean fires made a considerable impact on various attempts to understand earthquakes and volcanoes. As will become more apparent, subterranean fires were a significant detail in the narrative surrounding the New Madrid earthquakes. I'm going to prove this to you by presenting the two accounts. The first is from Myron L. Fuller, and the second is from James Lowell Pennick. So starting with Myron L. Fuller's New Madrid Earthquake book, 1912, at the end of his book, Fuller devotes less than 4 pages to writing as to the cause of the New Madrid earthquake. This can be found on pages 102 to 105. Please see a link in the description below for a complete copy of Fuller's book. Fuller further reduces the ultimate cause of the quake to a single paragraph of writing. In my opinion, Fuller's conclusion as to the ultimate cause of the New Madrid earthquake is a bit wishy-washy. You may wish to pause and read this for yourself. What I am interested in is what Fuller has to say regarding electricity and the earthquakes. On page 102, Fuller is generally saying that explanations relating to the New Madrid earthquake tend towards volcanic theory, rather than seismological explanations such as doming, warping, and fault lines. Fuller even suggests that New Madrid stories about the emission of sparks and similar phenomena are related to ideas about volcanoes. It's a bit technical to re-explain what Fuller says, but there is a reference made to Cape Girardeau and the hot springs of Ouachita and subterranean fires blowing and bellowing out of these mountains. He touches upon the combustion of coal beds in that area. Were there active volcanoes in this area? That was actually something I looked at in my last New Madrid earthquake video. However, moving on, I wish I could summarize what Fuller says on page 103, because it says some remarkable things about electricity, gas, coal, and the New Madrid quake. Unfortunately, it's too complicated to summarize, so I will just read it into the video. Fuller is actually making reference to the Bringier account. Speaking of the New Madrid shock, Bringier says, several authors have asserted that earthquakes proceed from volcanic causes, but although this may be often true, the earthquake alluded to here must have had another cause. Time perhaps will give us some better ideas as to the origin of these extraordinary phenomena. It is probable that they are produced in different instances by different causes, and that electricity is one of them. The shocks of the earthquake of Louisiana in 1812 produced emotions and sensations much resembling those of a strong galvanic battery. It will perhaps be pertinent to observe that this earthquake took place after a long succession of very heavy rains, such as had never been seen before in that country. Fuller goes on, Nuttall, which is another account of the earthquake, Nuttall, on the other hand, refers the earthquake to the decomposition of beds of lignite or wood coal saturated near the level of the river and filled with pyrite. In the light of our present knowledge of earthquake causes in general and of the non-volcanic nature of any of the adjacent regions, the theory of volcanic origin can be dismissed without further consideration. Electricity can likewise be ruled out as a cause, although certain electrical and magnetic phenomena appear to be associated with most great earthquakes. Aside from the absence of records, geologic or other, of any extensive expulsion of gas, we have the testimony of all eyewitnesses to the effect that the expulsion of gases and the associated water was the result and not the cause of the disturbance. Once again, Fuller's explanation is a little bit indecisive. He seems to say that electricity is not the cause of the New Madrid quake, but volcanic type electricity has been the cause of other quakes. For those watching, I'll let you be the judge as to what Fuller means. To be fair, Fuller does go on to suggest attenuation from the underground Paleozoic rocks as the result of the great expanse of the earthquake, although these aren't Fuller's exact words. There are some other quotes in Fuller's book regarding the electricity, or rather electrical fluid. Fuller references the popular New Madrid earthquake account by Samuel Latham Mitchell from 1815. And without digressing too much, Samuel Latham Mitchell has an article about him on Wikipedia. A notable mention is that Samuel Latham Mitchell endorsed the building of the Erie Canal, but that's a whole nother story. Without being too confusing, Fuller references Mitchell, who references a Dr. McBride of Pineville, South Carolina, who remarks on the electric fluid involved in the New Madrid earthquake. Comments are particular to 3 points, and I should mention this is found on page 30, I believe, of Fuller's book. The 3 points are as follows. 1, an uncharacteristic absence of thunderstorms during the year 1811. 2, red clouds which darkened the water immediately preceding the New Madrid quake. 3, unusual wintertime thunder. Moving on to page 45 and 46 of Fuller's account addresses the various New Madrid shocks, which, as noted in my previous videos, featured darkness, sulfurous vapor, and odors. Simultaneously, light flashes also appeared. Fuller is once again referencing the Samuel Latham Mitchell account from 1815. And once again, I'm just going to read the quote as it's difficult to summarize. Light flashes and glows. The phenomena of what may be termed light flashes and glows seem so improbable that they would be dismissed from consideration but for the considerable number of localities from which they were reported. Dillard, in speaking of the shocks, not especially the first one, says, there issued no burning flames, but flashes such as would result from an explosion of gas or from passing of electricity from cloud to cloud. Lewis F. Lynn, United States Senator, in a letter to the chairman of the Committee on Commerce, says, the shock was accompanied ever by anon by flashes of electricity, rendering the darkness doubly terrible. Another evidently somewhat excited observer near New Madrid thought he saw many sparks of fire emitted from the earth. At St. Louis, gleams of flashes of light were frequently visible around the horizon in different directions, generally ascending from the earth. In Livingston County, according to Mr. Riddick, the atmosphere previous to the shock of February 8 was remarkably luminous, objects being visible for a considerable distance, although there was no moon. On this occasion, the brightness was general and did not proceed from any point or spot in the heavens. It was broad and expanded, reaching from the zenith on every side toward the horizon. It exhibited no flashes nor coruscations, but as long as it lasted, was a diffused illumination of the atmosphere on all sides. At Bardstown, there are reported to have been frequent lights during the commotions. At Knoxville, Tennessee, at the end of the first shock, 2 flashes of light at intervals of about a minute, very much like distant lightning, were observed. Farther cast, in North Carolina, there were reported 3 large extraordinary fires in the air. One appeared in the easterly direction, one in the north, and one in the south. The continuance was several hours, their size as large as a house on fire. The motion of the blaze was quite visible, but no sparks appeared. At Savannah, Georgia, the first shock is said to have been preceded by a flash of light. And just my own thoughts, but keep in mind that lightning in December is rare, which is when the New Madrid earthquakes started in 1811. In Fuller's book, after the lengthy quote which I've just read, Fuller goes on to relate this aforementioned quotes actually, to a 1907 Mexican earthquake, which was a recent phenomena at the time of Fuller's own writing. And for the sake of being brief, comments are made as to how lights appeared in the sky during the Mexican earthquake of 1907, similar to the aurora borealis, or rather to the northern lights. Anyway, this concludes the material I wanted to cover from Fuller's account. Now I will be presenting what James Lowell Pennick's book says regarding the cause of the New Madrid earthquake. Reading the last chapter of Pennick's New Madrid book, the reader is left a little unsatisfied as to what caused the New Madrid earthquake. The last chapter in his book is entitled A Question on Causation, but it still speculates differing ideas, particularly seismological explanation. I will only focus on his remarks regarding subterranean fires, electric fluid, and telluric currents. Speaking of which, page 128 of Pennick's book starts with a really compelling quote. He is actually citing the words of Humboldt, who I have mentioned before. This chapter begins, "As the mass of the people are seldom able to rise to general views and are consequently always disposed to ascribe great phenomena to local telluric and atmospheric processes, wherever the shaking of the earth is continued for a long time, fears of the eruptions of a new volcano are awakened." Alexander von Humboldt, 1849. Actually, since I have just read it, I will let you know this quote itself is what caused me to put this video together. When I read this, I immediately Googled telluric current, and I was even immediately met with more of Alexander Humboldt's writing. As I speak, I haven't had the time yet to catch up and read this material from Humboldt. At the moment, I am a little overwhelmed with avenues for exploration on the subject of telluric current. But getting back to Pennick's book, I'm going to give point-form notes just so I can get through it. On page 128, Pennick once again briefly mentions the 1811 comet. On page 129, he mentions from the Thomas Nuttall account. Thomas Nuttall, a botanist that believed that the shocks were caused by the decomposition of a vast bed of lignite or wood coal under the surface of the earth, so he covers that. And then he covers William Lay Pierce, who suggested shortly after the earthquakes happened that underground steam might have been the cause of the earthquake. The Louisiana Gazette of the time speculated on volcanoes and internal fires, and there was some talk of Ontario, Canada being an extinct volcano. On page 132, John Clark Edwards from Asheville, North Carolina, and his letter, which you might recall from my previous New Madrid earthquake video, is redescribed, which features flashes of light emitting from mountains. Okay, then on page 133 to 135, okay, now I'm going to just read what is contained on these pages. It speaks in a way that I cannot sum up easily, and Pennick remarks a lot about subterranean fires and electric fluid. So just in his own words, I'll begin reading. Page 133. Wandering Indians claimed to have discovered a volcano on the headwaters of the Arkansas River. Indians had long been the source of rumors of smoking mountains located somewhere in the West. A widely accepted physical theory of the time held that the true origin of both volcanoes and earthquakes was the electric fluid. Earthquakes were known to travel very fast, One writer estimated that the shock of 1755 had spread over an area of 4 million square miles in a little over an hour. The cause of this speed was traced to electricity. There was one blind prediction that the earthquakes would be found to have originated in the Cordillera de los Andes. The electrical impulse, which may be given by a volcano of the Andes, would reach us in the course of an hour or sooner, in proportion to the quantity of electric fluid affected by the contact. News of the destruction of Caracas made such conjectures seem almost prophetic. Page 134. Earthquakes did not depend on volcanoes at all, and were known to occur independently. That subtle fluid was the efficient cause of both and just about everything else. Period. From the mid-19th century, electricity had evolved from a frivolous curiosity into the greatest force in the cosmos. Comte Georges Louis Leclerc de Buffon regarded it as the cause of all volcanic eruptions. Jean-Baptiste Desmonets, Chevalier de Lamarck, believed it was the prime mover behind organic evolution. The founder of Methodism, John Wesley, called it the soul of the universe. This fluid everywhere pervaded the interior of the earth, in the words of the editor of the St. Louis, Louisiana Gazette. His source was the third edition of Encyclopedia Britannica 1797, the last printed in America before the earthquakes, which attributed everything that happened on heaven and earth to its presence. Not only did electricity account for all terrestrial phenomena, such as rain, snow, hail, lightning, and winds, but through the power of the magnet, it guided the planets on their course through the heavens. Whether we look to the heavens above or to the earth beneath, we can scarce perceive anything that is not acted upon, and in a manner perfectly subjected to the operations of this wonderful fluid, I guess electric fluid. Inevitably, it was believed to be the cause of earthquakes, and although there were a few doubters, especially after the investigations that surrounded the Italian shocks at Calabria in 1783, the electrical fluid theory still held the field in that useful compendium, the Britannica. In America, with a few eccentric exceptions such as Nuttall, almost everyone with any pretensions to education turned to the electric fluid for an ultimate explanation of the earthquakes. The theory, simply put, was this: the subtle fluid was everywhere in the earth, but in evenly balanced quantities, and there was a balance also between the amount in the earth and in the atmosphere. It was kept from accumulating in the earth in unhealthy quantities by passing into the atmosphere as vapor, water being the most common conductor. If for some reason it was prevented from escaping in this way, it would necessarily find another outlet. It might discharge itself through a volcano or leap into the nearest ocean. But if a surplus of fluid accumulated at any point and none of these outlets were available to it, then the most terrible consequences ensued, and it flew against every obstacle with inconceivable violence. It would break out through those places that offered the least resistance. Water would leap out of the wells. Dry wells were long associated with the aftermath of earthquakes. Trees, houses, steeples, and other structures, because of their height, relatively less oppressed by the weight of the atmosphere, would suddenly and horribly be transformed into escape hatches for pent-up forces. Then indeed would the voice of nature speak in thunder. Okay, folks, thank you for listening. I am going to stop this video short. Hopefully it presents the New Madrid earthquakes with regard to subterranean fires, electric fluid, and telluric currents. I have more to say on this subject.
You know, that was a fascinating point when he was talking about the electricity as a fluid, a part of the ether, reading that one quote.
But through the power of the magnet, it guided the planets on their course through the heavens. Whether we look to the heavens above or to the earth beneath, we can scarce perceive anything that is not acted upon, and in a manner perfectly subjected to the operations of this wonderful fluid, I guess electric fluid. Inevitably, it was believed to be the cause of earthquakes, and although there were a few doubters, especially after the investigations that surrounded the Italian shocks at Calabria in 1783, the electrical fluid theory still held the field in that useful compendium, the Britannica. In America, with a few eccentric exceptions, such as today, I'd like to. Hi, guys. Good afternoon. Thanks again for tuning in. So, today, I'd like to talk about root cellars. Root cellars. These are found in eastern Canada, about as far east as you can go. But before I get into that, I'd just like to talk about this video that Conspiracy R Us recently put out. And one of the things he touches upon is sod houses, particularly in the plains, or sort of like the mid-west of Canada, or the west, sort of the western provinces in Canada, particularly in areas like Saskatchewan. And then I think he also shows some imagery from the Netherlands, where they have these sod houses or mudflood houses there. So anyway, I really liked his video. I thought it was great, and it reminded me of something I had seen in the past, and I even left a comment about it on his channel, and that's root cellars in Newfoundland. It seemed like a similar phenomenon. Here's a provincial website for Newfoundland that showcases what they call root cellars. So I'll try to break this down and give a definition to what a root cellar is. But anyway, this is in East Coast Canada, and they have this tradition of keeping root cellars where they house potatoes and other root crops, which essentially preserves them so they can eat them throughout the seasons, potato crops and other things. So just to get you acquainted, this is the East Coast of Canada. This is Newfoundland and Labrador. This is actually Labrador up here, and this is Newfoundland. Labrador is attached to Quebec, the mainland. Here you have the eastern seaboard in the United States. And yep, Newfoundland is up here. Just for fun, I'll mention there's also this other island at the tip of Newfoundland. It's St. Pierre and Miquelon. And it's actually part of France. Not even French Canada, but it's actually it's part of the sovereign state of France. And apparently, historically, it was actually claimed originally by the Basque country in Spain. But that's getting away from Newfoundland. I will just read this quickly. Newfoundland and Labrador is the most easterly province of Canada, situated in the country's Atlantic region. It comprises the island of Newfoundland and mainland Labrador to the northwest, with a combined area of 405,000 square kilometers. In 2013, the province's population was estimated at 500,000. About 92% of the province's population lives on the island of Newfoundland and its neighboring smaller islands, of whom more than half live on the Avalon Peninsula. The province is Canada's most linguistically homogeneous, with 97% of residents reporting English as their mother tongue in the 2006 census. Historically, Newfoundland was home to unique varieties of French and Irish, as well as the extinct Beothuk language. Forgive me if I'm saying that wrong. In Labrador, local dialects of Innu, Aimun, and Inuktitut are also spoken. Those are some of Canada's First Nations people. Those are the languages they speak. Newfoundland didn't enter Canadian Confederation until 1949. So actually it wasn't part of Canada until 1940.
Notice how right before that, on the same line where his yellow cursor is, it says a former colony and then dominion of the United Kingdom. Newfoundland gave up its independence in 1933 following significant economic distress Didn't a lot of things change in 1933? That's when we gave up our gold in the United States.
39. Well, anyway, the basic thing I just wanted to say is that Newfoundland has this tradition of root cellars. And rather than explain it, I'll just read a definition from Wikipedia.
Okay. The root cellar is usually underground or partially underground, used for storage of vegetables, fruits, nuts, or other foods.
A root cellar is a structure usually underground or partially underground, used for storage of vegetables, fruits, nuts, or other food. Its name reflects the traditional focus on root crops stored in an underground cellar, which is still often true, although a wide variety of food can potentially be stored for weeks to months depending on the crop and the conditions, and the structure may not always be underground. Once again, Newfoundland has a tradition of having root cellars. It has a lot of them, and it's tied in with the tourist industry. Just read the first paragraph. This is from Elliston Root Cellar. Root cellars are a part of Elliston's strong, unique, and cultural heritage. Over 135 root cellars dot the landscape of Elliston, and for this reason, Elliston declared itself the root cellar capital of the world. A high number of root cellars wasn't the only reason for the declaration. Elliston was the first community to use the root cellars as a symbol for early subsistence in such harsh climates. Okay, so here's a map of Newfoundland, and here's St. John's, which is the capital, and Elliston is up here. And this website had a photo gallery, so I'll just try to include as many interesting pictures as I can. And I'll try to leave this as a link in the description below. So here's just a general overview. Potatoes stored in a permanent bin. After being stored for a 9-month period, they make their way to the annual Bird Island Puffin Festival for the region's largest jigs dinner. Permanent bins used to store root crops. I think these are turnips. I guess they store carrots in damp sawdust. I'll try not to browbeat the point by saying it over and over, but I will just say it once. I mean, are these root cellars? Well, they're probably used as root cellars, or are they more realistically old foundations of buildings that are left over from a pre-mudflood era, and now they've been inundated, and for some reason the top of the structure is no longer present. But these are basically just old foundations, old basements.
Hey.
This is Rex Chalk. Even at 86, he still uses and maintains his root cellar. One of Elliston's oldest root cellars, dating back to 1839. I don't know how they've determined that. I think all of the root cellars are pretty old.
I don't know. There's something weird about those root cellars. I don't know if it's just from a building or what, but the lintels over the doors, rounded on the top, were they hobbit houses? Who knows? Let's jump ahead a little here.
Out in a St. John's stable after a lit pipe. A little bit surprised, but I realized that Newfoundland actually had one of these great fires that so many major North American cities had, and it caused a lot of destruction. So I'm just going to read that into the video. This is from Heritage, Newfoundland and Labrador, the St. John's Fire of 1892. Late in the afternoon of the 8th of July, 1892, a small fire broke out in a St. John's stable after a lit pipe or match fell into a bundle of hay. Always these silly stories. The Great Chicago Fire of 1871 somehow had some ridiculous story of a woman milking a cow, and then somehow a fire got started by some accident. But anyway, late in the afternoon of 8th of July, 1892, a small fire broke out in a St. John's stable after a lit pipe or match fell into a bundle of hay. Although containable at first, the flames quickly spread due to dry weather conditions, a disorganized fire department, a poor planning on the part of city officials. Within hours, the fire had destroyed almost all of St. John's, leaving 11,000 people homeless and causing $13 million in property damage. And here's some images. And just in case we're not clear, I don't believe that a fire caused this. This is something else.
Hey,
A lot of people in the comments.
Those pictures look like what they say an atom bomb hit Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But it also looks like the fire bombs that hit Tokyo and destroyed it without nuclear weapons. Of course, there are no nuclear weapons. It's all a part of rewritten history.
Section on my channel keep telling me to go look at the Tunguska event, which was a large explosion that occurred near the stony Tunguska River near Yeniseisk Governorate, which is now Krasnoyarsk Krai in Russia. I just wanted to sneak that in because a lot of people keep telling me to go look at that, and yes, I have, and there's a better description, and I won't get sidetracked. I might make another video about that later. But anyway, I'll just read some of the picture captions, basically just to get these images into my video. View of St. John's from Duckworth Street east following the Great Fire of 1892. Some unidentified St. John's buildings destroyed in the fire. Again, St. John's is the capital of Newfoundland. The Anglican Cathedral suffered so much damage, it took workers more than 10 years to complete its restoration. I mean, what I find hard to believe is that there's no, woodwork, no trusses after the fire. This to me looks more than just a fire. It looks more like this place got bombed. Water Street stores in ruins, 1892. Downtown St. John's in August 1892. The city's downtown and harbor looking west from Temperance Street a month after the Great Fire. What I'm looking at is, I'm trying to decide whether this looks like a month after a fire had occurred,
or 10 years. You really had the problem with that microphone.
and it looks like there's a YouTube video on this, so I'll try to leave this in the link in the description below.
Homeless. 3 died. It all began in a small barn at the corner of Freshwater and Pennywell Roads. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon of July 8th, a pile of hay caught fire. The only person inside the barn was a farm servant named Patrick Fitzpatrick. Most people believe that he started the fire by accidentally dropping a match or pipe, drained it in a recent practice drill. No one had refilled it, ran to the harbor, desperate to get in a ship. Others headed for higher ground. Stores were looted. Families stashed stone and brick buildings that they thought would survive the fire. But these also burned. Cathedrals were gutted, so were Evangelines.
Heartrending. Nothing.
11,000 were now homeless. The government Away by September. 1,000 more soon paid for the lumber, glass, nails, and with winter coming, there was no time or money to build brick homes. Numerous buildings on Water Street have flat roofs because of this, more than a century ago.
Here's a Globe and Mail news article about the fire.
Looks like that's it for this video.
Hi everyone. It's been a while since I've made a video. Thank you very much for tuning in. I'd like to point out that I'm not an expert. I don't have any insight into what's really going on this earth. I'm pretty ignorant, and I'm a lot like you. I think the only difference is that I decided to make a few videos and post them. This is a translation of Yevgeny Makarov's post-apocalyptic Moscow of the 18th and 19th centuries. Spasibo Bolshoy Yevgeny. I will go into some detail and deconstruct some pictures of the 18th century. Please comment. Well, let's start. Here is a small picture of the Moscow Bridge in 1883. I emphasize, the Moscow Bridge seems to constantly change in detail. Here is an interesting waterfront road. It looks like clay or sand. People have disappeared. There are horse-drawn carts, but no people. There is a steep embankment up to the bridge. Notice the chopped wood for the fireplace. Let's look at the lanterns. They look ordinary. I notice the spire on top, and I read from other bloggers that this is some kind of mini dome, cupola. I can agree. What is inside? It's a bulbous device. Inside is an element. On this basis, I assume this is not a kerosene lamp, nor is it gas. It looks like a huge incandescent lamp. Can we see the thread in approximation?
You know, that's some pretty sketchy evidence, but it's not his video.
You can see its size. Also, the glass is not transparent and not cloudy. This is not an oil lamp. What kind of streetlights did the city used to have? I found another interesting detail. You can see the Kremlin wall through the glass of the lantern. The glass is transparent. There is no soot or ash from burning. This looks like a varota skolovrata. In English, this translates to collar gate. It has 8 beams and 2 posts on each side, and perhaps some kind of antenna. Honestly, I'm nerd. Let's zoom in. I must say, these lights are everywhere. It's daytime and there is only one guy standing here, but generally there are no people. Is this a smaller group? The lanterns are very interesting and appear everywhere. There is no monument because it's the 80th year. It is clear that the whole tower is dirty and a crack runs from the top downward. Under the bridge, there are pieces of rubbish. Remarks are made about a tree, the water level, and clearness of the water. On this side, where they put booths, the yard material is worth remarking on. Blogger comments are worth mentioning. Many people are interested in olden times. People say some great stuff. Someone compares the abandoned horse-drawn carts to the legend of the Flying Dutchman, a ghost ship that never reaches port. Even people not interested in alternative history notice such things. This photo is at the turn of the century, 1900. The monument means a celebration and coronation already passed. An interesting house is worth mentioning. Now there is a cone on top. The antenna wheel from the previous photo is no longer present. Before, we saw large shrubs in this area. Now there are small trees at the Kremlin. In this image, we see wireless poles with bars. This is around 1901 to 1903. These wireless poles raise questions. So the lanterns shown of an earlier date are not present in this photo. The wireless poles with bars are now present. I tried dimming the contrast of the photo to see if wires attached to the poles can be detected. I do not see wires. The next comment was hard to translate. It mentions wireless technology. Here is a different lantern. It's interesting. First, it's really high up. Second, it's a very unusual shape. It has a large round bulb. Hanging high, it's probably not gas, even if we assume there is already electricity. The road looks a little different from before. It's cobbled with little stones. Here below is the same lantern again, but look closely. There is a circular light bulb. The edges of the light bulb and the highlight from it are visible. I do not think that even during this time there would be gas mains. I speculate this is a wireless streetlight. Down below, we see an improvised pier. There are more people, but seemingly not enough considering this is the center of Moscow. And something I just showed you is now missing. Those pillars with bars are gone. It's confusing because the dating is written on the same time period, 1901 to 1903. Under the Moscow Bridge, the river is cleaner. The wall embankments are also cleaner. The water is cleaner. Someone is fishing. There is no garbage or dirt. There are some poles with lattices, and there is some strange, incomprehensible thing. The streetlights are the same ones from the 1880s. Very strange things happen. The lighting equipment is constantly changing. It's likely a dating error on the photographs. Here are such rare pictures. This is also the end of the 19th century. Now let's go into it more. Again, the first half of the 19th century. It has a kind of red lithography of 1837. It is assumed that this is the inside of the Kremlin. Notice how everything is lined with stone slabs. The only thing I cannot understand is how such stone slabs were brought on carts. And with their conventional hammers, they precisely cut rectangles and squares. We are not able to see how such large stones were cut. What tool is this guy holding? It's unclear. Here are wooden carts carrying heavy slabs, and yet the men are working with small hand tools. Did they use hand saws to cut the stones? How did they lift the stones on and off the carts? Back to the light sources. I think we are not told everything about what happened back then. Here we are offered what Moscow looked like in the 18th century. The gates of the circumference of Moscow de la Barre, 1799. Again, in the foreground, we see stone building fragments and the remains of walls, and lots of open land. The next view of Moscow is from the balcony of the Kremlin Palace to the side of Moscow Bridge. The name of the artist is...
I'm losing interest in some of these videos. Yeah, we're still going. I'm beginning to lose interest in that, though. I think what I'm going to do is to try to go back and find. I did some of my own videos yesterday in the marathon from Loved Like the Rock of Ages. And I might want to go back and just see how those stand up, because they were put, I put them out in a, as a way to say, well, at least if I get taken down, and I did, I would have still some videos up to where I could go back and start getting them. So I showed this one by Doug.
Welcome, everybody.
There's one let's check this one out.
Welcome, everybody, to Flat Earth Nation. It is a Flat Earth Nation. Don't let them tell you anything else unless they're willing to debate you in a fair and honest way. I want to start off the bat that this is, a show with no notes, because what is in my heart that I want to say, will always come out. For no one can lay a foundation other than the one already laid, which is Jesus Christ. That's where I'm at. That's where I want you to be. And as we can see, let's go to 1 Corinthians 3:11. We'll do the Berean Study Bible. Let me get my glasses here. Bear with me. This is going to be a good one. We're going to start at verse 10. By the grace God has given me, I laid a foundation as an expert builder, and someone else is building on it. But each one must be careful how he builds.
Man, thank you, Luther. Muchas gracias.
For no one can lay a foundation other than the one already laid, which is Jesus Christ. If anyone builds on this foundation using gold, silver, precious stone, wood, hay, or straw, his workmanship will be evident, because the day will bring it to light. It will be revealed with fire, and the fire will prove the quality of each man's work. If what he has built survives the fire, he will receive a reward. If it is burned up, he will suffer loss. He himself will be saved, but only as if through the flames. Do you not know that you yourself are God's temple, and that God's Spirit dwells in you? If anyone destroys God's temple, God will destroy him, for God's temple is holy. You are that temple. Let no one deceive himself. If any one of you thinks he is wise in this age, he should become a fool so that he may become wise. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight. As it is written, he catches the wise in their craftiness. And again, the Lord knows the thoughts of the wise are futile. Therefore, stop boasting in men. All things are yours, whether Paul or Apollos or Cephas, the apostle Peter, or the world or life or death, or the present or the future. All of them belong to you, and you belong to Christ, and Christ belongs to God. To put it another way, because there is a creator God, he incarnated as Christ, and now because of Christ, there is a you that belong to him, and all of you, whether it is the ones born in the future or with us now, or those who have died before us, whether ever they live or wherever in the world, these names, Paul, Apollos, and Cephas, what did they do? They stopped boasting and built on one foundation. Jesus Christ. And all things will be delivered up to God. All in all, it will be returned to the one God. And he has a people that he has made stand. He calls the elect because he's going to be worshiped eternally. This is working. This is a plan. This is not a, ooh, I hope it works plan. In the one God's spirit mind, he visualized something, and we know what that is. His glory somehow being manifest, that we will be understand how worthy that name is. Can happen fast in someone's life. Look at Acts 26:29. We'll look at the English Standard Version. And Paul said, whether short or long, I would to God that not only you, but all who hear me this day might become such as I am, except for these chains. I agree wholeheartedly. This was the time when Paul was on trial. It's at the end of the book of Acts. And he was had seen Festus and the pomp there, and now it's Agrippa and Bernice, even a higher level of royalty. Then Agrippa said to Paul, can you persuade me in such a short time to become a Christian? That's when Paul said, short time or long, Paul replied, I wish to God that not only you, but all who hear me this day may become what I am, except for these chains. Amen. And that's what I wish. And I'm going to play this. You know, looks like a fairly popular new video. I know I'd be happy if I got 472 views in just a few hours. So I'm going to play it at half speed. Because it's about the ether. I've never seen.
Man, I like going over some of these old videos. Just think, when I made this video, they had just started that, you know, we were about in the second month of 10 days to flatten the curve.
Seen it with the pharmacy sign or the fifth element, but we've touched on the fourth element of water and everything else. So let's just look at it. And I want to tell you some things, you know, that I want to be with Paul, Apollos, and Cephas, because we know how they all agreed that Scripture, the Lord Jesus Christ, and they all defended Paul. I am of Paul. He is the one that God settled and said, you know, this is my gospel. When it's that word that says my gospel and that I preach to you, those words for my and I, those are only shared by Jesus and the Apostle Paul. It's that gospel that Jesus is going out. And it's that one that teaches this flat earth that has been infiltrated. And we can't, nobody wants to hear a minister, or as to you, a content provider, come up to say, yeah, when I witness, I go up to somebody and go, hey, I got part of the truth that can save your soul. You just have to go find the other content providers, because we all just have part of the truth. Which no, if we have Paul's truth as testified by not only Apollos, Cephas, but James and John and the Lord Jesus Christ himself, then we know we have that foundation that's necessary. Because what are we looking for? We're looking for a life that at the end is gone, well done, my good and faithful servant. Well done, well worked out. And there are too many warnings. I mean, there's a man at the feast who gets thrown out because, hey, how'd I get in here without this, you know, the wedding garment on? What am I doing here? I don't know. Where am I going? I'm out the door. I'm with the people that it worries us because, Jesus, you seem to have left me off the list. Depart from me, you vile and wretched. I never knew you. But wait a minute, Jesus. Didn't I cast out demons in your name? Didn't I build hospitals in your name? Didn't I prophesy in your name? Well, as the door continues to shut and slam, they might get the idea that, did he just say he never knew me? That's what I worry about, because that's not my part of the truth. That's the truth of Scripture and the foundation of Jesus Christ. And what I need and what I want from people, other ministers, other content providers, is that debate to say, what does Alan Blaine Hughes teach? What part of the truth? What's wrong? Where am I in error? Help me out. Iron sharpens iron, but we can't do that unless they meet and talk and say, what's going on? Now, I'm not going to go the Akashic records and some of these other things, and like it could be a simulation, I don't know, but I'm holding on to Christ. Is that truth? Or is that hope? Is that spread out hope? Those are the things that are going forward that in my world, this is happening. In my world, this is happening. I can put up a video that gets 250,000 views, but then if I, try to put up a portion of it, it should load. Well, anyway, the same video got a strike today. So that, let's see if I can prove it's got a strike today. Yep, it got that strike today because I did the same video. I got a warning on it, and I killed that today. And then today they gave me the strike. I woke up to this, and I just got off it. I don't care, because my truth is the truth. And when this goes away, the truth has been out there. That's all I can do. And like your home and your comfy bed and your Rushmark dollars, the United States petrodollars.
That was Reichsmark dollars, in case you didn't get it. I'm comparing the way I even had no idea that within 1 year our inflation was verged to go viral.
Those are going away too. And what's going to remain is what's up here in your head, to where, in the past, I've shown things like, the 153 number of how it works into the 24 nerves in your brain that fire around your pineal gland when you try to reach up to God, and it empties out its golden vials. And I've proven how tellurides are in the stones. The stones are crying out. My truth is not part of the truth. If it's built on the Lord Jesus Christ, if there are holes in my truth and the other content providers, we need to patiently and line upon line build upon it and find out about it. But what we need to do, each one of us, as we work out our salvation, our own salvation with fear and trembling, is be rock solid on the foundation that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Yes, he's the Word of God. He's the Son of God. He's the Lamb of God. He is the everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Emmanuel, God with us. My truth is what Paul taught, and it will lead you to heaven. And that's where we want to be. Each one of us. Fear only the God who can separate the soul and the spirit. Everything else is a distraction that's been planned. And let's think about this. Why do they say, do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Because if you just expose a few lies and withhold some things, you're not telling the whole truth. They could still be a deception. Why is it so evil that when you trick a child, you hurt a child, God says it's better for that, a millstone weighs a lot. You throw in the ocean, you're gonna die. It's like, it's better for, you're millstoning yourself. What is so bad about that? It's because if you teach children something wrong and they go to hell, it's on you. They're in hell. They've been taught wrong. It's not just, that guy got millstoned. Because that child's in hell, been taught wrong. Oh, sorry, I don't know you. You're wretched and vile. We're having a feast in here. Shut the door. And then later, in the feast, the king comes down to see the guests. Is that Luke 16:14? And he's, friend, how are you get in here without that? Hey, out into the utter darkness. I don't want that for me. I don't want that for you. And that's all I have to say on this chapter of Flat Earth Nation. And it is a Flat Earth Nation. Why would I tell you anything else if I want to continue trying to prove I have your best interest at heart? I wouldn't.
You know what? I believe this guy that he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't want to do that to you, man. We're rolling through our 9 hours, coming up on 9.5 hours of a December 25th Mudflood Marathon. We are just rocking it here. And right now we're going to get into, let's see. I have a little video here called 27.
Let them tell you anything.
27 Reset proves true biblical timeline, apocalypse past, if logically considered reason, common sense. Man, I'm not making it up. That was a title I thought was going to work. I wasn't sharing. And then I shared the thing that said I wasn't sharing while I was sharing. All I know, brother, is we didn't start the fire. It wasn't us. Patrick Fitzgerald is the name of a former senator of the state of Illinois. So it must have been Gerald Fitzpatrick, because I would have heard about it if Patrick did it. Enough of this. Let's get back to seeing that 27. What was it? Something.
Else unless they're willing to debate you in a fair and honest way. Eric's wandering around here, and I have Ben from Vatican City. How are you, Ben? Good. Oh, not much. I'm going to use you. I want to go over the timeline just because there's people that have questions. Where is my timeline compared to the dispensationalists and everybody else? But we're going to go with the dispensationalists as if I'm saying a apocalypse past, Armageddon over. Armageddon was.
Boy, now this was something from a couple of years ago. And it was back when I don't think I was as good as an interviewer as the Lord has taught me to be now. I understand, and I wish I would have given Ben more time to talk, but this was brand new. I was just thrilled to have an intellectual like Ben jump on board.
Mudflood. So in your mind, you can just picture your average dispensationalist in time sequence events. On the left, there's the Israel, and it says Alpha, and on the other end, it says Omega. That's the end. It shows there's the resurrection. There's, that step. Then there's the rapture, because in between it has the mystery of the church. Then their next step is regathered in unbelief, elders in heaven, great actors, and that's where they roll through the 7 trumpets. A remnant saved, it says, chapters 15 and 16. Babylon, Lord's descent to earth, doom, resurrection completed, and then the millennium. Israel is restored, the spared nations blessed, and a new Jerusalem. Fire comes down. Then it says Satan in the pit somewhere. Yep. And then on the very end, it shows the false prophet and the beast and Satan and somebody else. Oh, it says second something. Oh, there's arrows, fire from heaven pointing there. I can prove that they're wrong about most of these things. And they've left out a few, and we're going to go over them.
Now, it does say, I can see in this, and this is me interrupting it live now, see the mic. It does show that here's the bottomless pit. And, it says here's their doom. So it does show. It's just that nobody ever talks about, Satan is loosed again. And it's supposed to be after the millennium. Because the next thing is the great throne of judgment, not the millennium. And Satan isn't loosed during the whole millennium. He's in the pit for 1,000 years. Instead of this doom, there should be 1,000-year gap in between where it says here, Satan loosed. And it shows both here, doom of beast and false prophet. They're already in the lake of fire, but they just have it back-assward.
With the they don't, and they show Satan, the beast, and the false prophet all going into the lake of fire at the same time. Very interesting, because that's what dispensationalists teach. So we start at the resurrection, and then we have chapter 1, the things that thou hast seen. That's chapter 1 of Revelation. The mystery of the church, the body of Christ. And there's these 7 churches. That's chapters 2 and 3. And it says the things which are, and it doesn't leave. It says these things which are
shortly to come to
shortly
pass.
Take place is how that verse is supposed to finish. These things must, take place. All of those churches are in what is considered Asia. Then it says the next thing that's going to happen is going to be the first resurrection, the translation of the saints, and the rapture. Because nothing happened. No mention of that generation. The people that pierced me will see my return. None of that. Then so they're waiting the 2,000 years. That's the rapture. And then what they have left now is what everybody else is going to go through. They're caught up in, I'm lost. They're caught up in heaven. They're not caught up in heaven, but they're living on the earth for 1,000 years with Jesus on a throne.
Yeah, this is still a mystery to me of how some people think that, it's what I am saying, that the people that lived in the millennium, they were the people, and there were wheats and tares, there were sheep and goats, because Jesus in his ministry continually said, you're going to have to go to the hills, and there'll come a time when it says, fall on us. And then Paul reinforced that he said, run to the hills. And it's not that hard to believe based on all the different parables of the demons knew that it was Satan's time and everything else. And if they were told to go to the hills, it just figures that Satan, would put people in the hills too. So after that, there would be wheats and tares after Armageddon, but they would be ruled with a rod of iron, to where it would have to be kept under wraps, and maybe they thought they were saved. But eventually, as the millennium goes on, the wheat will be wheat and the tares will be tares, and it will not have good fruit. And that's when things started with their secret societies, leading up to a time of destruction. Because what is missing, is, a situation like, let me stop stuttering here and just say that the burden of the proof, if all of the prophecies have been true and all they're waiting on, the next thing is the rapture, then when did this happen? Because in my world, it already happened during the millennium, but in any other eschatology, when did this happen? Isaiah 19, verse 25. Whom the Lord of hosts has blessed, saying, blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, mine inheritance. Because there was a highway from Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrians came in and they all worshiped the Lord. And during this chapter where it talks about it, there's a number of times where they built a pillar to the Lord in the midst of Egypt, but, then it talks about, he had to, strike Egypt and healing them, and then they will return to the Lord. He was ruling them with a rod of iron. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one eschatology, premillennialism, and it started with the flat earth and golden age past that has these answers that no one else is even talking about. And I invite you to hit your knees and listen. Is it possible your ears are being open and you're hearing Jesus Christ calling you? Because that's the start. Many are called. Fewer are chosen. Fewer still are faithful. But that's how important it is. Every one of us is living our lives with a sword of Damocles held by a silk thread that could be broken any minute. We don't have years and years and generations to fix the earth. Gog and Magog is upon us. It is this generation, and the time for fun and games and just doesn't work.
Theirs are in heaven. It says above it there.
Yeah. Are you familiar that because dispensationalist theology, they believe they're waiting on the rapture, and that means they're going to get caught up to heaven and return to earth with him to reign for 1,000 years, because somehow they're on the earth reigning.
That's over here.
Yeah.
The millennium.
Yeah, in the millennium, Israel is restored. The Lord's descent to earth is 19. That's Armageddon. I do not appreciate Eric's help. Dragon that swallows the water. What they've got is nothing. In my postulations, that would be when the Lord he just took a dive, Dip Ben. You still there?
Yeah, it is a sign of wonder.
Yep.
And it does remind me a lot of like a blue star when I just look at it. It's very bluish.
It's bright. And so that's just like, it reminds me of the book of Revelation, the dragon that swallows the water. What they've got is nothing. In my postulations, that would be when the Lord swallowed the water, when Jesus was born. That coincides with when, like, the Bruges canals and the Zwin, or the ZWINN, Zin or Zwin, it was revealed and people could start clear, the canals were done. I think that, it's something like that. And people from that time on knew that, wow, it was Jesus, the kings that were looking for him, the magicians, they wanted to kill for him. And then he was gone. He was caught up to heaven. Mary must have been taken to Egypt to be reunited. Right. Let me show you that one. Sure, showing you that. So when I'm talking about the earth swallowed the water, and that, he swept down a third of the stars. The dragon stood before the woman, the bride of Christ. This was all in a dream. It could be, he was the one who was going to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. Let's see. Stood before at the birth. Now, war arose in heaven. Michael and his angels fighting against the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought back, but he was defeated. And there was no longer any place for them in heaven. And the great dragon was thrown down, but not into the pit. That ancient serpent who is called the devil and Satan and the deceiver of the whole world, he was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. So this is what's going on. And here's we get to the part about, the dragon poured out from his mouth, swallowed the river. And when the dragon saw that he had been thrown down to earth, he pursued the woman who had given birth to the male child. But the woman was given the 2 wings of a great eagle so that she might fly from the serpent into the wilderness, to the place where she is to be nourished for a time and times and half time. The serpent poured water like a river out of his mouth after the woman to sweep her away in a flood. But the earth came to the help of the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed the river that the dragon had poured from his mouth. Now, in that context, that's what I'm saying is when there was a big enough thing where Satan thought that he was going to do what Herod tried to do when he tried to get rid of all of the young men in that generation. It was going to be a big flood. And what it did was expose the aqueducts and the canals that had been buried in the flood, Noah's flood. And that's, what brought people, to start studying it. And then they realized there's something about Jesus. There was all of the miracles surrounding John the Baptist. And then 6 months later, more miracles and rumors percolating about the birth of Jesus. The Magi were studying it. All these people were studying it. You know what? Did you guys hear that? That's about the fifth one of those big booms that they say that they were hearing like 2 or 3 years ago. And the other night I heard 4, and it was, pitch black, and I got up and looked out the window and I heard 3 more, and all of them were preceded by what looked and sounded like lightning. It would flash and then a boom like what you just heard. I know you guys heard that. Well, we'll get back to me explaining it. So remember, this was new. I was just interviewing like one of my first guests. We were doing it on the phone. I had somebody. You see, there's more of a crack if it's a rifle shot. It doesn't have that rolling. I've heard a lot of rifles in my life. That was weird. Make a point at 9 hours and 45 minutes in the marathon. Paco heard mysterious sounds. The second one sounded closer like a gunshot, but still way too loud and way too slow. What's this? Muddy Orphans got blocked. Something's going on out there. It might be fireworks. I just don't know. I got blocked and verbally abused the other day for quoting the Bible when this lady posted some rapture nonsense. I wasn't even mean about it. Of course he wasn't mean. It's Muddy Orphans 1812. All he knows how to do is be nice. Hola, Sean, we're back and rolling, closing in on 10 hours in the second day of Mudflood Marathons during the faux Christmas season. But it always 'tis the season to be jolly. I'm so paranoid about not sharing now. I'm amazed that sometimes I still don't share.
Later, it was a miraculous thing because something has to account for, Jerusalem not being mentioned for a long, long time since David. And then all of a sudden, 30 years later, 33 years later, when the Lord is there, there's people from, I think they named 30 countries that, and it was supposed to be 1 million people. And when they spoke in tongues, everybody heard them from this tribe, that tribe, that tribe. And that was a new thing that the Pharisees all of a sudden were making a money on. And so I put that is more than possible. We have John the Baptist that they never account for, that it is coming back in judgment. And 250 times there's a reference, most of them by the Lord, that's going to be this generation. People that pierced. And the book of Acts does mention earthquakes. It mentions famine, people going to prison. It mentions that all of Asia has departed me in 2 Timothy. So the people that are waiting for the great falling away, everything is covered in the book of Acts. It also, what's the other one that it'll come to me. So we have the 70 AD. That's when the 1,000 years starts. And then there's the falling away. We all have all that. Another thing, you're familiar with the Bible when Jesus, is.
You know what? I'm also now, and this is since it's only like 2 or 3 days Yeah, there was just another bang. I'm pleased to announce that now I think that what we call 70 AD was really like 670 AD. And that's how they worked that history, because what they were using was for the Quran, the Muslim holy book, was actually an old Aramaic hymnal for an anti-Trinitarian. They were trying to write against, which would have been right before the rapture, that other gospel that is not what Jesus taught to Paul to share with us, Gentiles. Exciting times are right now, because this is the first time the Zeitgeist movement has looked at the Quran, and the Quran couldn't stand up to the Zeitgeist moment for 15 seconds. Are you hearing those explosions?
Yeah, no,
Sitting down, hanging out.
In Texas.
Huh?
It's a fun game. Is that fireworks or a gun? Bonus points. Both are illegal in city limits.
So there is a possibility that there's a Christmas tradition in Texas of shooting off guns when you get a new gun for Christmas. Maybe, possibly. That's what Alexandria just clued us in on.
And people run up and say, Lord, you planted, what's it going to be like after the end? And it's going to be like wheat. They throw the wheat out and it grows, and then he gets the bad news. There are tares in with the wheat. What are we going to do? Yeah. You have to let them grow. Let them grow. And then until the end. That's the 1,000 years. Do they ever talk about that? When did that happen? How does that happen? Where do the...
You see, and this actually was before, this was, I think, 2019. I would have let Ben go ahead. I've learned now, so hopefully let's watch this and, even grade me. The Lord is using, different people at different times. If you ever come on, I try to give you time to talk.
Or do the tares just wait on earth for them to get caught up, brought back down, and say, get to work? No, it's a wipeout. And the people that lived at the end of that generation were the people with Paul and John hanging out on Patmos, other places, waiting, and they were caught up. Everybody else, your best chance would have been like in a catacomb in Cappadocia, or in a Mesa Verde cliff home. Go to mountains, whatever you do, hide, be prepared to hide from the wrath to come, because that Armageddon, much worse than the reaping, much worse than what we're going through right now in another 25 years, it says there's never going to be another devastation like that. And we see it all over the earth. I mean, Starford City split in half, and half's in the ocean and stuff. It had to be bad. They don't give us any account of where the wheat and the tares grow together, unknown to each other, but they're still being ruled by a rod of iron. So where are we at right now? Is that making any sense?
I'm following.
Okay, so next step is 1,000 years has to happen. Well, they come.
So Armageddon is past. The wheat and the tares
Are growing together.
Over the 1,000 years, and which brings us basically up to this point, close to where we're at right now.
Well, at the 1,000 years, it's a good reminder. What is Satan imprisoned in the pit? What's the penalty? I think we should look that up, because I'm pretty close to having that pulled up, and it might surprise you. Ben, I'm going to surprise you reading from Revelation chapter 20, verse 3. And he threw him into the abyss, Satan, shut it, sealed it over him, so that he could not deceive the nations until the 1,000 years were complete. After that, he must be released for a brief time. And that's not the same short time that they use at the beginning. This brief time is a military type use of, to, you know, as a general gathers.
No, the word is the same, short time. I found that out. I'm pretty sure. We could look it up. But I've reconciled that in my mind with the fact that it is a short time compared to, you know, the history of everything that's going down. Because, you know, as we can see in Revelation 20, we'll go back to verse 3, that right after the beloved city, you know, gets attacked in Gog and Magog, when Satan comes against him, that's when the fire comes down, and Satan, who had deceived them, was thrown into the beast of fire, where the beast and the false prophet already were and have been. And then it's the great white throne of judgment. I mean, it's the very next thing that we're right there. But as, you know, just to show that I was not as clear as I should have been, that, let's see, for it is a little time. Is that the same as the other Revelation verse? No, it's a small part of the tongue. Yeah. They should rest for a little while. Okay, until that season is done. So it is a different short time. So it was. I just, you know what? I'm so afraid of being called out and go like, you were wrong. So, okay, I was right on that. Verse 3 will say that the time is near, and that's this word, because, you know, it has been written for the times near. So down in the book of Revelation, well, there's a lot of times, you know, when you get near to something, you know, when you're near to the city. Yeah, they're having cannons or something around here, man. Maybe it's shotgun, and that explains that it's slow. It wasn't a rifle. It was just maybe shooting a slug out of a shotgun. Near you in your mouth. So when it says that in Revelation, verse 1, that it's near, it only means that the same thing at the end of the book of Revelation, chapter 22, when it goes, hey, that time is near. I love the Lord so much when he, you know, thank you, Lord, for bailing me out right there. Man, we saw some cool underground railway stations. We might look at some more later after this one. There's one vote for, if, you know, as long as we can continue the marathon, underground railways. And I'm thinking underground railways in Chicago. Yeah, they reconnected all the Star Fort centers, baby. Back to young Ben.
His army, you don't just do that overnight. You have to plan for the complete boom takeover. So he only cannot deceive the nations. All the nations are free now to repopulate, survivors from all the nations, the remnant. They're going to have to, and even the tares pretend to believe that, you know, Jesus is real, because everybody, the other people really do. The other people really do and are happy just to stay in their own little dukedom.
I'll give you an example. When they asked, when they were trying to trick the Lord Jesus Christ, and they asked him, you know, a question. He said, let me ask you a question. What do you think about John the Baptist? And they feared the people because all of them thought John the Baptist was a prophet. So if they said, no, we don't think that he was well, you know it better than I can explain it.
Barrington, Kingdom, granted, wherever they live and whatever they consider it, they're happy. And we have proof for a long time that fairy tale cities, castles, they were never cavemen. So I think that's a pretty good, just a slam dunk. And I'm going to, in your mind, ask you to go back to chapter 19, because we can hit something from that chart right now. So Ben he remembers that on the chart, it showed the beast, the false prophet, and Satan being thrown into the lake of fire at one time. I would like to invite everybody to Revelation 19, verse 20. But the beast was captured along with the false prophet, who on its behalf had performed signs, deceiving those who had the mark of the beast and worshipped its image. Both the beast and the false prophet were thrown alive into the fiery lake of burning sulfur. The rest were killed with the sword that proceeded from the mouth of the one seated on the horse, and all the birds gorged themselves on the flesh. And Ben, we just finished 19. We're moving into 20. Verse 1, then I saw an angel come down from heaven with the key to the abyss, holding in his hand a great chain. He seized the dragon, that ancient serpent, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years and threw him into the abyss, shut it, sealed it over him, so that he could not deceive the nations until the 1,000 years was complete. And after that, he must be released for a brief time. So he's not going into the lake of fire with the beast and the false prophet. Logically, as a philosopher, you'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
It's just not what it says.
It's not what it says at all. I'm going to skip down to verse 7, and we'll pick it up there. When the 1,000 years are complete, Satan will be released from his prison and will go out to deceive the nations in the four corners, Gog and Magog, to assemble them for battle. Their number is like the sand of the seashore. And they marched across the broad expanse of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints and the beloved city. But fire came down from heaven and consumed them. And the devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, into which the beast and the false prophet had already been thrown. There they will be tormented day and night forever. I know you're excited, but the next verse says, and then I saw a great white throne and the one seated on it. Earth and heaven fled away from his presence. No place was found for them. And I saw the dead, great and small, standing before the throne, and there were open books. What's that sound like? Does it sound like, Ben, the way they describe what's happening next, or what they're waiting on?
No, you can't get much clearer than the into which the beast and the false prophet had already been thrown. You can't. There's really no way around that.
That's a slam dunk, as they say, and it goes right to the books. It's over. And another just interesting thing is their Antichrist. Where is that ever mentioned in 19 and 20 of Revelation, the chapters? It's not. It's the beast and the false prophet. Anybody waiting on the Antichrist, they've been wrong from the beginning. Anybody right now trying to ID, who's the beast? Who's the beast? Who could the beast be right now? Who is it? Is it Trump? No, that was at least 1,300 years ago. The beast is over. It's over. There's no beast coming. No new beast. That was 1,000 years ago. 1,300 years ago. So, but there are still, we emulate the Bible. Satan seems very good at deceiving. The people he can count on seem to be one-trick ponies. They're just rewriting Star Wars all the time. The empires fought back. Yeah, we get it. You're Satan's pal.
Okay, now that's just a bunch of Texans shooting off their guns, but I really did hear some of those big booms and see lights the other night. Oh my goodness. Yes, I remember having a friend and, telling my, hey mom, is it okay if we dig a hole in the backyard to China? I think it was like 1964 or something. Crazy. I remember when we used to play war, we were always going to be the United States because they never lost. That's what we thought. I didn't think we ever lost a war. Listen to me, back in the day.
Palpatine, and he's going to win. And I guess he won in the end at the Star Wars, finales, but, not that creative. We see what, and besides, God is helping us. He has to be. I think that it's the one right in there, right into the throne.
I'm going to go jump ahead and just see if I get any better.
There might be a different way of recording it,
but even if they're right, they still have to account that. I mean, they're out of it, and so we have. Go ahead. I'd like to hear your thoughts about because.
The one thing I wanted to say, I was just going to say the opening and the reading of the book. That's gonna come as a real shock to people because I really believe that it might not be how we write things down. There might be a different way of recording it, but I think everything is recorded. There's going to be a record of not just everything you did, everything you said, but everything you thought and everything. I think
it will be.
We really need to start coming to terms with that and thinking about that. And people who are say, I'm not ashamed, I don't care, I'm not afraid, I don't fear anything, I'm not ashamed. Well, think about everything you ever thought being read aloud to everyone, in front of everyone. Think about that for a while.
I just pulled up my home screen with my latest videos. The top one says Denver residents warned Grim Reaper coming, and that's going to be pretty scary. The next one is one that is what we're talking about now, where I spliced together a video, and a big part of it is about how water has a memory, and it is, Dr. Luc Monnier, the Nobel Prize winner they wanted their Nobel Prize back when he said, and oh yeah, by the way, HIV is not caused by a virus, and so he's the one that he's going to be explaining how water does have a memory, even a homeopathic memory. And I'm wondering, if you didn't have internet, you haven't seen what the Lord showed me last night when I just got done. I went to bed and I had been thinking about the actor. His last name is Houston or something. He's an older man, and it was the 1975 movie Rollerball. Are you familiar with that?
I've actually never seen it. I'm vaguely familiar with it. I ran out to the store earlier, and I did see that you posted the video, but I didn't really get to watch it.
How's your
I kind of scanned through it.
Just 1 second then, man, because I want to let it load.
God knows everything, even the intentions of your heart.
So Ben might have to be taking off here pretty soon, but he hadn't seen Rollerball, but he knows a lot of he needs to hear what they say about the 13th century in the 1975 version of Rollerball.
personally.
That's right. This is our circulation unit. You can make your choice here or by catalog. There must be some mistake. The books you've ordered are classified and have been transcribed and summarized.
Who summarized it?
I suppose the computer summarized them.
What do you need books for? Just want to study up on some things.
You could go to the computer center where the real librarians transcribe the books, but we have all the edited versions in our catalog. Anything I think you'd want.
Well, I see that. This is not a library, and you're really not a librarian.
I'm only a clerk, that's right. I'm sorry about it, really.
And the books are really in computer banks being summarized. Where is that?
Well, there's a computer bank in Washington. I think it says in Geneva. That's a nice place to visit. Yeah. I guess that's where all the books are now.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to risk getting a copyright strike on this. This is an interesting part, though.
Of course, I have to come so many times. It all takes such effort.
Do the executives still come here?
You see, it's one thing to say we're going to store it in the basement, but as you get older, it gets harder and harder to go up and down the stairs, and he needs one of those things. It'd be perfect. You know, you just sit on it and scoot up those stairs. Back to the seriousness.
Oh, they used to some of them.
What about the books?
Books, oh no, they're all changed, all transcribed, all information is here. We Zero, of course. He's the central brain, the world's brain. Fluid mechanics, fluidics. He's liquid, you see. His water's touch. All knowledge. Everything we ask. Such effort.
Do the executives still come here?
Oh, they used to, some of them.
What about the books?
Books, oh no, they're all changed, all transcribed, all information is here. We Zero, of course. He's the central brain, the world's brain. Fluid mechanics, fluidics. He's liquid, you see. His water's touch. All knowledge. It flows out into all our stories.
And now, this is the part where the computer loses all of the information about the 13th century, or he reads the information about the 13th century, realizes it was the 3rd century. Constantine is really and the computer just became ambivalent. And if there was really artificial intelligence in this world today, if there was really artificial intelligence today, the computers would figure it out and go, why are you lying about history? And yet we don't see it, which is why we still see, like Sophia, hi, I'm the herky-jerky computer with a girl voice. Not even as good a voice as on your GPS that tells you when it's time to recalculate your route. Moving on. Let's see. I like nice. Mudflood was Armageddon. Yes. 1,326 years ago, which is why I think by the year 2046, it's all over here. That's what we're trying to say. And that not only that, we're just figuring out that they faked the whole Muslim religion and to bring in the Trinity, to act like the only people that, don't embrace the Trinity are crazy Muslims and Jews. And then, what they're trying to do with the Jews today. So I didn't notice you were commenting there. I'm trying to comment, but, in my mind, sometimes I'm still digging a hole to China. back to more of whatever I was yapping about.
Storage system. He considers everything. It's become so ambiguous now, as if he knows. So complicated now. Each thing we ask, this morning, we wanted to know something about the 13th century. He flows out into all our storage systems. He considers everything. It's become so ambiguous now, as if he knows nothing at all.
Ooh, that's scary.
Corporate wars.
Here he gets
Let's check
here's
it.
where he meets the computer. This is scary, so don't get scared. It's PG-13, I think.
Now, is there more? And what they might possibly mean. Looks here, though. A visitor. Jonathan E., the rollerball champion. You filed away a lot of data on him. Answer you? Oh, yes, it speaks. It finds things and loses them.
He just said it finds things and loses them and confuses them. And even in this secure location, you're going to see him with his white gloves wipe some dust off an exposed edge.
Loses itself. Ask anything. He'll find it for you. Section unlocked. One choose zero.
All right. I'd like some information about corporate decisions.
He wants some information about corporate decisions. What will Zero say? Stay tuned next week. No.
How they're made and who makes them.
Zero. You heard the question. Answer him.
Negative.
You don't have to give him a full political briefing. Answer.
Negative.
This is Jonathan E. He has to know.
It's Jonathan E., the rollerball champion. He needs to know. And now I'm curious too.
And different tourists, even the way it passes through our bodies is like how it passes through a semiconductor, where sometimes it goes through, sometimes it doesn't, or you have different diodes and gates, capacitors, is like the rivers and waterfalls, and going through rock or going through mud, and it's like, it's almost, yeah, I can see the analogy.
The cube has, it looks like 4x4 circles on each side that you can look into. The water's kind of bluish. And he asked it about the corporate wars, and it just says, won't answer, won't answer, won't answer. And the guy already said it has all the information. It searches it out, it uses it, it loses it, and it confuses it. And you wipe dust off of the circle when he said that. And I think he's keeping it in with everything of the 13th century. Now, I've never read Hitchhiker's Guide, to the Galaxy. At that time, I was kind of being snobbish and thought that was like, too pulp, to read.
That was like a hippie's philosophy, and I was a Christian philosopher.
But if you could fill me in on what is the connection?
Yeah, I was younger when I read it, so I liked it because I wasn't worried about it when I first read it when I was a kid. But
my dad would have spanked me. I would have got a spanking.
It shows basically kind of like some higher dimensional entities like angels or something like that, and they make a giant computer to tell them the meaning of life, and it tells them the meaning of life is 42, and they say, well, that doesn't mean anything. What the heck does that mean?
I have heard that part of it.
So it says, all right, to tell you the question, I've designed an even greater computer where life itself will form the matrix of the computer, and it turns out that it's Earth. And then...
Oh my goodness, he's pre-Kabbalah.
Yeah, they're all into that stuff. And but then before the program is complete, on Earth, basically the government and bureaucrats who are all idiots, like real low, well, they're like bugs or something, they destroy the Earth to make a highway, like a space highway. And then at the end, it turns out that they had a backup Earth. They built a new Earth and somehow put everyone back, all the people and everything, even though everyone was killed. And it goes on. That's pretty much the end. It goes on. There's a new heaven and a new Earth, and it's all better. Everything's fixed.
Was there kind of a glitch in it anywhere that would have, something's tying into these people to make them all think that they're Mandelaed. And I think it goes back to that one Indonesian tsunami on a Christmas day when it moved the Earth 7 degrees, or I forget the detail.
That was in 2004, I believe, and you can study it. The Earth can be, it can't be moved from its foundations, but it can stagger like a drunken man in his vomit. It can be, once more again, it will be shaken.
Don Fugit told me about it.
I have to look at that.
You know what the D-Wave computers look like, right?
Yeah. The big black cube with the blue writing on it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's pretty much like the first thing that came to my mind when I saw this computer in Rollerball. It's a D-Wave computer that's basically takes on supernatural powers because it basically is possessed by a spirit, supposedly.
And they have it's called wave, like makes you think of water, D-Wave.
D-Wave, yep, exactly. And it's just bubbling water, and it's like supposedly it's like minus 100 or 1,000 degrees or whatever to keep it cool enough so it doesn't overheat because it's processing so fast and so much it creates all this heat.
I think they do have these technologies, who knows, from Egyptian times or what they use, superconductors or gold, but I think it's basically all deception and illusion. Like they think that they're going through portals, they think that they're having these mystical experiences and stuff, but it basically is, you can say it's just a devil or a demonic spirit, and it is maybe somehow piping up.
This was a separate slideshow that I'm, had produced, but just thought I'd roll it over while young Ben was getting his talk on. What I'm trying to show here is that the cerebellum and this is a lace doily, not everything except that she's not blowing out air out of the mouth. This is a lace doily. And I've shown it a couple of times. And what it is like a lot of art. You see how this eye of Horus is in it. The eye of Horus is in the brain. And this is that cerebellum part where you get the trilobites and the midbrains from. So, and actually you can see that, this little section here would be right here.
Through some higher dimension, like that's where the actual mechanism and computing is happening, but then it has to get piped back down into Earth, our reality again, and pass through all the same filters. So what they see, even if it is some higher technology, what they see is always distorted and everything because they're still a person and they're a human being, and it all
We've all gone to the Prussian school. We've all gone to the Prussian school.
Yeah,
We trusted them.
In the end, it just works to control them. They're like, oh, I can see the future and do this and that, but it really shows them something and makes them do that. It's really just like manipulating them. Like they're not really seeing the future. They're just being like manipulated by the devil. I don't really know how else to explain it.
I agree with that. I mean, I don't see any other option at this point.
Well, there's going to be people who are wise, and there are going to be people who aren't wise. The one thing is walk somebody out to the porch, show them the sun and the moon and the sky at the same time. Like 60% of the days, you'll be able to see it every month. The sun and the moon and the sky at the same time. Why isn't the moon always full? If they can't move past that argument, if they can't give me a straight answer, I'm not going to deal with them anymore.
Well, I haven't gotten a straight answer from that since like I was in second grade.
It's just,
I'm not a huge robot guy, but we all have canals around us. Like, let's go do the 5 miles, 5 flags, take our camera or telescope down there and make our line of sight. Like, we can do it in an hour. That's all it takes. Like, how can you explain that to me?
they won't do it. They won't do it. So I'm done with them. If they want to go to what your maps say, what your every say, I'm done. I'm talking to people who are seriously seeking God, not you truthers that just want to blah, 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 blah. Answer that question. How is it not full every time? The other question is one that is now, I guess, getting considered to be illegal. I'm never going to say 2 + 2 = 5, like a common math thing. And I'm never going to let somebody say, I took a vaccine so that I won't catch a disease. Now you have to take it too, or you're going to be causing people to get sick.
Pure insanity.
2 + 2 = 5 in their world, and I'm not dealing with them anymore. And if they're going to force me to, they can kill me.
If it works, then what are you worried about?
Exactly. They cannot answer the simplest question.
And remember, this was probably 2 months or maybe a month into 10 days to flatten the curve. Just put on your mask for 10 days. Going on 2 years.
That's the same deal with that.
And on my screen right now, I know you have to go. I'm showing a brain that is, labeled and all of the parts. One of them under A shows the ponds. I have artwork from, crochet. Not exactly sure, but I think, it's old. And I'll look it up, but it has, a bun sewed into the girl's hair, like her hair's in a bun. And it's a ponds. Next to it.
Now just continuing to think out loud, because this is a marathon. Maybe that looks like a Fergian cap to some of you in a way.
It shows what, could be considered an eyelash, just like the Kabbalah, teaches it. And you can see it in they wrote us the message in the stones on the wall. It's all about the rocks. The stones are crying out. Jesus said he's the cornerstone. Paul said we are living stones to be fit into the body of Christ, and we're going to be judged by our works. In straight up, the language they speak, not poetry. He said, I can't tell these people to be quiet because the stones will cry out. Well, they cry out because, Jerusalem's getting off easy. They're not getting judged, and they were much worse than the stones that had repented and displayed gold, silver, and precious stones. The same thing that we're told that our good works will bring us after Christ has by grace given us faith. How is that not being wise?
Yeah.
It is wise. And with that, I am going to let Ben go. Thank you very much, Ben. Is there anything you want to say to the Flat Earth Nation Reset Edition, disciples of Christ that are here to glorify his name?
I would say just, don't be afraid. Turn your TV off, watch the Bible, and be prepared and do things you should have been doing anyway. And everyone stay safe.
Eric, you want to add anything in closing?
Obey, consume, trust the government.
Okay, there's your dose of sarcasm for one day. So
yeah, it was a joke.
It is a flat Earth nation. You know, we've been reset.
You know it. You know it. I want to go back and set up. We'll listen. We'll give Ben his time to talk. So we'll open that up to play his video.
Welcome everybody to Flat.
It looks like we're going to do that, but let's just go with we'll see what we got here. Now, some of these are pretty cool.
An underground city is a series of linked up underground areas. I don't have much of an intro to this video other than that. So, yeah. 10 most epic underground cities. Deep inside the Waliska salt mine in Poland is a huge underground city. As the miners often spend their whole lives working underground, they carved out dozens of statues and 4 chapels within the mine. They also carved out 3 kilometers of corridors, over 20 chambers, and even a tavern, which makes sense. Miners love alcohol. The most impressive part of the city is the Chapel of St. King, which is visited by around 1 million people each year. The city also features an underground lake, and according to local mythology, a family of goblins live on an artificial island in the middle of the lake. The mine was built in the 13th century and produced salt from then until 2007. Many of the statues in the mine depict mythical creatures, so it sounds like a fun place, apart from all the drunk tourists. Below the streets of Beijing is a huge underground city. Built by Chairman Mao during the 1970s, its purpose was to house the population of Beijing in the event of a nuclear war with the Soviet Union.
Man, Mao didn't build that. He didn't build that city. Especially now that we know what we know.
Stretching 85 square kilometers, it is often referred to as the Underground Great Wall. It was constructed by over 300,000 workers and dug mostly by hand, which doesn't sound like it would be very effective. But built inside the city are schools, hospitals, farms, factories, theaters, warehouses, and living areas. The complex had water and gas-proof hatches, as well as huge concrete doors to protect those inside. Entrances were hidden in shops across Beijing city center. It is known that some of these entrances are still operable, but few people know where they are. Beginning in 2018, a planned city will be constructed underneath the canals of Amsterdam. Lack of space has forced the local government to go underground. And
it's not hard for some of you people to have already spotted that their underground city is the ruins of a star fort, baby. I don't get tired of saying it. I hope you don't ever get tired of hearing it.
They can only dig into the soft clay below the water, as the rest of the city was originally built on swampy marshland. At the cost of $14.4 billion, the underground complex will be home to sports stadiums, theaters, car parks, and commercial properties. Construction of the underground city is expected to take 20 years, but at least it confirms my suspicion that the Dutch are slowly becoming underground lizard people. If successful, this could spark a trend all across Europe, so maybe one day every city will be half underground. Coober Pedy is an underground town in South Australia. It is located within an old opal mine that people moved into.
That's a vein and artery of a old Nephilim, possibly.
To avoid the hot Australian sun. On the surface, Coober Pedy looks like a long abandoned plot of land. But below the surface live over 2,000 people. So it's no surprise that the underground town features many houses and hotels, as well as a pub, a casino, several museums, and a rather beautiful underground church, complete with a creepy graveyard. Which isn't that weird, really. I mean, all graveyards are underground when you think about it. So I guess there's no need for them to bury the dead in Coober Pedy. They could just dump the bodies in the casino. Bad for tourism, though. Under the streets of Bucharest in Romania is a dark network of sewer tunnels, and inside this huge network lives a community of HIV-infected drug addicts. The entrance to the city is a hole in the ground in the middle of a busy road. The story behind this community is sad. After communism fell in Romania, thousands of orphan children were left without care. Coming together, they took to the sewers for shelter. They grew older and had children of their own, and the hellish underground city grew from there. The city actually has a king. It is run by Bruce Lee, who gained his name through engaging in brutal street fights. Just days ago, Bruce Lee was arrested on charges of drug dealing, and every member of the city was evicted from the tunnels. An event that can only be described as the fall of history's most noble civilization. Underneath the Canadian town of Moose Jaw is a network of hidden tunnels. The tunnels were built in 1908 for Chinese workers to hide from racist authorities. At the time, the Canadian government introduced a special tax just for Chinese immigrants. So people started digging to avoid the tax.
You know, that is just amazing, this story. You know, it's the Chinese. Yeah. And then it got used later for moonshine. Yeah, we get it.
And as time went on, people started bringing their entire families, which led to the creation of the underground city. During the Prohibition era, the railway line connecting Moose Jaw to Chicago was used to import illegal booze. This, combined with Moose Jaw's high number of casinos and brothels, led it to being known as Little Chicago. The tunnels were recently rediscovered after being abandoned and forgotten about. Montreal's underground city is a huge underground complex spread over 4.5 square miles. And inside this huge complex, you would see multiple shopping malls, banks, museums, hotels, apartment buildings, 7 metro stations, and a bus terminal. The city is so large that it has 120 access points, which are necessary in the winters when 500,000 people enter the underground city daily. Matmata is an underground town in Tunisia. The town was created by digging large pits into the ground and then digging into the pit walls to create houses. These houses are connected to other structures by underground tunnels. Until 1967, the only people who knew about the town were those who lived there. But that year, 22 days of rain caused serious damage to Matmata. The residents appealed to the government of Tunisia for help. The authorities were surprised to learn of the town's existence, but did help to rebuild it, which makes me wonder if there might be other underground cities the Tunisian government doesn't know about. Maybe every country has underground cities that we don't know about. In 1976, Matmata was used as the filming location for Luke Skywalker's home planet in Star Wars. Because of this, the town has become a popular, yet terrible tourist attraction. It's just a hole in the ground. The underground city of Derinkuyu is an ancient underground multi-level city located in Turkey.
Now, these are definitely Christian catacombs.
The city is large enough to house 20,000 people, along with their livestock and supplies, which is impressive for a structure that could have first been built in the 8th century BC. After being lost to time, Derinkuyu was rediscovered in 1963 during the renovation of a nearby house. A cave passage was opened to reveal a structure stretching 280 feet into the ground. The city is facilitated by 13 stories of ventilation shafts and is seen as an achievement in engineering equal to the construction of the pyramids. No one knows what forced the people of Derinkuyu to live underground, but it was almost certainly to hide from their rivals. The city entrances are guarded by 1,000-pound stone doors that can only be opened or closed from inside the tunnels. Known to some as Wiltshire's secret underground city, Burlington is a once secret Cold War city built 100 feet underground. Constructed by the British government in the 1950s, its purpose was to be the residence of 4,000 government officials in the event of a nuclear war. The city was so secret that most of the officials who were given accommodation on the site didn't even know of its existence. The underground city was never used, but still contains living spaces, hospitals, warehouses, workspaces, 60 miles of roads, and even an underground lake. Burlington was operated for 30 years until the end of the Cold War in 1991, and finally decommissioned in 2004. The city was then put up for sale with organizations competing to buy it. One of such organizations wanted to turn Burlington into Europe's biggest wine cellar.
Well, that was interesting. It wasn't about Chicago. Now, why would a Pennsylvania high school be abandoned with all its supplies? Who thinks that music is making it a little more scary than it needs to be? Come on, man. Yikes, you're scaring me too much. Johnny Christmas.
The development and abandonment of Chicago's many transportation systems has led the city to having some of the most mysterious forgotten tunnels deep below the towering skyline. Today, we examine a few hidden under the river that were built centuries prior to accommodate horse carts and pedestrians, but later were converted for streetcars and now have all but been left to rot. I'm your host, Ryan Sokash, and you are watching It's History.
No, this looks like one of those ones that gives copyright strikes too easy. You know, I'm just a little worried about the copyright strike thing, man. Filming gone wrong. Is that any way to explore it? Abandoned Chicago school in Indiana. Well, that's close to Chicago. Full of supplies. Is that the one we watched? Now, why would they do this? Definitely an old Mudflood high school, just like, you know, it could have been a courthouse building or something, you know, it could have been anything. They just carved school on it. But then some point it got abandoned.
There's just stuff everywhere.
Kind of like how we pulled out of Afghanistan.
Holy crap, look at all the bugs.
Why is he whispering?
This must be the cafeteria.
I would like a fruit yogurt, please. You can't sell that stove somewhere?
The lighting in here is cool. All of these are algebra and geometry books. I've never seen this at a high school before. They learn to cut people's hair here. I've never even seen this in other videos before. This is unique.
Man, how long has this been abandoned? I don't remember using hair dryers like that, as they say, since forever.
like a lot of people could be getting their hair cut at once. There's so many chairs.
Stop whispering. What is with our crazy world?
Maybe this is the woodworking passion. That goes up to more wood and stuff. Projectors.
How come you don't have any tax monies?
Computer lab. Another woodworking shop?
No, the other one was a metalworking shop. I thought you saw that.
Got it. It's funny. Beautiful.
Yeah, they just don't build high schools like that anymore. You know what? You could clean it up and it'd still be the best high school in town.
College classroom. Oh my God. They left all the books at the library.
Good thing they keep school records. It's because he's lost and disoriented because he's in a Starfort mansion.
Oh my God. Look it up. The tunnel exploration was a little freaky. Unvandalized laptop. Science is truth.
How weird is that, everybody? Wisdom is truth. You see, there's even the scientific method. We're learning it all. That time has been abandoned, everybody. How do you fit into it? Time to fear the Lord. They don't care for you. Who just leaves vehicles and everything and say, yeah, we don't need them anymore. The other school won't need them. What a weird turn of events this marathon is taking. That was a good one. Another one of the music video ones, I'm sure.
Hello and welcome to In the Hyperloop. My name is Blake. Today we're talking is planning to dig a tunnel to Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. It's a really fascinating read. I would highly recommend it. Basically, though, it's a 3.6 mile tunnel that picks up from one of 3 LA Metro stations listed as their own kind of page. So we're just going to click the dugout loop, Los Angeles. And the proposed dugout loop, and this is the first time we've ever heard about this. Basically, it's from Los Fez, East Hollywood.
That means they're still finding them. That means these things are still just, they're still discovering it, so they got to use Elon Musk to cover it up. Want to stay, thank you everybody here closing in on 11 hours. I want to make it to at least 12 hours. And to get there, you heard an interview about, just a little while ago with Ben from Vat City. And I wanted to just let you hear, he made a video shortly after he had been exposed to the message that it's a flat earth nation and Mudflood was Armageddon. The golden age is past. FinGap, flat earth nation, golden age past. So we're going to try to chew up most of our, trying to get to 12 hours on this marathon. That'll be 20 hours out of 48 hours of Mudflood marathoning over what they call a Christmas holiday. We know it's much more than that. Take it away, brother Ben.
Flat Earth Nation. It is a Flat Earth Nation. Don't let them tell you anything else unless they're willing to debate you in a fair and honest way. I'm going to start off with John chapter 14, verse 16. And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another helper, that he may be with you to the age. Verse 17, the Spirit of truth, whom the world is not able to receive because it does not see him nor know. But you know him, for he abides with you, and he will be in you. Now that's the Berean literal version. You know it, I know it as the Comforter, a promised Comforter, sent by somebody with that worthy name that will be glorified, the Spirit of God in flesh, still deified, Emmanuel. Abba Father will provide a people made right by the steady arm of God. The promised Comforter will abide in your heart. Now it's up to you to decide, is it worth believing? Is it, promised by who? Promised by the Lord Jesus Christ. Now, that should be enough for Bible believers. It's promised by Christ. Excuse me, promised when? Well, the culmination of his ministry. John is past, everything is up in the air. Shortly, the angels in heaven will be looking desirously on things. What manner of things is this? The Lord of creation is being crucified. What is next? And that's where you're at in this world. And that's when you knew, okay, where did he do it? Outside the rebuilt temple is where he laid down his life and was raised again. But it was in the real Jerusalem. And what do we know about that now? It was a star fort city, the fairy tale land that still exists today. Our basest of people who are ruling over us, as the scripture says, live in star fort cities, rule from those buildings. They drink wine from vineyards they didn't plant. Why? That's the who, when, where. Why did this happen? Well, John the Baptist said that it's happening because of judgment. His wrath is being poured out. It was poured out. We are the remnant. We are the ones who he said, continuing in John 14, verse 18, I will not leave you as orphans. And he was talking to a specific people, was he not? Was the letters of the Bible written to people with names? It was. Hello in the greetings, hello in the salutations at the end. Certain people, bye, see you. It was written to them, and he said, I will not leave you as orphans. He sent them that spirit, Acts chapter 2. And we have the Bible as an example, or we don't. That's why it was written. That's why this happened. Because there's always a remnant. And when people read the Bible, Armageddon isn't the end. It's the beginning for some, 1,000 years, and then a reaping, and then a remnant now, where Satan is loosed, and, well, this is going on. Your life around you. You're wearing a mask. At some point this week, you'll probably have to put it on. How did this happen? God wrote the end from the beginning. All of this has happened because God is allowing this to happen because it's his book. And do you think it's pass and fail? Is Satan gotten too big to fail, or is God still in charge? That's what is required of your thinking nowadays. You've got a tiger by the tail. That's not hard to tail. You need to know what you're going to do now. Draw a line in the sand, live to fight another day, or live to live another day and help the sick, the poor, the young, and the wounded run away so they can live to live another day. Helping people, Christians, try to make, blessed are those who make a set amount of time that goes over in the Bible. Read Daniel chapter 12. So that's the who, what, when, where, why, and how of Matthew. Were the Pharisees in their own mind too big to fail at that time? In the lifetime of John the Baptist and Jesus, their fortunes have changed immensely. All of a sudden, people from across the plain were flooding to Jerusalem. Well, the previously mentioned Acts chapter 2, I think mentions 16 different countries where people were speaking in tongues, and they heard them speaking their own language, praising God and giving him the glory. That is our goal. We want to be able to be among that group that gives him the glory. Here's the hard part. I think that everyone that told you, I love you, in your past, before right now, must not have known what love has been described as in Scripture, the long-suffering part of it. The willing to say, this is, I forbear to stay in love. And love is required among the brethren, and much as forgiveness is. It's the way we prove who we are. Because while we were yet in our sin, Christ still loved us and died for us. That's important to remember. It's very important to remember. Okay, moving on to Matthew chapter 16, verse 28. Here's what we go by. Verily, I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. I believe that's the English Standard Version or the Berean Literal. But amen, hallelujah. It could be the King James. One more time. Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Now, that was written to those same people that Paul, James, John were saying hi to and goodbye to, and then later, sadly, this person has departed from the faith. He's anathema. I've given them up so that they might learn not to blaspheme. Now, that's some pretty harsh things, but it happens. It was written to those people. You believe that or not? And once you believe things like that, what you aspire to and what you can do is this type of thinking.
The way to get back to. That's what makes you alive. That's what makes you aware. It's already there. And your persona is over, your individuation, your individuality is laid over that like a film. And that pure awareness passes through it and is projected in the darkness, which is the theater. You know, the pure awareness, what everything that is shines into what is not, what can't be. You know, always loss, entropy, what will never add up, the physical. The light shines through the film and produces now the movie on the screen in the darkness in the theater. In him was life, and the life was the light of men, and the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. And all things were made by him, by the thought, by the word, and without him was not anything made that was made. So, like, you could say without, outside of him, like everything is made inside of him. And without him was not anything made that was made. Like the physical world literally is within his mind. That's why he's the lamb slain from the foundation of the world. You could say that lamb, the pure awareness slain from the foundation of the world, it's like we sacrificed that pure awareness, the awareness of everything that is, in order to make it immersive, you know, to make it real, to make it physical. We had to sacrifice that awareness of everything that is. So the lamb was sacrificed from the foundation of the world. This literally is his body, the world. It's like this fractal. He creates the world so he can put himself into the world. Like, it's this crazy fractal. That's why the bread and the wine, he says, this is my body, this is my blood, the blood of the new and everlasting covenant, so that sins may be forgiven, so that you can understand, so that you can escape, so that you can go through the door, have a point, a meaning to this life you're living. And the bread and the wine are literally his body and his blood, because he is the lamb slain from the foundation of the world. He's the man, he's literally the environment. He's the avatar and the environment, you know, the thought and the observer of thought, creation and creator. He is the inanimate environment and the animate life. In him was life. Life was the light of men. He's the light and the darkness. It's all contained within his mind. and the bread and the wine literally come up out of the ground, you know, the wheat and the grapes, and it literally is his body. He wants you to understand that. He's saying, you know, this is all in my mind. It's all for a point. So it's all for a purpose, for you to be born again into a greater form, a greater awareness. Like Hebrews 11:3, through faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God. Framed. It's given context. Like this life is given context by the eternal awareness. So that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. Okay, they proceed from somewhere, from the mental plane, from the spiritual world. Like God didn't go to Home Depot and buy the stuff to make reality. You know, there is no stuff outside of him. It's the stuff inside him, of his mind. He made physicality in his mind. He sacrificed that pure awareness to have a physical experience. Ephesians 1:10, that in the dispensation of the fullness of times, like in the completion of time, when we get rid of time, at the complete dispense with it, at the fullness of time, he might gather together in one all things in Christ, both which are in heaven and which are on earth, even in him, literally in him, in the mind of God, in the body of God. It's also, you know, like the eyeball Earth model. Like you look up and the sun is just an aperture. It's like you're in an eyeball.
But you don't know how much it means to me as an old nobody who just studied philosophy, you know, as a hobby, to have someone like Ben, who is, you know, he's a philosopher. He's been one of these Mensa students since he was 8 years old, had quite a life. And to him, to talk and see, you know, the eyeball Earth model, I need to talk about that more. I was talking about it more in the past, and you know, that's a good encouragement that if, you know, when Ben can see it and logically process it, it's good for me. And in the long run, good for bringing people to the Lord. That's what you're being trained for.
And the sun is actually just the pupil, the actual light hitting the back of the eyeball. And like the moon is the mental image. It's the reflection, like your mental construct. Just like we never exist in reality. We exist in our mental construct, the mental product of limited senses, imperfect senses. And, you know, depending on how you like to think, you could even say, oh, we're in a literal simulation, like a technological or magical, spiritual, whatever. It's a simulation like a computer. But either way, it doesn't matter. It's the same to you. Either way, your brain is a computer and you don't exist in reality. You exist in your mental construct. In whom also we have obtained an inheritance, being predestined. Like, you know, this was all planned before you ever came in here. You're written in the book of life. You were somewhere before you were here. Being predestinated according to the purpose of him who worketh all things after the counsel of his own will. Like no matter how things seem to go, they're all working to a higher will. Like we could say the whole purpose of this reality is for us to transcend duality and achieve a greater consciousness, be born again in Christ, be united, have a united awareness rather than all of us being separated. But there's even beyond that, God is even beyond that, unknowable. Like all of human consciousness, Christ is being guided by even some higher unknowable will of God, completely unknowable to us. Worketh all things after the counsel of his own will. Just to return for 1 minute to the projector and film analogy, the projector being Christ, pure awareness of everything that is, and the film being the persona, the individuation. that the film, the persona overlay, or what you could call the ego, your individual mind, that is Lucifer. The film is the verse 14. Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth. I have set thee so. Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God, reality. Thou, the stone, the mind. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Thou wast perfect in thy ways from the day that thou wast created till iniquity was found in thee. So it's not necessarily that the film is bad. It's that it's corrupted. It's not that we want to, it fell. It's not that we want to get rid of the film or the persona overlay, because if you only have the pure awareness of everything that is, that's not an experience. It's unchanging. It's stillness. It's everything that is. It's eternal and unchanging. But the light without the film is no experience. And the film, with the fall of man, individuated consciousness, the persona overlay without the awareness of everything that is completely alone. So the film alone or the light alone, oneness or completely alone, are exactly the same. But the creation...
Yeah, I think only God could probably handle being alone like you're trying to be segregated right now. We'll get back to Ben hopefully more, but I want Ben to process this and help me with it. We've seen, verily I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Now, that happened then. We have the backtracking. We can do it that way. This is out of sync because we were supposed to read this. All right, Matthew 23, starting in verse 11. But he that is greatest among you shall be your servant, and whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, and he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. But woe to you, woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, actors again, all the world's a stage. For ye shut up the kingdom of heaven against men. For ye neither go in yourselves, neither suffer ye them that are entering to go in. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayer. Therefore ye shall receive the greater damnation. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you compass sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made, ye make him twofold more the child of hell than yourself. Woe unto ye, blind guides, which say, whosoever shall swear by the temple, it is nothing. But whosoever shall swear by your Roth IRA, I mean by the gold of the temple, he is a debtor. Ye fools and blind, for whether is greater, the gold or the temple that sanctifieth the gold? And whosoever shall swear by the altar, it is nothing. But whosoever sweareth by the gift that is upon it, he is guilty. That sounds confusing to me. It might be to you, but if you're involved in a credit system, what is your gift? Are you really sacrificing? Let me start at 19 again. Ye fools and blind, for whither is greater, the gift or the altar that sanctifieth the gift? Whoso therefore shall swear by the altar sweareth by it and all things thereon. And whoso shall swear by the temple sweareth by it and by him that dwelleth therein. And he that shall swear by heaven excuse me, sweareth by the throne of God and by him that sitteth thereon. And then it goes on, the weightier matters of the law, straining at a gnat, clean the outside of the cup and the platter, but the inside is full of extortion and excess. You can see it goes on and on. And that was a hard part. This just keeps getting harder. They killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers, ye serpents, ye generation of vipers. How can ye escape the damnation of hell? It's going to be hard for a while. And our righteousness must exceed that of the scribes and the Pharisees. Paul was a Pharisee. Now, these Pharisees and Sadducees, they knew not what they did, but it's revealed to you. What are you held accountable for? For what you know. And this is where we're at in time. All right, this is exciting to me. I want to read this part from Revelation 21, verse 9, before we go on any further. Then one of the seven angels with the seven bowls full of the seven final plagues came and said to me, come, I will show you the bride, the wife of the Lamb. And he carried me away in the spirit to a mountain great and high, and showed me the holy city of Jerusalem coming down out of heaven from God, shining with the glory of God. Its radiance was like a most precious jewel, a jasper as clear crystal. The city had a great and high wall with 12 gates inscribed with the name of the 12 tribes of Israel and 12 angels at the gates. There were 3 gates on the east, 3 on the north, 3 on the south, and 3 on the west. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations bearing the names of the 12 apostles of the Lambs. I'm going to skip down to verse 18. The wall was made of jasper, and the city itself of pure gold, as pure as glass. The foundations of the city walls were adorned with every kind of precious stone, jasper, sapphire, chalcedony, emerald, sardonyx, carnelian, chrysolite, beryl, topaz, chrysoprase, jacinth, and amethyst. The 12 gates were 12 pearls, with each gate consisting of a single pearl. The main street of the city was pure gold, as clear as glass, and it was gold as clear as glass. Verse 22, but I saw no temple in the city, because the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. The Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are one and the same. Verse 23, and the city has no need of sun or moon to shine on it, because the glory of God illuminates the city, and the Lamb is its lamp. And the light of the Gentiles, the seed of Abraham, that's that nation, that's that word, will walk, and into it the kings of earth will bring their glory. Let's see if I'm right, because I just think that the type of word that, if we check the interlinear, that nations should be ethne, which in a lot of places, let's look at 1484. I think it's transferred Gentiles in a lot of places. Let's see, there's 1 King James verse, 2 King James verse, 3 5, 6 with the Gentiles, 7 with the Gentiles. Somehow I just knew it. But when they want to confuse it, like they do in Matthew 21, 24, they're going to stick in nation for the same word. And you know why now. I hope you do. If not, maybe now's a good time for a refresher from Mr. Ben from Vat City. Ben, what?
It's not good for man to be alone. So God created Adam. And the creation and the fall and the rise of man is for a purpose, to have a level of experience that transcends oneness and completely alone. Like a system of film, temporary experience in time, anchored in the pure awareness, where you can go back and forth, like, and give it meaning outside of your own short little life. So that is Lucifer that fell. Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth, the hiding of parts of the light. The film hides parts of it. It doesn't add anything to it. It hides parts of the light. That's how you make the movie. By making some of the light not. Making the light what is, making some of it what is not. Blocking some of it, hiding some of it from yourself. And again, you could say that even this whole process of an experience transcending oneness and completely alone, God and man, even that's just what can be conceived of by us. God is always going to be unknowable outside of that. Anything that awareness experiences is always going to be guided by a higher, ultimately unknowable will. That is the true perfect circle, the perfect sum. Unlike the broken circle or the Ouroboros, the coiled serpent, the spiral, the false circle. Colossians 1:18, and he is the head of the body, the church. Okay, like all the real people in the world is the big body. Christ is the head of the body, just like Paul is the foot. You know, Christ is the will. Paul is like in physicality, actually building the church. So we have the Bible, the original churches established. And he is the head of the body, the church, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that in all things he might have the preeminence. Like he's always first. The thought, the mind, the word is always first. In all things he might have the preeminence. For it pleased the Father that in him should all fullness dwell. It's the resolution of duality. In him should all fullness dwell. And having made peace through the blood of his cross, by him to reconcile all things unto himself. By him I say, whether they be things in earth or things in heaven. And you that were sometime alienated and enemies in your mind by wicked works, yet now hath he reconciled. Like your mind was split, divided from that pure awareness. You were alienated and enemies in your mind, yet now hath you reconciled. It's like a logical conclusion. Your mind, it's not just, you can believe it because it makes sense. It adds up. It's a logical path out of the trap in your mind of death. It's a door. It's also like Paul, Christ is the head, the pure wisdom. He speaks in parables, fulfilling prophecy that hearing they'll hear and not understand, and seeing they'll see but not perceive. But Paul is the foot, the gross, the base. He's the Pharisee, the master builder. He lays it out bluntly. Like, you know, he manifests it like bluntly, grossly, in physicality, really actually building churches and like explaining all these parables of Christ, because he's a Pharisee, like master builder and wise in scripture and the law and everything else. So he Christ likeness. You recognize Christ. Beholding as in a mirror the glory of the Lord, we are changed into the same image. I should bear witness unto the truth. Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice. Pilate saith unto him, what is truth? See, he's not one of the sheep. Pilate saith unto him, what is truth? There's no truth in them. They don't understand. They're oriented the other way. Revelation 1:4, the witness, the word and the witness, both halves. John to the 7 churches which are in Asia, grace be unto you and peace from him which is come and which was and which is to come, and from the 7 spirits which are before his throne, and from Jesus Christ, who is the faithful witness and the first begotten of the dead and the prince of the kings of earth, and hath made us kings and priests unto God and his Father. The faithful witness, Jesus Christ, who is the faithful witness. So the word and the witness, the next juxtaposition is the lamb and the stone. And it's like the lamb is sacrificed on the stone. Lamb with 7 eyes and the stone with 7 eyes. And the lamb.
All right, let's wait on that part until we take a look a little bit at, let's see, let's use the English Standard Version and remind you of who you are. You, yourselves, just like the people that Paul and Peter were writing to, you're just like them. You yourselves, like living stones, are being built up as a spiritual house to be a holy priesthood, to offer spiritual sacrifices acceptable to God through Jesus Christ. It says we, living stones. Paul teaches us in Galatians and other places, Corinthians, to do good works in Christ's name, for that's why we were called, and we can build up gold, silver, and precious stones that will survive fire. That's what it's all about. And before we just listen to a little bit more of Ben from Fat City, we'll look at some of the gemstones in the Bible. We see agate, and that's usually from, the best is from Mexico. There's amethyst talked about in it, and that's from South Africa. That's a long way from Mexico, but it didn't matter back then, because even if the Lakota wanted crystal beads from the area of what we call Czechoslovakia, because
that's what we used to call Czechoslovakia, like in World War II. But anyway, hey, we're doing a marathon. We're closing it out. We're going to go for 12 hours. I'm getting a little punchy. I hope you guys are doing good in the chat room and everything. I can't see the chat while I'm doing these live things, but I try to drop in here, let you know, this is what it's all about. This next week is going to be crazy. So let it soak in, even the small things now, like it's a small world after all. Aaron's ephod had stones from what they say would have been around the world, but we know better. We're under a dome on flat earth. Golden Age is past. Mudflood was Armageddon. Sometimes I wonder if I'm trying to get too many catchphrases out there. Nah.
Because they're clear and white. They just liked them. Can't they just like those beads from Czechoslovakia? And if they could get them, why not get them? Well, they could get them, and they did get them by the basket loads. Because this flat plain once was that fairy tale castle world that they try to pass off as your Brahm lullabies or Grimm's fairy tales. We know, and you need to admit, they added 1,000 years for no other reason than to fit in all of their convoluted history that has to be written by the winners of the wars to make them seem like the good guys. And that's what's happening right now. This world is covered in star-forked cities and canals that God probably built, all those antediluvian ones. They're trying to tear them down. It's just not working. They think they're going underground right now for another reset. Not this time. We're on to them. Our parents were those orphan trained people that we heard. Just like in the Bible, it's redoing it. History's repeating itself. They pound that out. The Bible gives us the answers. That's why we do it. The orphan trains, they are accomplishing now with their vaccines and, dare I say, you know, the problems it's causing with people, their children especially. They look right through you. That happened back in the old days. It's happening now. They can do it with food. They can do it with medicine. They can do it with brainwashing. So we'll look at a few more where they're from. Barrows, I don't know if they're going to give the other countries, but they're usually all the way from South America, Carthage, Marseilles.
You know, I
Egypt.
just saw that these garnets are from Egypt. At least I saw that one.
Carbuncles are from there.
West
Around
Indies.
the world, that's where they came from. But it wasn't a big deal, and they all knew them. They knew a lot more than we gave them credit for. And what we need to worry about are scriptures like Psalm 115, verses 16 and 17. The heavens are the Lord's, but the earth hath he given to the children of men. The dead praise not the Lord, neither any that go down into silence. Right now, what I want you to do is to believe in your heart, confess with your mouth that there has been enough silence. That's why they want you secluded right now, wearing a mask, because that whole truther movement, there's enough of it out there right now where it's going, whoa. And I think a lot of it started in the Mudflood Armageddon reset movement. And now it's been crystallized by people like Mr. Ben from Fat City, who I want you to subscribe to.
And the stone, like the life in the inanimate, the life on the matrix of death is like the sword and the stone. The word is the sword. Double-edged sword, cuts both ways. Because it's like, wow, I really am God in a way. I'm part of that mind of God, that pure awareness, but also my persona is shattered, is fake. It's an illusion, it's meaningless. So that pure awareness of that cuts both ways, the double-edged sword that comes out of his mouth. So the lamb, the double-edged sword in his mouth, the word, the sword, it's like the sword and the stone. And us being King Arthur going through the gate, pulling the sword out of the stone, like becoming creators again. So he's the lamb slain from the foundation of the world, that we sacrifice the pure awareness of everything that is, the lamb, for it to be immersive, to seem real, to be physical. We had to sacrifice the pure awareness of everything that is. So that's like the lamb and the stone sacrificed himself to himself to give us life. Okay, and the lamb has 7 eyes. Stood a lamb as it had been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent forth into all the earth. So the lamb has 7 eyes, And the 7 eyes are the 7 spirits of God sent forth into all the earth. So he's the lamb with 7 eyes and also the stone with 7 eyes. Remember, he's the stone the builders rejected. Christ is the stone. The lamb is sacrificed on the stone. For behold, the stone that I have laid before Joshua, it's also like, Yeshua, Joshua, upon one stone shall be 7 eyes. Behold, I will engrave the engraving thereof, saith the Lord of hosts, and I will remove the iniquity of that land in one day. In that day, saith the Lord of hosts, shall ye call every man his neighbor under the vine and the fig tree. Christ is the vine. Like, we'll all know that we're all really part of one awareness, but still be ourselves. Like, so the lamb has 7 eyes and the stone has 7 eyes. And again in Zechariah 4:10, the hand of Zerubbabel with those 7, they are the eyes of the Lord, which run to and fro through the whole earth. Just like in Revelation, it says the 7 spirits of God, which are the 7 eyes of the Lamb that run through the whole earth. Same thing. 7 spirits are the 7 eyes of the Lord that run through. They see everything. They see everything that happens in the whole earth. And unto the angel of the church in Sardis, right? These things saith he that hath the 7 spirits of God and the 7 stars. So that's Christ. It's 2 different things. It's the 2 sides, the animate and the inanimate, the 7 spirits and the 7 stars. I know thy works, that thou hast a name, that thou livest and art dead. Like you're can go through the gate while you're still alive, or you're dead here and you can be alive too. Like, you have that gate portal. So he has the 7 stars in his hand, and that's like the original 7 planets of the ancients. 7 spirits and 7 stars in his hand. And the 7 spirits is like the mind, the organic influence, mind of God, always changing, the will of God working through people, consciousness. So that's like the organic influence, and the 7 stars is like the mechanical influence, just the cycles of astrology, the effects of the stars, and the natural environment, like the laws of nature that were set in motion at the beginning of creation. And then God stepped back. That's the 7 stars, the passive mechanical influence, the artificial, the matrix. And the 7 spirits of God is the mind, the conscious mind, the effect of the mechanical and the effect of the conscious. And it's also kind of like the 7 spirits and the 7 stars are like the 7 chakras, but of the body of Christ, like of the whole world, of the whole big human body.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, people, at this point in your life, you have to make a decision. You're going to go with people like Ben and what he's thinking about, or you're just going to go that, well, no, it's been 2,000 years, Jesus is wrong, yet somehow I love him with all my heart and am trusting in the Bible. And I don't believe anything about the sun and the moon being able to stand still or move forward. All of that's made up. Well, you have a choice. You have the world of people, rational, logical theology, who will debate you at any time, or you have this.
Will people to scientists? In this case, referring to medical professionals? For example, and are you washing your hands? And are you taking these precautions? These are warnings offered by scientists. And for our own good. For our own good. And for our own good. For our own good. And all listen, all pay attention. Don't freak out, right? Don't live in a life lived in fear is a life half lived. So live in a life lived in fear is a life half lived. So maybe the coronavirus will just blow on by. So I'd be interesting if we all paid attention to what scientists say. So I'd be interesting if we all paid attention to what scientists say. Maybe the coronavirus will just blow on by. We kicked its ass. We kicked its ass for obeying the recommendations of scientists on how to minimize your chances of getting it. That would be, it's an interesting experiment we're in the middle of. We kicked its ass for obeying the recommendations of scientists on how to minimize your chances of getting it. That would be, it's an interesting experiment we're in the middle of.
I hope science wins.
Yeah.
I hope knowledge comes out on top this time.
Yes.
We win. I hope science wins.
Yeah.
I hope knowledge comes out on top this time.
Yes.
Okay. It was announced that scientists have just discovered or observed the largest explosion since the Big Bang. Was it? Where was it? And why was it? What was it? Where was it? And why was it?
You know, they just try.
You know what? I'm back to live in the marathon. And you know, I had my channel taken down and I had, nearly 10,000 subscribers. And I used to play that little clip all the time, but I would always just go find it on my old videos. But now that I know that I at least cut it out and played it in this video, I'm going to make it so I can start using it before. Because that's Neil deGrasse Tyson telling how this coronavirus thing's just going to blow on by. And so, man, I want to hear it one more time.
In this case, referring to medical professionals, and are you washing your hands and are you taking these precautions? These are warnings offered by scientists. And
For our own good.
For our own good. And
For our own good.
For our own good. And all listen, all pay attention. Don't get freak out, right? Don't live in a life lived in fear is a life half lived. So a life lived in fear is a life half lived. So maybe the coronavirus will just blow on by. So I'd be interesting if we all paid attention to what scientists say. So I'd be interesting if we all paid attention to what scientists say. Maybe the coronavirus will just blow on by. We kicked its ass. We kicked its ass for obeying the recommendations of scientists on how to minimize your chances of getting it. That would be, it's an interesting experiment we're in the middle of. We kicked its ass for obeying the recommendations of scientists on how to minimize your chances of getting it. That would be, it's an interesting experiment we're in the middle of.
I hope science wins.
Yeah.
I hope knowledge comes out on top this time.
Yes.
We win. I hope science wins.
Yeah.
I hope knowledge comes out on top this time.
Yes.
Recorded during the 10 days to flatten the curve because it was going up. There was people catching the COVID.
It's announced that scientists have just discovered or observed the largest explosion since the Big Bang. Was it? Where was it? And why was it? What was it? Where was it? And why was it?
You know, they just try to look stupid, but they are not. They plan on killing you slowly and steadily, violently, because they do not like you. They're not working this. The only way is to not play with them. Don't be baited into a fight. I remember now, I used to say, don't trust anybody but me, your conscience and the scripture. And that's what you need to do, because right now, don't let them think you got it figured out. You can hold up, you know what? I got my go bag under the bed, and when I run out of bullets of holding off these starving Walking Dead zombies, then I'll run away. Brother, you'll have nowhere to go. And will you be strong enough to carry everything you love with you, or have you waited too long? These are questions you'll have to face on Flat Earth Nation. And it is a Flat Earth Nation. You know that I'm never.
Well, how about that? You know what? I like that old video. You know, that's an old video I made as a backup channel on a backup channel. What was that backup channel called? Something crazy that seemed like, you know, don't take me down. Oh, loved like the Rock of Ages. I wonder how many other times I dropped that one in there. Something happened on September 26th I thought was worthy of dropping in on. Wonder what that is. Only 14 views.
Welcome, everybody, to Flat Earth Nation. It is
My brother
Don't let them
Randy.
tell you anything else unless they're.
Breonna Taylor, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of, it seems like all eyes are on Louisville right now. People are meant to, you know, what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's pretty intimidating.
Like, yeah, and it was in a font I couldn't really read, and it just.
So that's when Noah was trying to reach back out to me, I guess. Wish, you know, the Lord is good. Check this one out. I thought this was super cool. Now, how far along are we? I'm looking to go 12 hours. We're almost there on this marathon. Check this out.
Welcome, everybody, to Flat Earth Nation. It is a Flat Earth Nation. Don't let them tell you anything else unless they're willing to debate you.
I'm pouring my heart out to you right now.
Fair and honest way. This is my first video fully on Love Like the Rock of Ages. Love like the Rock of Ages, because we are living stones fit into the Rock of Ages, the Lord Jesus Christ. That's my position. That's where I will stand. What you're looking at right now is an ammonite. That's what they would call it in the world. A paired ammonite. I call it a cachilla. And I want you to look at the vestibular cochlear and see the nerve. If I turn this here, you should see that it is on one side, because we are living stones made from the dust.
See, what I'm trying to portray is that this little stub right here, you know, is more on this side as the rest of it is underneath and coming through here. You'll see when I open it up. But this little notch here breaks off more when the glittering sword hits it.
Of the Nephilim. And when we open it up, we see the patterns that you will be experiencing when you do your own research, because this will never fail. This is what you will find in the rocks, in the stones, in the medical books, as one person unashamedly has told you since he's been freed from the matrix by God Almighty, the one God of the universe. This is the gemstones, like I've told you they will be. There cannot be any doubt. There cannot be a lack of faith. It is what we've come to expect. The nerves are gold. That is where it is. I've shown you ponds. I've shown you everything. And now you can see that on top of it is where you'll find the crystals as they slide over the hairs. It gives you your balance. It shows you how things work in the body.